Started very shortly. I'm just going to see if we can get everybody who's out enjoying the beautiful sunshine to come on in and take a seat, and we will get underway for this Ocean Innovators platform. Welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome to the beautiful Yacht Club here in Monaco for this Ocean Innovators platform. Today's event is one of many that's taking place, of course, during the Monaco Ocean Week, but it's particularly unique in the fact that it is entirely dedicated to innovation and cutting-edge technology, all in the hopes of conserving the world's marine resources and its oceans. Today, we're going to be focusing on the essential role of entrepreneurship and investment to develop a sustainable blue economy. Coming up today, 6 sessions that will bring together the best and the brightest innovators who have been handpicked by our co-conveners for today's event. Those co-conveners are Uplink, Friends of Ocean Action, the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Barclays, Climate Tech, and the Solar Impulse Foundation, from which we will have the honor of having a keynote speech from the CEO and founder Bertrand Piccard at the end of the day today. Today's event is also being streamed online. I'd like to take a moment now to welcome everyone who is watching them from wherever they are around the world. You will all be able to ask questions after each session, whether that's here in person or at home via the QA function on the website that you're linked onto right now. If you would like to get the program or take a closer look at the bios of the different speakers, you can scan the QR code that's on the back of your badge right now. If you're home, you can always go on the Monaco Ocean Week website. Just one last reminder before we begin. I'd just like to remind everyone that you are, of course, more than welcome to post your reactions, your feelings, the discussions online with the hashtag MOW2022. And with that, let's get started with some words of welcome from the organizer of the Ocean Innovators platform. Would you please welcome the CEO of the Prince Albert II Fondation of Monaco, Olivier Venden.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a real pleasure welcoming you all in the Principality of Monaco in person for this very first edition of the Ocean Innovators platform, which is launched by the Foundation in the framework of the Monaco Ocean Week. Thank you very much indeed for having accepted our invitation. As you may know, the Monaco Ocean Week has been developed over the 5 past years, building up on the success of the Monaco Blue Initiative, which is a think tank inaugurated 13 years ago by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. The purpose of this think tank was to bring together scientists, decision makers, and representatives of the civil society in order to advance marine conservation and international governance issues. And for this 2022 edition, we strongly felt at the Foundation that there was a need to consolidate our program by devoting an entire day to marine-based solutions or innovations, and to target experts in the field of business, finance, economy, and philanthropy. And while the threats on marine life are increasing, and let me just name a few: overfishing, illegal fishing, pollutions, among them plastics, unregulated high seas, deep sea mining, or the green gas emissions from the shipping industry. Despite these threats, the solutions to address them do exist, and they can at the same time create jobs, profits, and new markets. In their opening speeches on Monday at the Monaco Blue Initiative, His Serene Highness and John Kerry both urged us to avoid the status quo and to break the mold in order to shape bold actions needed for the global ocean. And as you know as well, scientists have been warning us for decades about the major ecological challenges and the serious consequences they have on the ecosystems, on human health, and on the interconnection between ocean, climate, and biodiversity. However, let's face it, can we now consider that we know and that the world really knows? Who read the latest IPCC report, which was published at the end of February, but was unfortunately overshadowed by the international geopolitical events? It was yet another reminder, it was yet another alarm of the situation that we are in with regard to global warming. The window for action is narrowing dangerously. This is something that in this room we know, and calling us for ambitious multidisciplinary approaches and multi-actors dialogues in order to, first I would say, connect the dots between ocean climate and biodiversity issues. Second, connect science, policymakers, the civil society, of course, but also finance, business, and investors. Third, connect environmental challenges with the real economy. Fourth, promote, scale up, and leverage the existing solutions to bring appropriate answers for nature, of course, but also new avenues for economic growth and jobs. And fifth, I would say, break silos in the disciplines and actions to challenge the investments where they are mostly needed. So this is the spirit of this new Ocean Innovators platform that brings us together today. This is how we will refuse the status quo and build the necessary bridges between different worlds that don't always know how to co-design and how to build from each other's expertise or experience. Dear friends, today we will meet and hear from entrepreneurs and committed leaders who have developed innovative solutions or cutting-edge technologies with a significant positive impact on 5 issues that are at the heart of the action of the foundation. And I will name it: blue carbon, seafood, coastal sustainability, regenerative aquaculture, and plastic pollution. We will also discuss with remarkable impact investors who will share their expertise and approach to investing. And in order to provide the most effective discussions and great connection opportunities, the Foundation has collaborated with great entities. And I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our partners and co-organizers of the Ocean Innovative Platform, Barclays Private Bank, the Solar Impulse Foundation, Climate Tech, Friends of Ocean Action and Uplink, as well as the Sustainable Ocean Alliance. Thank you dearly for your commitment, enthusiasm, advice, and active support along the preparation of this event. My special thanks also to Romain Ciarlet, who seamlessly coordinated the organization of this very first edition with the support of Olivier Storelli, the Foundation, and the Yacht Club of Monaco teams. Thank you to our moderators, panelists, and guests for joining us in Monaco, joining us in this effort in order to take part in this intense and quite diversified program. We're delighted to see you in person, and I wish you very fruitful meetings. Thank you.
Olivier, thank you very much. Today's Ocean Innovator Platform has been officially endorsed by the United Nations as part of the UN's Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. From 2021 to 2030, the UN Ocean Decade will build on years of achievement in ocean science to get the science we need for the ocean we want. To tell us a bit more about that now, would you please welcome from UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, the head of Marine Policy and Regional Coordination, and the Ocean Decade Coordinator, Julien Barbière.
Thank you very much for those introduction, and thank you again to Monaco for the leadership that is being demonstrated today, but over the years, of course, in really creating this dialogue between science, innovation, and technology, which is really at the heart of a UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And in fact, some of you maybe were here yesterday, but we already started that discussion in really trying to create this dialogue through the event, which focused on enabling environment for innovative actions in ocean science, but really creating this dialogue. So I'm just going to say a few words about the decade, because the decade is really quite a unique opportunity and a unique chance to make a really big step change in the way we are delivering knowledge and the way we are using knowledge for societal benefits and environmental benefits. The background of the decade is that back in 2016, and I think we've talked about a lot, and Olivier just mentioned a lot of IPCC reports and scientific reports coming out, and the findings are stark. We are running out of time to manage our oceans sustainably. And to do that, and to help countries to achieve the sustainable development goals, we need the right investment in science, because SDGs are science intensive. We need to create collaboration across disciplines. We have major knowledge gaps when it comes to the ocean, the deep ocean, in the way the ocean is providing and sustaining ecosystem services. And not only that, but we need to have science that is not just good for diagnostic, but science delivering solutions. And this is why the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission started to promote this concept of a decade and really create a global coordinated framework to boost investment in science, innovation, and technology. And it's really about doing business in different ways, in the way we are designing the science, not just scientists, but really building a co-design approach with different stakeholders, the way we are partnering around science, the way we are funding it, and the way we are using it at the policy level and societal level. So this is really the ambition of the decade, which started last year. We have until 2030 to achieve our goals. But you should really see this decade as an action framework, which is really enshrined within the implementation plan, which is now endorsed by the United Nations. And the vision is really the science we need for the ocean we want. And to do that, the mission is to really deliver transformative ocean science for sustainable development. So the decade is really trying to achieve 7 societal outcomes. It's really where we want to be by 2030. We want a clean ocean, we want resilient ecosystems, we want a safe ocean, we want an accessible ocean where stakeholders have access to information, to data, to technology, to capacities to take action in their own domain. We also have identified 10 decade challenges, which are really the priority areas where we would like to see those investments. They are addressing ocean health, they are addressing the capacity of ecosystems to deliver services, we are looking at food production, we're looking at the ocean and climate nexus. So those are the kind of, the core priorities. But we also have priorities looking at the scientific infrastructure itself, because to be able to deliver solutions and knowledge on those 5 first challenges I mentioned, we need to have the right infrastructure in ocean observations, in data, in early warning systems, and in national infrastructures for science. And then for the last 3 ocean decade challenges, and I really invite you to look at the implementation plan, are more focusing on the capacities, the technologies, the access, the literacy about the ocean, and really the science policy interface so that we can really make sure that the science is being used for action. The way we work in the decade is really using a mechanism of call for decade action. So every year we issue 2 calls, which basically signal to the international community that we are looking for innovative actions in a certain set of domains. We have already issued two calls last year, and we will be issuing on 15th of April a new call, which resulted in the endorsement of about 31 global programs, which are addressing deep sea ecosystems, ocean observation, cultural aspects, because we're not just talking about oceanography here. We're talking about a really diverse set of knowledge systems that really need to be tapped. We have a lot of UN actions that are also put together, and those actions really, the idea is not that they are not working in the individual bubble, but really create an ecosystem of actions which can create synergies, which can work in identifying priorities for the future and co-design actions in those areas. So in that context, resource mobilization is also very important. The decade is not a financing mechanism, but it is really about creating an enabling environment for delivering support, investments, and funding around those actions. So to do this, we work with different type of stakeholders. We are also putting in place different type of mechanisms like co-sponsored call for actions, where we try to identify resource providers who are willing to invest in specific areas, whether it's climate change, coastal resilience, food production, and really align the process so that we have the funding and we have the great ideas that are coming out from the communities. In terms of engagement, because you should really see this decade as a space for collaboration among different type of stakeholders. We work, of course, with governments, and at the national level, we are engaging the ministries which are dealing with ocean matters. We have more than 25 national decade committees that have been created around the world, and hopefully we will have many more to come. We work at the regional level because it's also important to create collaborations amongst nations that are sharing a common ocean basin. So we have a number of regional task groups in the Med, in the Arctic, in the Caribbean region, which are also looking at specific areas and decade actions. We work with philanthropy, and Olivier has not mentioned this, but through the Prince Albert II Foundation, We are working through a network of philanthropic organizations, and next year we will have a pleasure to come back to Monaco to be hosted to really try to also develop more collaboration with philanthropic world in investing in some of those areas. Private sector is also very important. We are now creating a group of entities who are interested in partnering in research, in also looking at how, creating this co-design dialogue and really trying to understand what companies, industry need from science in terms of information, in terms of products, and try to build partnerships around those. And of course, the issue of innovation and technology is at the heart of all of this. We need to leverage the technology to achieve some of the decade goals. We have, as I mentioned, knowledge gaps, but that also means that we don't have systems for monitoring some deeper part of the ocean on a real time. So how can we really try to develop, new technologies, remotely operated, also how we integrate the data, which is also a major challenge that we're trying to address in the decade, to really get a much more exhaustive picture of the ocean and the impact of humans on the ocean. So I think in closing, what I want to say is that, please use the decade. This is not just a UN initiative far away from your concerns. We want to really have a dialogue with you, and I think the decade can prepare and offer a structured dialogue with science and ocean innovators and create bridge and partnerships. We want to also hear what are your needs, so in this concept of co-design, how can we, leverage the research to really deliver solutions which are needed by the end users. We can also see how the general and the scientific community can generate metrics and generate knowledge products to inform decision-making in investment. We have, new decade programs on blue carbon, on blue food, on coastal resilience. So, we can really tap and use these communities to work on those areas. And again, I mentioned the co-sponsored calls for actions, which also provide a mechanism for really aligning the resources with the actions. So with this, I thank you very much again for this opportunity, and it's been great to be here this week, and we look forward to seeing you in the near future and certainly in Lisbon for those of you who will be in Lisbon. Thank you very much.
Julian, thank you very much. Well, more and more countries, companies, and institutions are indeed committing themselves to reaching carbon neutrality by 2050. But in addition to reducing emissions, capturing carbon is a key tool in reaching that goal. We're going to focus on that now with our first session, co-convened with the Sustainable Ocean Alliance. It will focus on exploring essential innovations in climate mitigation and blue carbon. Would you please welcome with me now our panelists for this session. We have Dr. Brian von Hertzen, who will be joining us virtually from Australia, our moderator. Aminda Lee, also with us, Sam Zak, who will represent Dr. von Hertzen for us in person. Welcome. Anne-Sophie Roux, Emily Chary-Tissier. Welcome to all of you.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to this panel discussion exploring the essential innovations relating to climate mitigation and blue carbon. And for those of you following online, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Aminda Lee, as we just heard from our MC. I'm a former BBC journalist. I now am based in Rome, and I am an expert in environmental topics. I'm honored to be guiding these discussions over the next hour as part of this most prestigious event at Monaco Ocean Week. As we've heard, this session is being co-convened by the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, which, as you may know, is a global community of youngsters, entrepreneurs, and experts, all collaborating to solve the greatest challenges facing our oceans. Over the next hour, we'll be hearing about some of the blue carbon solutions already developed, being piloted and implemented to some degree, and also looking to expand. And we'll be touching on ecosystem services, ocean climate nexus, and data, the things that we've just been hearing about from Julien Barbier. The way this session is going to work is that I'm going to have a short conversation with all our speakers, and then we're going to hear about their projects and the possible business opportunities involved, and then there's going to be some time for your questions. When we get to the Q&A, those of you here in the ballroom, just put up your hand. We have people with microphones to come round. For those of you who are watching online, you can actually send in your questions at any time during the discussions. And then I'll take some questions from the floor here, and then I'll take some from online. And as you heard right at the beginning, if you want to spread the news about what you've heard today, please put on social media, use the hashtag MOW2022. So, as we heard in the introduction, we all know that reducing greenhouse gas emissions is one way to produce net zero, but capturing carbon is another equally important way, and that it reduces the climate-altering gases, and this is where our oceans can actually make a big contribution to fighting climate change. In fact, most people automatically think of trees and forests as the main national or biological way of sequestering carbon. But in fact, oceanic or blue carbon is involved in circulating 83% of the global carbon cycle. Aquatic ecosystems, such as seagrass forests and mangroves, absorb significant amounts of carbon. Our speakers this morning are going to be telling us a little bit more about that and telling us their innovative solutions as to how to help make the world the most of these highly effective blue carbon sinks. So let's meet our panelists. I'm not going to say much about them and their businesses because we want to hear about that from them when we go into our individual conversations. So we have joining us online, as we heard, Brian von Hertzten from Climate Foundation. He's connecting remotely from the hinterland of Queensland in Australia. We can see him, great. Okay, where they are actually just currently recovering from record-breaking floods. So they know a little bit about climate change there, Brian. While here in Monaco next to me, we have Sam Zak, also from the Climate Foundation. He's representing Brian in person here today, and he's going to be available to answer your questions. Also with me on stage, we have Anne-Sophie Roux, who is the founder of a company called Tenica. And we also have Emily Chari-Tisia, who is CEO at Whale Seeker. So there will be plenty of time for your questions. Those of you in the room, save them up. Those of you watching online, send them in when you want. So let's start with Brian. I'm sorry, you're behind me, so I can't really, I keep having to turn around to see you. But that's rude for the people on the internet who then would see the back of my head. So, Brian, you are the co-founder of Climate Foundation, but more importantly, for today's discussions, you're behind Seaforestation, a project to restore, plant, manage, and care for underwater seaweed forests. Brian, before you tell us more about your company, can you tell us a bit about blue carbon and just tell us exactly what it is?
Yes, thank you, Amanda, and good morning. For the past decade, the Blue Carbon Commission has been working on existing and emerging blue carbon sinks. And I think there are many ecosystems that really have a profound effect. We have traditionally seagrasses, mangroves, and salt marshes that have been recognized as blue carbon sinks. For the past half decade, we've helped to pioneer kelp forests as an emerging blue carbon sink that has perhaps the most scalability of all. And these are some of the tropical seaweeds that you can see in the background that actually have had a profound effect on being able to fix carbon in large quantity in very deep water. This example, over 1,000-foot deep water depth. The platform, of course, isn't near the surface, but it's it's something that we can use the open ocean and the mostly empty ocean to provide food security, ecosystem regeneration, like that turtle that just appeared in the animation, and ultimately measure the carbon export of these regenerative interventions.
And what potential does blue carbon offer the global fight against climate change?
Well, it's enormous. We have to start with decarbonization, as been stated this morning earlier. And if we decarbonize 80% or more of our civilization, then the nature-based climate solutions, including blue carbon sinks, can do the rest and contribute materially to drawing down the 1,000 gigatons of carbon that are in our atmosphere that are anthropogenic, and an additional 500 gigatons of carbon dioxide that's presently in the oceans, in the surface oceans. And we need to enable nature's biological pump to, in a healthy, natural way, restore that circulation of carbon back to the deep sea from where it came.
And what about the potential of blue carbon to help companies who are looking to go net zero or even net positive?
Well, there are a number of blue carbon projects that can be developed, but just as we see with the strife across Eurasia today, that the problems are multidimensional. Similarly, it's not enough to just focus on carbon. We have to also look at food security for more than 1 billion people who depend upon the ocean for their primary sustenance. And we have to look at how we can materially regenerate life in the oceans. And so much of that involves the regeneration of fish habitat for fish like these sardines that are next to me here in this background. And these sardines and anchovies are the base of the trophic pyramid for pelagic species and all other species. So in many ways, we have to look to the multidimensional solutions, and it's these integrated nature-based solutions that will ensure enough food for humanity, enough food for nature, and a clear way to measure the carbon export of these regenerative interventions from the surface ocean to the seafloor.
Okay, so talking about nature-based solutions, can you tell us a little bit about your nature-based solution, which is seaforestation?
Yes, well, the seaforestation using kelp forests and tropical seaweed cultivation presents a huge opportunity because we live in a climate-disrupted world. That climate-disrupted world specifically has these limitations that the water is too warm, and that stifles natural upwelling that is the primary source of nutrients for these beautiful kelp forests. So the challenge and the opportunity is to regenerate that natural upwelling using solar, wind, and wave energy, something we pioneered with marine permaculture over the last half a decade, to build sustainable hectares of kelp forest and seaweed farm offshore. And these offshore platforms can then actually provide the primary production, the fish habitat, and the food, feed, and fertilizer that's needed to ensure that we can make our agriculture climate resilient for years to come. I'm very happy to say that these platforms, we have perhaps the first and only hurricane-proven seaweed platform on the planet right now. And that's because we survived a Category 5 hurricane in December in the Philippines. Our platform was just 5 meters below the surface. And at 5 meters below the surface, it was able to survive 5-meter waves, 120 knot winds, and came out with most of the seaweed still on the platform, and the platform was completely intact. This is the kind of climate resilience that is increasingly important with the increasing number of typhoons, cyclones, and hurricanes. We need to be prepared for these climate disruptions and ensure that our agriculture and our mariculture is robust and resilient to the climate disruptions we can expect in the future.
It's very interesting. Now, you were talking about this project in the Philippines, but I believe you're also doing some work in Europe, in the Mediterranean. Can you tell us a bit about that?
That is correct. We've just signed a term sheet for the first hectares of marine permaculture in the Mediterranean. These seaweed rings will be able to ultimately regenerate the primary production in the Mediterranean, restore the natural upwelling, and ultimately we're hoping actually restore the sardines to Sardinia, being able to regenerate the forage fish populations that existed centuries ago in the Mediterranean, and really address a lot of the challenges of overfishing that will hopefully regenerate life in the ocean in the Mediterranean in a sustainable way using local seaweed and local fish.
That's absolutely fascinating. Sardines to Sardinia, yes, very, very important. And it's interesting that your solution doesn't just do blue carbon, but it has all these other benefits as well. So it's a multiple win. What kind of things are you, are you looking to expand? What are you trying to do with your seaforestation?
Well, our objective is to enable coastal communities around the world. In fact, we just had a call with our colleagues in Greece just the other day to discuss the first hectares that would go into Greece. But in each of the Mediterranean nations, and I would say subtropical and tropical regions around the world, and seasonally temperate regions as well, like Portugal and Spain, we have the opportunity to build hectares right offshore to provide climate resilience for these coastal communities so that when their tourism may not be operating so well, they have a really climate resilient solution to regenerating life in their oceans. And to scale these hectares, we've calculated that if we're able to triple the area with deep water irrigation every year for the next dozen years, we will be able to contribute to massive food security, ecosystem regeneration, and the potential to fix nearly a gigaton of carbon dioxide per year. So we see this as an industry that's growing, and we're really looking forward to welcoming people into our Marine Permaculture Alliance of organizations around the world that will be able to build and deploy marine permaculture systems hectare by hectare in coastal communities around the world, and ensuring sustainable livelihoods for millions of fishermen and seaweed farmers who need to continue, and they're on the front lines of climate disruption today. So it's a huge opportunity for economic development as well as sustainable ecosystems, and finally measurement of carbon export at massive scale that's beautifully scalable as we develop these industries.
Is it complicated to set up a seaweed forest? Just to understand, does it take a long time, or is it quite quick? Is the turnover quite quick?
It can be a matter of months, and the local seaweeds are available. There are 14,000 species of seaweed around the world, and by using local red, green, and brown seaweeds, it's possible to select local species. They're often populated by local sardines and anchovies, and that with the substrate that you can see in the video next to me, coupled with a deep water source of water that can be either from a deep ocean below or other approaches, it really enables everything that's necessary for these seaweeds to thrive. They need a substrate, they need deep water irrigation, and then they can grow beautifully. And we found 11 months a year in tropical locations, and probably 3 out of 4 seasons in more temperate and subtropical regions.
Okay, thank you. Well, Brian, thank you for joining us from Australia. I don't know what time it is there for you, but I hope it's not too awful a time of the day, but thank you for joining us. We'll be able to take any of your questions for Brian. Sam will be here also to answer them. If we have a problem with a link or whatever, you'll be here, so that's great. So those of you in the floor, in the room here, please save them. Those of you online, you can send them in immediately. I'm now going to move on to our next solution. And earlier I was talking about the fact that people are looking for ways to become net zero. Companies, they want to show from their corporate responsibility, social responsibility, that they're caring for the environment. And some of them even want to go net positive. And one person who is able to help them with her combination of technology and science is Anne-Sophie Roux, the founder of a company called Tenica. Anne-Sophie, can you start to give us some background of your company by telling us what it is, when it was set up, and what you do?
Sure. So thank you very much, firstly, for the invitation. So Tenica is basically a social business that provides ocean regeneration solutions for businesses and corporations that are willing to act for our planet and people, whether it is through net zero strategies or corporate social and responsibility, etc. So we basically restore coastal habitats, coral reefs, and blue carbon ecosystems for businesses and brands. And we lead a long-term scientific monitoring efforts in order to monitor the impacts, the growth, the health of the ecosystems, of course, the impacts in terms of biodiversity, of greenhouse gases, sequestration, and socio-economic impacts. And to make this data understandable by everyone, we developed a platform that is called Tenica Science. And that basically translates the raw scientific data using data visualization tools for anyone to really understand the data and to be able to communicate on transparent metrics. So we have been restoring coastal habitats for 3 years in the heart of Southeast Asia. And we are now developing our new restoration sites in all oceans. And yeah, this is a quick presentation.
Okay, now you actually, just to give a bit of, you don't come from a marine background, or you don't have anything. So what inspired you to go into this and to look into the ocean as a way of helping companies go into net zero?
So I'm a climate scientist, so I have worked on the adaptation of coastal communities to the climate crisis. So I've been kind of working on these solutions, but on a theoretical way. And I had the chance to go on the field, on the front lines of the climate crisis, to be involving and researching among the communities who are the most impacted by the consequences of global warming. And that's where I really witnessed the power and the resilience of the ocean and the impacts of ocean-based solutions to the climate crisis. So that's really where the idea of Tenaka stems from. I was witnessing these very powerful and impactful solutions, and I was like, why businesses aren't involving so much on these solutions, which, according to businesses, are the most priority one to mitigate the climate crisis.
Okay, and so where are you say you're hoping to go into all oceans. Can you tell me a little bit more about where you are now and exactly what it is you do?
Yep, exactly. So you just have a map here that shows our first restoration site. So we restore coral reefs in Malaysia, in the peninsula in Malaysia, and Borneo is our blue carbon restoration sites. So we restore Indo-Pacific mangroves, which are known to be the most efficient in terms of CO2 sequestration rates. And we are opening new sites in the Indian Oceans for coral restoration and blue carbon restoration in the South Pacific Ocean, so in New Caledonia precisely. And by the end of next year, we are aiming to be present in 3 different oceans, so as well in Central America. And so, yeah, as you can see here. And we also want to develop a new blue carbon solution for businesses, which now we are really focusing on mangrove restoration. And we also want to involve on seagrass and seaweed restoration, which is in our pipeline for this year in 2022.
Perhaps you need to be talking to Brian a little bit then.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, now, so you have a lot of people working with you. It's not just you, it's people out in the field. Can you tell us how that works and how the data collection works?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. So we are a team of 8 spread between Malaysia, France, and Mexico. So in France, we really manage all the operations with our clients and the next steps in terms of blue carbon habitat restoration. And on the field, we have developed teams of marine biologists which are restoring their coastal habitats and also monitoring in the long run the different habitats that are being restored. So, for example, for coral reefs, we have marine biologists that go collect data every month. So this is a kind of example for our blue carbon program where our marine biologists that are assisted by local volunteers are collecting data on a quarterly basis. And so this data is aggregated into Tenaka Science, and then each of our partner gets an impact report that is automatically transmitted every month or every quarter in the case of blue carbon. And so, yeah, that's a way for our clients to be able to communicate, that show to their customers, to their staff, to their stakeholders that they are having an impact and that this impact is measurable and it has a real consequence in terms of adaptation of coastal communities, of biodiversity, of mitigation of the climate crisis, as well as socio-economic impacts.
So your impact reports actually help them prove that they are working towards net zero and having an impact.
Exactly.
And I mean, is there a lot of uptake? Are they really keen? And is the science understandable? Because we all know scientists are not necessarily the best people at communicating all the time because they've got their own jargon. How you were talking about that earlier. Can you tell us a little bit more how you can make this data also easy for non-scientists to understand?
Yeah, exactly. During the introduction, Olivier talked about breaking the silos, and that's something I very much believe in. I think the purpose of Tenaka is really building bridges between different actors that are not supposed to be, or maybe are not working enough together right now. So the way we do that is through data visualization tools, is like graphs and images, and also underwater data and images in order for people to dive virtually into the ecosystem and to really feel what is happening on the field. And then in terms of blue carbon data, we have many new technology on our pipeline for this year and the years to come. Because blue carbon is a very new sphere, I would say, that is progressively being getting outside of the scientific world and getting into the world of companies, of businesses, etc. So there is a methodology to gather blue carbon data and to know how much a mangrove forest, for instance, sequesters per hectare, per year, etc. But what lacks in many parts of the world is the actual data. So people that go on the field and that collect this data. So it's also for us a way to participate into the scientific really process of gathering blue carbon data in order for every business to be able to put forward the net zero strategy in every part of the world. And sometimes it's not possible right now because sometimes we miss these data. So we first have to go to the scientists and say, we need a PhD, for instance, to really measure the blue carbon sequestration, and then businesses can pursue the net zero strategy thanks to this first step, I would say.
Now, you said that when we were talking, excuse me, when we were preparing, you said that at the beginning companies weren't interested. You had to knock on doors. That's changed. Can you tell us?
Yeah, exactly. So I first created Tenaka in 2019. And so then my first step was really to go out and see CEOs and chiefs of sustainability of many corporations in Europe with one question, like when you are trying to invest for our planet and people today, what is the problem that you encounter? And so the main problems that we identified was firstly the lack of KPIs, meaning we don't know where the ecosystem is being restored, for instance, or we don't know what's the purpose of this program. So that's why we really put data science in the very heart of our solution. And so impact monitoring is really the cornerstone of our programs. And then the other pain point that we identified was the lack of ROI, meaning today this world is mainly dominated by NGOs and philanthropy, which is great, obviously, but according to us, it's not enough anymore in order to reach our global targets, especially in the midst of the Paris Climate Accords. And according to scientists, we have only 10 years left if we want to restore marine habitats and have a real impact on the mitigation of the climate crisis. So that's why we build also tailor-made solutions for businesses in order to provide a return for them, whether it is through customers' engagement or better brand image or extra financial reporting, etc. We really want to develop a win-win situation for businesses because according to us, that could be a game changer.
I'm sorry, my water's gone down the wrong way. And of course, at the moment when you're coughing, it's really not a good thing. So sorry about that, everyone. Okay, thank you. It's really inspiring, actually, what you're doing. Incredible. And I'm sure if you have questions, so you will be able to put them to her in a moment, after we've heard from our final speaker in this panel. Now, Emily Chari-Tissier is CEO of a company called Whale Seeker. Now, most of you have heard of the importance of nature-based solutions in our fight against climate change. But when it comes to sequestering CO2 to save the planet, you may be astonished to discover that one whale is actually worth thousands of trees. Emily, can you tell us why?
Sure. So whales sequester lots of carbon in their bodies over their lifetime, but really that's just a drop in the bucket. When the whales die, if they're not washed on shore, their bodies fall to the bottom of the ocean, and that carbon is sequestered there for thousands and thousands of years. But more than that, saving whales and increasing their populations is important because then we have more whales that can sequester more carbon into their bodies and then provide more carbon sequestration to the deep, but also the important nutrient pump that they provide for the ocean ecosystem and for, most importantly, fertilizing phytoplankton. That's by far the largest carbon sink for the oceans. And without this cycling, it's really, it hinders the phytoplankton productivity. And so if we want to increase that type of carbon sink, preserving whales and making sure that their populations can increase is really killing two birds with one stone, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And in fact, IMF figures show that each great whale sequesters 33 tons of CO2 on average, taking the carbon out of the atmosphere for centuries, whereas an average tree absorbs around 22 kilograms of CO2 a year. So there's a very big difference there.
Right, there's a very big difference, and sort of what's frustrating with the carbon credit model is that it's been developed for terrestrial ecosystems where 1 hectare equals this amount of carbon. And so the first step is bringing that model into coastal ecosystems with seagrass and mangroves, and then deeper with kelp and corals, but they're still sedentary, fixed models. So how do we move forward and begin to put a value on whales that migrate throughout all of the oceans, that are very three-dimensional, that are part of a more complex story of carbon cycling? And I think that's one of the big things that sort of turn people off of this idea, is that it's not A plus B equals C, but all of the data are there. It's just that it's a more complex cycle, which doesn't mean that it should be ignored. Yeah, exactly. And so what's exciting about what Whale Seeker is doing is that you can see some of our photos up here. We use ethical AI to detect whales from images. This is an aerial image. These are narwhals in the Canadian Arctic. And they're all traveling one way, so they're all in one position, so you can tell that they're using this habitat for traveling. And what we are aiming to do is be able to work with governments, with private entities, with conservation organizations, in order to provide an auditable database, really, of how do we detect whales. We need to make sure that it's the same standard for everyone, whether you're a conservation organization or an oil and gas company. We need to make sure that these solutions are accessible to everyone, that everyone has access to innovation. And so one of the main priorities that we have is democratizing AI and making sure that all ocean, oh, my mouth is dry too, yeah. That all ocean stakeholders have access to innovation, which will also allow us to work together more seamlessly. And you were mentioning, Anne-Sophie, the need to be transparent, the need to communicate science better. Thank you. One of the things that we really emphasize is, thanks. One of the things that we emphasize as well is to be able to really understand what the client needs. And so if someone needs to detect whales, or if we need to develop, or if we're developing a system for carbon monitoring and a methodology, we need to make sure that the technology is synced with the biological and ecological science. And what we've found, same thing, asking people, why are you not engaging in this? The story's too complex. Why are you not engaging in this? The science isn't all there yet. That shouldn't stop us from moving forward, because the science will never be there. You know, we're always discovering more. This is the beauty of science. But we need to make sure that the tech reaches the goals of the scientists. So for example, there was a situation where a monitoring company needed to detect where all the whales were. They said, we're going to be innovative and use AI. And so the biologist said, we need a solution that detects all whales. And so the tech company said, sure, sounds great. They met a couple of times. They had the data. They paid a lot of money for this, because AI there's a lot of capacity that you need to build, and it's quite expensive. But they really missed the mark, because the tech company said, here you go, it detects all whales, but it also detected all pelicans and all boats and all buoys, but they got all the whales. So it's this type of developing solutions in silos and not talking to each other in a way that we really understand each other. So yeah, so those are the things that we're trying to overcome. And one of the reasons I'm very excited about what Whale Seeker is doing is because we have artificial intelligence experts, data scientists, software developers, all under one, I guess, metaphoric roof nowadays. But so we can really be sure that when we're talking cross disciplines, that the message doesn't get lost.
And you say your AI is ethical, but I mean, what does that mean? And also, how can you make sure that it doesn't get into the wrong hands? For example, it would be perfect for someone who wants to go and kill whales to have a thing that says, here are all the whales.
That's right. Yeah, good, very good question. So for Whale Seeker, ethical AI looks like we make sure that we know where the data are coming from. So these are our clients' data. We don't share those data with anyone. We never sell those data. Other companies have invested, most of the times, millions of dollars in acquiring these data. They're very valuable. So we work with them for those data to augment our robust algorithms. And then the more clients we work with, the better our algorithm gets. We also use master's and PhD marine biologists to label our data, so we're not outsourcing that to, poor nations that maybe don't have the expertise, because the training data set is really the meat and potatoes of AI. So, garbage in, garbage out. So we make sure that our data are annotated by people who are qualified and also paid fairly. And then, so this is the development of the AI, and we make sure that we adhere to the Montreal Declaration of Responsible AI, so all of those 10 tenets, but also the use of our AI. So how do we make sure that we don't make whalers more efficient? And so on our website, we make sure to explain how we engage with our clients, what our mission is, and if we detect that anyone is using our tools for, skirting environmental laws or harming wildlife, then we will stop working with them and remove our solutions from them. But it's a solution that's ever evolving. Cybersecurity is very important as well, because all whale data is sort of emotional and political. So it's always sensitive, but yeah.
And what about, I believe that you're actually starting to pilot a program on carbon credits for whales.
Yeah.
And I imagine that's not really very easy to calculate.
Right. We're speaking with Blue Green World, and so we're working with them to better understand how do we quantify that. What should the unit be? And these are a lot of the fundamental questions keeping us from being able to, have a solution on the market right now. So what we don't want is a boat to go out and almost miss a whale and then say, oh, we get 33 tons of carbon because we didn't miss this whale. Let's miss it again. Let's miss it again. So we don't want to gamify it and make sure that we don't cause any harm through our system. But this is part of the research that we're conducting with the Fisheries and Oceans Department of Canada. We're working with their Arctic division, really focusing on the Arctic because there are a lot of data gaps up there as well, And so, yeah, we're very excited about partnering with industry and conservation and the government to really tackle this from all sides and make sure that the solution that we do end up developing works for all parties as well.
Mm. And I mean, if we're starting to go into the thing of carbon credits and everything, you've actually described whale detection as a low-hanging fruit for companies wanting to go net zero, and also helping them in their holistic approach. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So in the vein of democratizing AI, we want to make sure that the solutions that we develop are using hardware that's off the shelf, that's available to everybody. Because obviously, if you need a, $50,000 IR camera, a lot of people don't have those means. So we want to make sure that the hardware is low hanging fruit, and it also means that our solutions will be scalable. But I guess I find it as plugging a hole in the bucket before you start filling the bucket again. So let's stop doing damage before before we start finding more solutions. But for a shipping industry, for example, their solutions are very expensive. To convert a fleet to alternative fuels, this is very, very costly. It absolutely is important, but something that they could do is make sure that they have IR cameras on their ships, that they can detect and start whales, and make sure that they can gather data on the open ocean as well, because we have a lot of information about whales in coastal areas, but not, international shipping lanes, in the middle of the ocean. And so this is a way that they can provide more data to ocean science, be part of the solution, be part of innovating, and then eventually when we have those carbon credits available, they can benefit from those as well and start to help them reach their net zero goals.
Great. Well, I have plenty of questions for you, but I think we should turn to the questions from the public. If you have a question, we have people with microphones that can come round. Please do put up your hand. And of course, this is the moment where everyone's going, I'm not quite ready for a question yet. The microphone? Someone... Okay. Oh, there's one there. Okay. We have an online question. We'll go to the online question first, to give you a moment to think about your questions. We have a lot of expertise, and it's a shame to not ask them to explain more. Aha, great, thank you. One brave soul. Hopefully you will open up the floodgates, as we say. In this case, a positive way.
Someone's got to go first. Ross Brooks, Catapult Ocean. Thank you to all the panelists, first of all. Super interesting. Question for Emily, actually. I wondered, have you explored, or can you explore decentralized autonomous exchanges for tagging natural capital assets such as whales, allowing them to mature as a financial product when they sink to the bottom of the sea? And I guess then the conflict is trying to not incentivize a whale dying and balance that. But I wonder, can you explore, for example, conventional technologies like AIS tracking to give stewardship responsibility to collective entities?
Yep, absolutely. So an industry that we're working with is mining industry. So they've got a lot of ships going in the Arctic, and so in our pilot project for the Carbon Whale project, we are working with them to associate their AIS data with our whale observation images from our flyovers. And I don't have the answers about exactly what the solution is going to look like. What will the unit be? Will it be a geographic area for conserving whales? Will it be an individual whale? Will it be a management stock? So these are some of the questions that we need to answer, and so that's why it's so important to have sort of all of the different brains at one table.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience here? Okay, there's one over there. If we could go there, thank you.
Good morning. Katrin Schuhn from Wasser 3.0. I have one question concerning the circular economy strategy behind the mangrove and seaweed stories, because I'm a chemist, and chemists are always interested in not only in carbon, there's nitrogen and phosphorus as well, and there's some discussion about the waste in the end, maybe not. And for me, it's not clear how such a strategy could be circular economy-like.
Okay, Brian, Sam?
Sam may be able to supplement this further, but if we want to measure if we want to track the carbon, the best thing to do is to measure the phosphorus. And that's because when water's upwelled, for every one phosphorus atom, there are 117 carbon atoms that come along with it, and we have to track that. Now, every phosphorus atom that goes into seaweed actually fixes 200 to 800 carbon atoms along with it, which means that any of that seaweed that sinks to the seafloor represents a net carbon export. And that's how we're able to very robustly calculate the amount of the net carbon export. And that's a biological pump circle. And it's probably worth mentioning in the circular economy, the circle from sea to land and back to sea again. And that is specifically that some of the agricultural amendments and biostimulants that we're producing with the seaweed are resulting in 20% less use of nitrogen fertilizer on terrestrial crops to maintain the same yields. And that's because these seaweed biostimulants upregulate the gene expression of the plants and enable the plants that are flowering, the row crops and vegetables and whatnot, to actually absorb more efficiently the nitrogen fertilizer. And in this day and age, with the prices of nitrogen fertilizer the way they are today, that's a huge benefit. It also reduces runoff by 20% and nitrous oxide emissions by 20%. So there's a beautiful circular ecology from sea back to land and to sea again that's worth illustrating, and perhaps Sam Zach would have some additional points on this.
Yeah, I would just add, really reiterate what Brian said, in that there's so much potential for bioremediation from seaweeds. So if they're growing near shore and there's runoff that's coming from agricultural use, while the seaweeds, as they grow, they can fix those nutrients and then return them back to the land, and also help contributing to displacing nitrous oxide emissions from conventional fertilizers. So in that sense, I think there's quite a bit of potential to develop circular products from macroalgae.
Okay, thank you. We've got a question online, and then we'll come to the lady in the back. We'll just take the question online. Oh, I think we'll come back to you. Oh, you're the lady who asked the question before. Do you want to come back then? Okay.
The question is there a phosphorus recovery strategy? This is the only question I have when we're talking about seaweed, and because we know about phosphorus and that this is an endless, non-endless resource, and we have to keep the phosphorus in the cycle. And for me, it's interesting to know more about the recovery strategy. But wait, maybe we can discuss it later.
Okay, thank you. Yes, have a discussion about this over coffee, because I think it's really quite a niche area of, but very interesting. And chemists always have lots of things to say about everything, because chemistry is very complicated. Thank you for your question. Let's just hear the question online.
Put my mic, thank you. This comes back to something you were mentioning earlier about the credit schemes. This person wants to know if you think carbon offset credit schemes are effective, and is the ton of carbon properly priced?
Would you like to start on that, Anne-Sophie?
Yeah, so
Just keep talking, it'll happen.
Okay. So yeah, on the carbon credits. So firstly, a vast majority of carbon credits today are planting trees. So the blue carbon sphere is very, very recent. And there is one very nice example, which I engage everyone to see here, which is called Mikoko Pamoja. They were supposed to be here today, but they are a pioneering organization that is the first in the world to have been able to sell blue carbon credits through the restoration of mangroves in Kenya. So go check them out, they're really great. But yeah, I agree that it can be, carbon credits are very tricky, because for many big corporations it can be used as a way to pursue negative activities, so greenwashing basically. So I think what we have to ensure is also the impact measurement tools and how the impacts measurement process is made. And so I think that's also a subject of debate, because one can also say that we need everyone on deck, in order to rebuild our natural capital, for instance. And so one can assume that it's okay to have the biggest polluters, for instance, claiming carbon credits and then continuing their business as usual, I would say. So that's a position that is arguable. That can be debated, but yeah, on the blue carbon sphere, it's really a very new sphere that is developing very quickly. So I believe that we will have many more activities and discoveries in the near future. Yep.
Yeah, Emily, briefly, and then we'll hear from Brian, and then we're going to have to wrap it up.
Yeah, just to add on to what Anne-Sophie was saying, I think it's really important for governments to recognize what natural capital they have, and that it's not just their agriculture, their forests, but really to bridge out more into the ocean and recognize that their marine mammals are natural capital, that mangroves, that their corals, that all these are natural capital that they should be valuing quite more than they are today.
Thank you. Brian?
Yes, well, I think it's important to have carbon offsets in order to reduce our emissions, but it's also important to understand the markets are now recognizing the superior value of carbon removal credits. And these are the nature-based solutions, the blue carbon solutions that we're talking about, have the potential for carbon removal credits. Just like Elon Musk's X Prize for carbon removal, it's actually focused on those processes that take carbon out of the atmosphere and sink it into the deep blue sea, as an example. And so this is a great opportunity for us to value the carbon removal credits and really articulate the high value that's available for those as a complement to the carbon offsets of reducing emissions.
Thank you. One sentence?
Yeah, I'll try and be brief.
You will be brief.
I will be brief, okay. I just wanted to add that whilst blue carbon is incredibly important and we recognize that climate change is really one of the biggest issues of our time, what's wonderful about these solutions, and I'm sure many in the room, is that they go beyond just blue carbon. They're about ecosystem regeneration, livelihoods, climate resilience, jobs. And so it's really important when we talk about blue carbon that we really keep this at the front of our mind, because if we make the case for blue carbon, keeping in mind these other benefits, then I think our solutions really come out looking really wonderful.
Fantastic. I'm very glad I gave you the last word, because that was a wonderful way to wrap up the session. Thank you. Thanks to all our speakers. Thanks to Brian for tuning in from Australia online. And I hope you all found it very stimulating and given you ideas for business and investment opportunities. Thanks to the session co-convener, the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, and of course, thanks to the organizers of today, the Prince Albert II Foundation. And thanks to you for listening, and thanks for the people who are watching online. And I think we will say thank you very much in the round of applause in the normal way.
Thank you, Aminda. That was a great session to kick us off today. Thanks again to our panelists. Of course, we'll get a chance during the coffee break, which is coming up after the next session, to talk a bit more with the panelists. In the meantime, our next session now is going to focus on the importance of blue food. Over 3 billion people around the world do rely on food from the ocean, but it's not always managed, as we know, in a responsible or a sustainable way. This session now is going to be on the future of blue food. It's co-convened by Uplink and Friends of Ocean Action. It's going to be moderated by Ron Tardif, who currently leads the Uplink Ocean Impact pillar of Friends of Ocean Action at the World Economic Forum. Welcome, Ron. Also with us, the panelist, Oriane Pertizot, who is a project officer from the Prince Albert II Foundation of Monaco, also the coordinator of Mr. Goodfish Mediterranean. Can we also please have with us Brian Takita, hello Brian, who is the founder of Urchinomics, Somia Belenderon, where are you? Voila, the co-founder of C6 Energy. And joining us from home is Serge Remekers, who's the founder and CEO of Abalobi ICT for Fisheries. Welcome to you all. Have a wonderful session.
Thank you, everyone. Is Serge online? Do we have confirmation that he's joined us?
There he is.
Brilliant, Serge.
Hey, everyone.
Welcome from Monaco. Thank you, everyone. My name is Ron Tardif. I'm a marine ecologist with a background in all things oceans, particularly focused on blue food, and more specifically, sustainable aquaculture. I'm the pillar lead for Uplink Ocean, an impact pillar of Friends of Ocean Action, hosted by the World Economic Forum and the World Resources Institute. I'm delighted to be moderating this conversation. A warm welcome, and thank you for joining to everyone here and online. Also, thank you very much to the Foundation for organizing this event. We've had to shake things up a little bit for the panel. We have some new joiners and some who couldn't make it, so bear with us as we might have to improvise a little bit. Just a very brief background about Friends of Ocean Action. It's a unique and informal group of over 70 ocean leaders fast-tracking solutions. The Prince is a member, to the most pressing challenges facing the ocean. Its members, the Friends, come from business, civil society, international organizations, science, and technology. Our mission at the Friends is to use our knowledge, means, and influence to help the international community to take the urgent steps needed to achieve what we call SDG 14+. Uplink is the open innovation platform of the World Economic Forum, built jointly with Salesforce and Deloitte. Uplink Ocean acts to help enable the other pillars of Friends of Ocean Action in support of generating a healthy ocean. And so we nurture and connect ocean innovators. We have 3 of them joining us today to influential networks in order to help them scale their solutions globally. And so Uplink is trying to unlock an entrepreneur revolution and drive systemic change for people and planet. Now, turning to the topic at hand, blue food has been of central importance for us at the Friends. We ran recently a Blue Food Challenge through our Nourishing Billions impact pillar, through which we are working on improving food security, nutrition, and livelihoods from blue food through the expansion and abundance in fish stocks and growth in sustainable aquaculture practices, as well as the reduction in seafood waste. And 2 of the winners of the Blue Food Challenge are also joining us today, Serge online and Brian here. So for those of us who are wondering, what is blue food? It's much more than sushi and moules frites. We're talking about any food product, and we're even going to expand a little bit beyond that, derived from aquatic animals, plants, or algae that are caught or cultivated in freshwater and marine environments. Blue food has a major role to play as the main source of protein and perhaps more importantly, vital nutrients for some 3 billion people, with global seafood consumption doubling over the last 50 years. In my own field of aquaculture, it has been the fastest growing food sector for decades. But the title of this panel is The Future of Food is Blue. And so we're also going to take an expansive look at the field of blue food. And we're even going to touch on how blue production can actually affect our terrestrial food systems as well. So let's dive in. So for our opening salvo, I'd love for each of you, starting with Serge online, to introduce yourselves briefly, tell us a bit about your innovation, your company, and also we'd love to hear how you came to the field of blue food.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all. It's good to be here. My name is Serge Raymakers, and I'm a fisheries scientist turned social entrepreneur. In fact, I visited the Oceanographic Museum around the corner from where you are more than 30 years ago, and I've not been able to get rid of my passion for the oceans since then. I run an organization called Abalobi, which means traditional fisher in a local Bantu language here in South Africa. And we co-design technology and implement models that assist small-scale fishers in doing things differently in how they engage with safety at sea in an ever-changing climate, differently in how they embrace and engage with data to then have meaningful conversations with conservation programs from an equal position as partners. And then more importantly, or most importantly for us, how these fishers engage in the supply chain. How potentially through our technology and our models, they're able to disrupt and reconfigure how they connect with markets. In essence, we run a digital marketplace for fully traceable and fair seafood in South Africa. And we currently have about 10 pilots around the globe working with partners. What's our goal? Reinvent seafood supply chains, but within a bottom-up process and a heavy focus on the first mile of the traceability chain, within a data framework focused on achieving triple bottom line sustainability. So we frame sustainability from a social, economic, and ecological angle. Ronald, how I got involved in blue foods as a fisheries scientist diving into fisheries problems, the fisheries crisis, it was evident we needed to engage in markets. We needed to work with fishers on finding ways to retain the value, to optimize the value, and of course, to channel seafood in a sustainable way.
Thank you so much, Serge. We'll get back to your solution and some of the fishermen that you're working with in a little bit. Over to Brian.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Tsuyoshi Takeda of Urchinomics. Were you able to get the pictures that I... Okay.
s'il vous plaît, aux techniques? No?
Nope.
I think
Okay.
if they do, they'll put it up. Ah, there we go. Is that it?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, well, anyway.
Sorry.
Kelp forests are one of the most important ecosystems that we have on the planet. No, I don't think these are it. That's okay. But if you imagine, the image that you have of the ocean is not what it truly looks like today. Essentially, due to a combination of overfishing, climate change, and pollution, we have allowed the humble little sea urchin, the little spiky balls, to essentially reproduce unhindered. And they have completely collapsed entire marine ecosystems. And yes, there we go, thank you. This is what many of your oceans look like if you look at where you're supposed to be looking, not just the pretty touristy areas that we like to see. Anywhere where you have industrial overfishing, you pretty much have a guaranteed urchin barren where the kelp forest has been completely wiped out of by sea urchins. The sea urchins then become empty because they're starving, because they have nothing to eat, and they essentially occupy the ocean floor, preventing the kelp from coming back for decades or centuries if we do not intervene. So what we do at Urchinomics is we specifically target those empty, ecologically destructive urchins, and we put them in our land-based aquaculture systems, and we essentially fatten them up and convert them from an ecological pest to one of the world's most premium seafoods, or uni, in about 6 to 12 weeks. And as a result of removing those urchins from the ocean floor, we allow the kelp forest to bounce back, and the kelp forest can come back in as quick as 3.5 months, like in California, or 6.5 months, like in Norway. The point is we are trying to bring market-based incentives and a business model that restores ecosystems as we service a premium seafood segment. So when we enjoy restorative sushi in the future, we will be contributing to the restoration of kelp forests. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And just to note on the geographic diversity, fully covering the oceans, I think, today. We've got Serge in South Africa with pilots around the world, Brian with pilots around the world, and we're going to head over to India. Soumya.
Hi, so I'm Soumya from C6 Energy. Today we've been hearing so much about the blue carbon, how seaweeds can actually be a very, very good, not just a carbon sink, but a whole range of applications. So when we started C6 Energy, the idea was, how do you make the sea plant, the seaweed cultivation, not just something which is used as food ingredient or novel food? That's where it is today, most of it. Can we make this at a very, very large scale and talk about much larger impact applications for use in agriculture, animal health, bioplastics? So that's the vision which C6 started with. Over the last few years, what we have done is to actually create technology which could help in mechanization of this whole seaweed farms, which essentially means that we could have larger areas of the sea which farming of a variety of seaweeds, which not only help in the ecosystems of the oceans, but also enable making products at a larger impact for land-based agriculture and animal health products. We're also investing in projects to actually convert these sea plants into use for bioplastics and biofuels. So those, of course, are the larger research areas which the company is working in. And we feel by actually bringing all of this right from your downstream of growing sustainable, traceable seaweeds, and then converting them using a lot of R&D and science behind it to make products which can impact not just one vertical, but across the board kind of solutions that you're looking at. So.
And how did you come to this field?
Okay. So definitely not planned. So when we started this, so me and my co-founders, we all started this right after college when we said that let us look at solutions which can actually impact not just the country but the world at large. And we realized that seaweeds itself have been around for many, many years, but the amount of science and technology behind it has actually been very negligible. If you see today, though there's a lot of seaweed farms in tropicals and temperate, most of them are still done at a very artisanal way. If you go to, say, Philippines or Indonesia, you would actually see multiple hectares of seaweed cultivation, but the productivity is about 10 square meters per day. Compare that to land agriculture. If somebody went and said, I take a shovel and I could plant rice or lettuce for just about 10 square meters a day, that sounds crazy. But that's the status of most of the tropical seaweed cultivation today is. And what we realized is if you really want to make a large impact, you need to address the solution of making this bigger. So we actually came up with solutions, what we call as a seed combine, which could help in harvesting and seeding multiple hectares per day. So now that's one part of the problem. The next thing is once you are able to sustainably cultivate the seaweeds, how do you make very quality, reliable products? It's not just making it and selling it in the market itself. So we actually set up very large R&D programs which helped us in identifying products. So we actually make biostimulant, which we sell globally today. We spent about 6 to 7 years of research on that, testing it in over 20 different countries to show that this could actually help increase the productivity of the plant anywhere between 10 to 15%. So, and the
I'm just going to interrupt you because we're going to come back to that. And I just want to give Oriana a chance closer to home to introduce herself. But we'll be back to that subject.
Thank you. So my name is Oriane Pertuiseau from the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. I'll answer the first part, the part on how we got engaged in ocean and fishing seafood protection first, because as everyone here knows, the Prince Albert is very mobilized and leader in environmental protection worldwide. And since the creation of his foundation in 2006, we started supporting various conservation projects dedicated to oceans. But I think the most striking example and the biggest achievement that everyone here is aware of is our fight for bluefin tuna protection. At a time when the foundation was created, scientists were alarming on the situation of depleted fish stocks for bluefin tuna, and there was a global mobilization. And today we are seeing that there has been a big improvement in bluefin tuna fish stocks. So. We also, that's our first step in seafood. And in 2013, the Prince Albert of Monaco Foundation started coordinating a European program, which is called Mr. Good Fish, dedicated to sustainable seafood consumption for the Mediterranean. It's a program that was created in 2010 by 3 aquariums in Europe, France, Spain, and Italy, to mobilize all the stakeholders of the supply chain, from the fishermen to the consumers, going through the distributors, fishmongers, to make the right choices on sustainable seafood. And in the idea basically was to say that through our consumption choices, we can change the way the supply chain works. So that was basically the thread of this engagement.
Excellent. We're going to come back to that. So thank you all for introducing yourselves and your solution. And so now I'm going to come back to each of you, and you'll have some more time to sort of dive into the details here. So starting with Serge, I think for Blue Food, fishermen is maybe the most obvious one here for those in the audience. So, and some 800 million people depend on fisheries for their livelihoods, and about 2/3 of all blue food production comes from small-scale fisheries. So, Serge, I'd love for you to speak to the importance of engaging with small-scale fishermen in the blue food revolution. Tell us about their role, and then, of course, tell us how important is the technology you're building for advancing sustainability within small-scale fisheries.
Thanks so much, Ronald. As you said, small-scale fishers are major role players in our ocean economies. You know, up to 40% of the global catch comes from small-scale fisheries. It provides, jobs for about 60 million people. Another 53 million people rely on the oceans for subsistence, and 45 million of these are women. 90% of the workforce in fisheries is in small-scale fisheries. So needless to say, it's a key ocean livelihood worth about 80 billion in revenue a year. My point here is that in our current narrative and hype around the blue economy, we tend to leave small-scale fishers out of the conversation. We tend to leave them out of kind of the innovation, out of the excitement, out of the opportunity. And I believe that's a mistake we need to rectify ASAP. aside from the fact that it's a key ocean livelihood sustaining millions and millions of people, these fishers, these same small-scale fishers, especially the indigenous populations, play and can play a significant stewardship role. They are the eyes and ears, they are the ultimate observers, they're out at sea almost every day, and in many cases, are the defenders and the carers of our oceans. So that's kind of my standpoint, that's my disclaimer. We need to spend more time focusing on small-scale fisheries as a major sector in the blue economy and how we think about a sustainable blue economy. Now, of course, most of these small-scale fishers operate in a very informal sector, with disenfranchisement, with marginalization. And so for us at Abelobi, tech is key. Co-design technology. So technology that is designed with and for small-scale fisheries can play a significant role in, of course, bringing these sectors or these small-scale fishers in a digital age, and at the same time creating opportunities for data collection that can create legitimate knowledge on what is happening in these fisheries and where we need to go. But at the same time, tech and data that can be used by these fishers, these fisher groups and their stakeholders to access financial services, to actually access markets, to reinvent and reposition themselves in the supply chain.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that intervention and for highlighting the importance of not leaving anyone behind. And of course, the role that technology can play, and perhaps we'll get some time to talk a bit more about your co-design of technology, which was something we discussed yesterday in the context of the UN decade. Over to Brian on the consumer side of things, and this is particularly interesting because we're not talking necessarily about nutrition, but food, as we all know, is super important, and we in the sort of Western world have the luxury where our food choices have an outsized power to actually shape our physical world. And so I would love for Brian to talk about, dive a bit more into urchanomics, but also tell us, how are you tapping into that consumer power? And perhaps there's even some current geopolitical anecdotes that might be relevant.
Okay, thank you for that. So sea urchin roe, as many of you know, is a very premium seafood product. The products that we are producing in Japan right now are selling for well over $500 to $600 per kilo. So it's not a mainstream protein that one eats to fill your belly. It is definitely one of the 12 toppings that you have on your sushi table that you enjoy. Coincidentally, when you open up a sushi menu, you look at the two most expensive sushi toppings. It's usually sea urchin roe and bluefin tuna. But this premium product is now one of the most hottest seafood products on the planet. It's not just Japan that's eating it anymore. North America has caught on to it. Europe has caught on to it. It is definitely a global premium product. The supply of wild catch is dwindling because of overfishing, yet the barren urchins are expanding all over the place. So our plan is to increase the supply of sea urchin roe, not by tapping the existing dwindling stock, but going after those empty, destructive urchins that are preventing primary production from happening. The key here about urchanomics is that it's not just a pure protein play of a product that we sell. It is actually the ripple effect that happens when a kelp forest comes back. When you get those urchins out and the kelp forests come back, all the other fish also come back, because that is a three-dimensional habitat for all the other fishers to enjoy. So we see our effect as an indirect effect in terms of the wider blue food movement, even though our initial effort is probably in that uber premium segment. Now, when it comes to geopolitical, a couple of interesting things have happened. One is that sea urchin roe prices are continuing to increase by double digits. It's been growing since 2011. Year after year after year until 2022, record-breaking prices. Now, with the sanctions on Russia, Russia being a major supplier of sea urchin roe into Japan, the prices have doubled again in the last few weeks. So we have an opportunity to essentially, with our consumption choices, choose not just sustainable, but potentially restorative seafood, and consuming that, and bringing that economic value back to those fishers, the artisanal fishers that we spoke about, and giving them an opportunity to participate in the upside of this potential. And that's why Urchinomics, as a concept, we always move towards co-investing with local stakeholders. We have no ambition or intention to own 100% of our sites. We want to make our sites at least, well, hopefully 49% of our equity to be available to local stakeholders so that they can be a participant in what we do. So, you know, global geopolitical issues are a quixotic tailwind for us, but we are hoping that we can use this and leverage this as an opportunity to drive more capital and more energy into restorative aquaculture practices, where the more we eat and the more we generate revenues, the better the environment becomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Over to Somya, shifting back to that line that you already started. I'd love for you to tell us about the Sea Combine. Tell us about how C6 Energy is effectively copying kind of the green revolution and applying that thinking to the blue revolution. And also, you've touched on it a bit, but tell us a bit more about why that's necessary, and then really tell us how is it that the blue is helping boost the green, so our terrestrial production.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ronald. So as I was mentioning, what we realized very early on is there is a lot of seaweed cultivation, and all of us know the benefits of it. It's not just very restorative, like Brian was mentioning. Once you have a seaweed farm, there's a whole lot of fishing around it. And this is something the community themselves will tell you. Where there were no fishes earlier, once you have a large farms, there's a lot more fishes around, and the entire ecosystem gets very restorative. But the issue which we also found was, if you want to make these solutions available at a larger scale, the current systems are just not enough. There are no tools. So when you go to, say, an Indonesian farmer or a Philippines farmer, the maximum he could do would probably be a few square meters per day. And even though the tropical seaweeds have a cycle of 45 days, it still means a very small area, whether it's for his own livelihood or for the output as such. So what C6 realized was, if we could start bringing in tools like, I would say, okay, green revolution or blue revolution in a larger way, we started focusing on creating what we call the Sea Combine. So this is typical to our land combines, which help in seeding and harvesting these seed farms, more at a very mechanized manner. Thereby, we're increasing productivity multifold. And what happens when we increase productivity multifold? You have a much larger area that you're able to operate on a daily basis, and that keeps just multiplying. And now you have so much more produce, which you could convert into products. So coming back to what I was mentioning earlier, we produce products like biostimulants, which actually helps in increasing the productivity of land-based products.
Could you just define that for the audience? What is a biostimulant?
Okay, so biostimulant is, we've all heard about fertilizers. When we started using fertilizers for Green Revolution, the amount of fruit production improved massively, and that is what is actually helping the entire food availability for the world today. So when biostimulants is a new class of products, which are mostly organic in nature. So C6 develops products which are completely organic as well. And these help in boosting the plant's systems more efficiently, take up the fertilizers more efficiently, the water more efficiently, and actually grow better. And because of that, what you land up having is, instead of, say, you get a few tons of wheat per hectare, you get that additional yield of 10-15%. So not only are you contributing to more efficient food production, but also an improved return on interest for the growers as well. So it's a very double kind of situation. You get a benefit on both sides. So we've made these products, and we are selling this currently in multiple countries across the world after a lot of R&D based on that. The other sector that we're also looking at launching products commercially is animal health segment. So we all know antibiotics use have been banned in shrimp, poultry, and cattle to a large extent, but still solutions to address the health of, say, for example, okay, you could ban an antibiotic, but what is the alternative that you have? Loss of yields are not really a solution considering the need for such food productions going up. So we've come up with products which actually help the shrimps and fishes naturally improve their immunity and fight against diseases. So that way, the growers are protected of their final yields as well. So we're trying to come up with mostly organic solutions, having the least environmental impact we can. Most of our processes are zero waste. And these are some of the solutions, apart from the R&D programs I mentioned in bioplastics and biofuels, which need a lot more work to move forward.
So what I love about this as well is that these are already on the market. I think all of the solutions we have here today are on the market, and I think that's really important to drive home that the solutions they exist and they are there and they're in the marketplace, as we've seen also in the previous panel. And so moving over to the more social innovation side, Oriane, can you tell us why this social innovation was necessary? What is it that you're doing that's innovative, and how are consumers responding to this?
Yes, thank you. So first of all, Mr. Goodfish is a non-profit. It's an echoing voice for consumers, and indeed, at the time when it was created, consumers were already aware of the fact that most of the fish stocks that we are consuming are overexploited. So the idea was to have a toolbox for consumers to know, because it's really complicated for them to get the information, and we're lost in the various initiatives that were existing at the time. So we basically make seasonal recommendations of seafood products based on 3 criteria, which are the fact that the stock is healthy, season, which would be outside of sexual reproduction, and the size of sexual maturity, so that in theory the fish is able to reproduce at least once in its environment before being fished. And it was innovative in the fact that to do that, we mobilized all the stakeholders of the supply chain. So we are working with scientific institutes to obtain the data, of course, but we're also working with the fishermen, and this leads back to what Serge was saying, also as them being able to collect and give the data on their environment and their working environment. We're also working with professionals, fishmongers, etc. So it's innovative in that sense, that we are getting everyone around the table to discuss and to see what are the solutions for the consumers. Another advantage is that for the companies and the actors, the private sector, they were in demand of having those recommendations and having an actor who could be able to translate science into concrete acting and buying choices. So basically, that's the in a nutshell the approach that we are proposing.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to turn it over to the audience for a bit of Q&A, and then we'll come back and wrap things up. My last question, and if you could keep your answers brief, that would be great. Let's talk about the blue whale in the room, money. So, so we hear a lot about risk aversion in the fisheries and aquaculture and investment space, and it can be complicated talking to investors about ocean food, blue food. So what has the response been like from investors or private sector partners? And what have also been some of the major challenges for you? Because it's not all rosy, although you're giving a really good picture. But tell us about some of those challenges, and we'll go back to South Africa with Serge to start.
Thanks, Ronald. I like this question. So before I answered, I think what I've realized over the last couple of years is that there's definitely an increased interest and awareness about the role of blue foods in overall development, in livelihood development. I mean, there was a study recently that calculate that in Africa alone, so on the African continent, if fisheries were well managed, they could contribute more to livelihoods, food security, and jobs than the agricultural sector. Now, that is a massive statement and a very important realization. So we've certainly experienced increased interest. We're also very active out there as we're preparing for our next round. So, you know, there are more and more impact investors that are wanting to find out more, that are wanting to dive in. At the same time, there are lots of learnings that still need to take place and shape. We're not speaking the same language yet. Many investors regard fisheries as a kind of a frontier market, and it's my job to change that. So, but at the same time, I'm a fishery scientist, so I'm also having to learn the language. But what's key, however, is that we look at impact first capital, focusing, of course, on scaling numbers, and there's definitely a sense in urgency when we look at all of this, but also on long-lasting change and effects. This needs patient capital, which is always a challenge, and partners, not just investors, but core partners that are in there for the long haul. And lastly, as you know, Ronald, I'm a strong believer in investing and channeling efforts where the problems are. Too many investors are looking at alternatives. Think aquaculture. And while these efforts are laudable, and I'm totally amazed by the work my co-panelists are doing, we need to fix our fisheries. We need to fix our fisheries. It's in our fisheries we can unlock the real potential of feeding the world within a sustainability framework.
Thank you so much, Serge. That's a really powerful message and statistic as well about what recovered fisheries can really do. There's a great report for the audience if they want to learn more called Sunken Billions by the World Bank that they release every now and then, which dives into that on a global scale, the hundreds of billions of dollars of lost opportunity from not fixing our fisheries. And one of our panelists who couldn't join today works also in Africa, Asia Ice, and they work on addressing the food loss and waste, which is something we wanted to talk about on this panel. It's something that we're passionate about at the Friends, and something like 1/3 of all seafood is lost before it reaches consumers. So another extremely important area that we're not going to really dive into, but feel free to reach out to me afterwards if you want to discuss that a bit more. Oriane, could you also talk about your private sector relations in that and how that's been and any challenges you've had?
Yes. Today, we have about over 1,800 major retail stores that are members of the program in France. So we are working closely with the private sector. I would say that the main challenge for us as Mr. Goodfish program is the training, and needed to be able to get the message across because there's high turnover in the industry, and then and we also work with restaurants, and I mean this is an internal challenge for us, but in order to see in the long term, if we want things to change, we need to have ongoing communication with the private sector to make sure that the message is getting across, and also that the recommendations are actually implemented. So that's our major concern. And on their side, I mean, the cost to join the program is, for restaurants, it's something like 25 euros per year. So there is no big challenge for them to join. For the retailers, we have a grill on, depending on the benefits from the seafood their seafood part of the income. But in any case, I think that it's a work in progress on both sides to make sure that the solutions are implemented directly.
Thank you, and it's fantastic to see so many businesses and restaurants jumping on board, and clearly it's working, what you're doing. Soumya, over to you. Money.
So, I mean, I would just go back when we got started. We started in 2010. And I think I still recall some conversations at that point of time when you start talking about seaweed, people are like, you mean the nori, which goes in the sushi? And that's the whole awareness at that point of time. But I have to say, over the last few years, there's been a lot of awareness in the sectors, both from impact investors as well as your regular investors. I mean, so what C6 has also realized over the period of time is you need to be able to bring in solutions which marry both the asks, where you're able to show the real impact, the machine. The vision that we have is actually having a larger impact on the oceans and the system as such. But at the same time, we're also able to bring economic value for the investments coming into the company. And that's where making products which actually are required by the consumers across the world makes a huge difference. So not only are you contributing to the whole impact side of things, but you have a very strong business model, which also makes sense from the investment perspective. So this is something that we've also learned and evolved over the years. And certainly, I think, like we were, Sergi was mentioning, she was mentioning, over the last 3-4 years, there's been a lot of interest in this particular field. And we're seeing a lot of outreach coming out. And I think there are a lot more people coming in to invest in the segment and make it bigger. And I think that's great news.
Fantastic. And I think Brian has a similar story about how long the R&D period is as well, 2010. So Brian, tell us as well.
Yes, so to develop a model that is restorative definitely takes a lot of time to figure out. But I would actually like to address, I think the question was really about money. So I'm going to take a bit of a contrary position. My issue is not money. My issue is time and speed to impact. We are well-funded by some of the wealthiest investors on the planet that really want to see this happen. But they have expertise and knowledge in certain geographic areas, but they don't have the expertise in the other regions where it matters the most, like the relationships with the artisanal fishers, like understanding the cold chain logistics of certain regions. There are very region-specific knowledge that we need. So we're not really looking for capital per se. We're looking for more smart capital who understands how to push the levers and buttons of the regulatory environment, of the infrastructure, of the systems that are in place so that we can deploy our technology faster. The reason why we are part of the UN Oceans Decade Endurance Program is that we also recognize that we have 10 years before everything is going to go sideways. That means that we've built the technology platform, and it looks like our technology works in virtually all urchin species in the Northern Hemisphere, and it's looking to the same for the Southern Hemisphere. So we have the solution, we just don't know how to deploy it as effectively as we can in all the regions where we can have impact. So my ask to this incredible audience here in Monaco is, if there are regions or you have friends that have expertise in the regions that are suffering from urchin barrens, I would love to be able to engage with them and work with them to deploy our technology faster. Does it have to be a for-profit initiative? No. We can fund the for-profit initiatives. Maybe it's a blended finance case. Maybe it's a nonprofit initiative because it doesn't make economic sense for commercial investors to come in. I'm fine with that. We have the tech, let's roll it out so that we can have the most impact possible. That's the blessing that I've gotten from my commercial investors. They've allowed us to make that open source. So I hope that there's ways that we can deploy. It's not about money, it's more about time and expertise.
If I could just add a comment to what he was mentioning. The other really critical piece in making this happen at a very large scale is actually regulations in the sea coming up and opening up. I mean, I could give you a real example. So we operate in India and Indonesia, and I see a world of difference there. Because in India, the regulations are still at a very nascent stage. You can't lease the seas. The communities have to come together, go through a large process to make that happen. Whereas in Indonesia, anybody can actually go out and farm the seas and use it for the benefit, right? So when you have that model available, the communities are more happy to move forward, the companies are more happy to come forward. So similarly, we need systems which actually help communities and companies access ocean more easily to make these solutions scale up. So that's something which is in process in some countries, but not always. So earlier in the morning, we were talking about UN looking at regulations which can help this. So if this is one piece that they can look at, how do you give more access for people who are trying to work on this? That would really accelerate a lot of this development.
Thank you both for those comments that it's not all about money. There's a lot of other benefits and other, let's say, barriers as well to scaling globally, and that's something that we've learned at Uplink, that many of our startups that we work with are not necessarily looking for or finding it that hard to demonstrate their value prop or financial return, but the scaling across the world in a complex legal regime like the ocean, I know can be absolutely taxing in some places. So yeah, some companies just need champions, and I hope that we've been able to help our startups in accessing those influential networks. So without further ado, I would like to open it up to the audience a bit early so that we can maybe have some more questions. Don't forget about Serge here in South Africa, so feel free to ask him some questions as well. So I think we've got some mics going around.
Good morning. My name is Mrs. Folia. I have a magazine here in Monaco, Wells Monaco, and I'm also consultant in aquaculture and fisheries. I've been working 24 years in the fisheries. And we are lucky today to have, thanks to Monaco, those investors. And I would like just to make a comment with the panel we are lucky to have today. Actually, you are all working very different area. We have Brian, which is in the seafood. It's not fish, it's seafood. We have Serge, which is in the fisheries in a very sustainable area of the world, South Africa, working in the local fisheries. So this is a very specific one. We have different people working in this area, and for investors it might be quite confusing to understand sometimes the logic between seafood and fish and everything. And I would like to quote just one thing. We are talking about food, and food is also not only food for human. You are talking now food for human, but we also have the food for fish. And the food for fish is extremely damageable. The production of the fish meal has been increased of 6% last year. We are reaching 96 million tons of fish meal. This fish meal is going to feed the aquaculture and everything. The logic that you have, let's say, Serge, in your area, could really work out. And we see even that the industry, like Oceana, for instance, is very well run. And maybe you have a different point of view on that, but I do respect a lot the way that fisheries are run over there. But if you apply the same vision that you have, let's say, to Mauritania, you will see that the depletion, let's say, of the tiof, which is the local grouper, and all the fish locally caught by very small vessel is putting in danger a lot of species, because you cannot actually know precisely what has been landed, and you cannot blame people who are starving, who are living from this protein, not to go for catching and make a living for their family. So at that time, the only agreement we have found is, let's say, to have quotas from Europe, and Europe has paid last year to Mauritania 60 million euro just to bring these fish on a sustainable way. And my question to you is, how can we talk to investors about sustainable fish? Because is fish sustainable, the fish which is locally caught, maybe not in all area? Is the fish from aquaculture sustainable? When we say that, let's say, Peru or Faroe Island or Mauritania will participate in the fish meal, that sustain the aquaculture. So we have a lot of questions on that. And I think when we talk about sustainable food, maybe for investors it's easier to tell them that there is a lot of range of small level projects which are sustainable in this particular area, in this particular technique. Could be. It's just a question or comment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that comprehensive comment, and indeed it is complicated, and so that's why we've put together some of these great innovators here who have gone through an extensive Uplink World Economic Forum vetting I think Serge is best positioned to talk about it, because we've had good conversations as well, and he's talked to the friends about how it is that empowering small-scale fishers can lift all boats, as they say, and making that more sustainable. So could you talk a bit about that, Serge?
Yeah, absolutely, and with pleasure. First things first, thank you so much for these comments. There was a lot there, and I'd love to respond to all your points, but that might take me a bit too long, so I'd love to engage with you, and you can find my email or my contact details very easily on any social media. But I'm going to start with the concept of sustainability. I'm a fishery scientist. I've learned a particular definition of sustainability. I've practiced that definition of sustainability and come from a particular angle. Now, over the last 20 years, I've engaged with small-scale fisheries along the South African coastline and many other countries that do understand and frame sustainability in a different way. Many of the fishers that I work with have deep local knowledge around our oceans, have a construct in their head, an image in their head around how the ecosystem works, how the ecosystem, their ecosystem interactions, ecosystem changes, and very often that knowledge is passed down from generation to generation. And I've learned in a very kind of humbling way that very often, if we even start talking about sustainability, we need to start there. We need to start there around kind of what is the image, what is the vision, what is the understanding at the local level, and how do we build it up? So that's the first point. So it's about that trust, the legitimacy, and what's the starting point. Secondly, we also need to be mindful on how we insist on sustainability. Now, bear with me. Of course, my whole program, my whole enterprise is aiming to push sustainable seafood to a fully traceable marketplace. But whether it's in South Africa or many other parts of the world, we work in Italy, in Albania, Croatia, Greece. So many areas close to you. We need to bear in mind that, again, small-scale fishers have never had that opportunity to engage in a sustainability journey or in a pathway towards sustainability. And so how do we create the platform, the enabling environment, the tools, the framework, the support programs for these fishers to navigate towards sustainability, to track and work towards a common vision? And I think that is really my main point here. How do we make sure that we give small-scale fishers that same opportunity that we've given many industrial sectors over the last 10, 15, 20 years?
That's a really perfect point there, and something that we'll actually be bringing another friend of Ocean Action, Rupert House from the MSc, to talk with our Blue Food innovators about their learnings as major global seafood certifying bodies about how it has been easier for industrial fleets to afford these processes of sustainability. And I think what's really excellent about Serge is helping to bring those small-scale fishers along. You wanted to very quickly...
Yeah, just very quickly touch on 2 points that you mentioned. One about the feed. In our context, we do not use fish meal, we don't use fish oil, we don't have antibiotics, hormones, GMO. We don't use any of the stuff that typically gets criticized in the aquaculture space. Our primary ingredients is actually the offcuts of sustainably harvested kelp. For human consumption. So I think the direction is to just not be part of that fish meal universe. The second point about fisheries and being an extractive industry, our hope is that by engaging with our local fishers, that we can turn it into more of a stewardship relationship, where rather than just extracting the fish that they have been historically fishing in the past, now that climate change has reached their doorstep, they can then say, okay, well, on certain days we'll go out and we'll remove the urchins that are preventing the kelp from coming back. We'll fish the other fish, but then we'll come back to restoring it because it becomes more of a community effort. So I think I fully agree with many of the points that you made, but I think that there are different business models that can be deployed that allows us to take that step further than where we are today.
So does anyone have a less complicated question? Because we have very limited time. So this gentleman up front.
Thank you very much. to finish back on that side, for the fish feed, you can come back to me. I have very good friends developing a fish feed from insects, which I think is a very hot topic in there. It's a company named It Insect. We'll talk about it a bit later. Anyway, so I'm Thibaut Montfort from Flexi, and I have a question for Soumya. You mentioned making the efficiency of the seaweed farming even higher, and we both know that one of the main arguments in traditional seaweed farming is that it allows to have a lot of jobs for the coastal communities. Aren't you afraid that by making this automation step, you would go against that? And basically, it's the balance between SDG 14 and then the SDGs like 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8, if I'm correct, which really focuses on making the coastal communities more sustainable.
No, very important question. And I think C6 is extremely aware of this concept. And that's why we don't use the word automation. What we use is mechanization. So there's a big difference between automation and mechanization. When we say mechanization, it's about how you help in doing more using tools rather than replacing people as such. So what we are essentially trying to do is bring in tools to help farm larger areas. And we can have two different kind of models. So for humans, for people to go in and say cultivate seaweeds, there is only a certain amount of shallow water area where the cultivation can happen. Now, the amount of shallow water area is limited in multiple geographies, and there is only so much that you could do. So what we do is we actually help in giving them mechanized systems where they could efficiently farm in those areas. And there's also a model where you can help in farming deeper waters. So those would be a much more automated, but then that's how you help in accessing a larger area, because we are talking about products which could impact multiple industries very, very positively. So it's important that we understand where we are working for which kind of applications and making it as an inclusive growth and not really looking at replacing what the community is doing today. Today, the amount of products required is far more than what is being produced today. So if we don't bring in the mechanization, this industry cannot be grown and nobody is going to benefit out of it. So it's all about balancing how you take people forward along with you and also bring in opportunities for expanding the growth which is possible in this area. So I hope I answered that question.
Marvelous. Thank you, Soumya. So we are standing between, I see we have some.
Just to circle back. Is that on? Yeah. I was wondering if you have invested in any assets to do formations of those coastal communities to use those machines as well, because obviously that's part of it.
So actually, we in both in India and Indonesia, C6 makes available a lot of, in fact, we actually fund farmers to get their equipments to actually farm. So we work, not only just put in our own money, there's also governmental money which is available. So we tie in with the banks or the governments to make sure the communities get that funds, and then they get started on this whole livelihood sector. So there are both the models involved here. So sometimes you have the contract farming models where the government, say, funds the farmers for the equipment, and we give 100% buyback guarantee. We say, whatever you produce, we will buy it, so that they don't have the concern of, what do I do with this if I start this whole opportunity? So we work in multiple models. I'm happy to have a conversation with you on that.
Thank you. So we are standing between this audience and their coffee break. So, let's wrap things up, and I will give you all less than a minute to say any closing remarks and perhaps centered around this guiding question of what role do you see for Blue Food in contributing to a more resilient and sustainable global food system. Let's start with Oriane.
Thank you. From a purely conservation point of view, I would actually maybe turn around this question, because if we don't have sustainable practices, and actually all of the innovations we've heard are so inspiring in that sense, there is no long-term view, and everyone here is very much aware of that. So I think that all the solutions that we've heard of and are going into this direction and participating in that.
Thank you. Soumya?
Our vision is, I think what would really be nice is, of course, all of us know this, that the entire world is 3/4 oceans. And how do we use them more sustainably and efficiently to actually address problems which are on land? Because humans, we use a lot of resources on land, but are there ways in which you can make that more sustainable and efficient is where we are looking at. And that's why we look at all these important impact categories like agriculture and animal health and plastics. So hopefully we could make a difference in that, bringing a lot of blue solutions to make it a more sustainable planet.
Thank you. I think that's a perfect synopsis of the need for efficiency. Brian.
I don't mean to be a downer, but I think we've dug too much of a hole in our planet's resources that sustainability is probably not enough. Sustaining maybe 200 years ago before the Industrial Revolution, maybe that was possible, but given how much destruction we've already done, I think we need to be looking towards restorative approaches, regenerative approaches, and hopefully oceanomics can be one of hopefully many examples in the future where it's not just about maintaining the current status quo of managed destruction, but rather that we are actually bringing some of these ecosystems back. So that would be my hope, is really a focus towards restoration, not just sustainability.
Managed destruction, I like that. Serge.
Nice, thanks, Brian. That was a good point. Blue foods are not going to play a key role. They're already playing a key role. They're already feeding hundreds of millions of people around the world. Many blue foods are part of a regenerative resource. They provide essential micronutrients. And of course, are often linked to some of the lowest carbon footprint production systems on our globe. Of course, there's some real issues at play, but there are also solutions, and there are many success stories of how fisheries can and have been rebuilt. My last point is that I want you to remember that small-scale fishers can and have an essential role to play in this.
That's brilliant. And with that, we've come to the end of our panel, The Future of Food is Blue. I hope that everyone in the audience will come away having learned some things about blue food and have a broader horizon and vision for what blue foods entail and the power and promise of the solutions that we've discussed today. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much again to you, Ron, to all of our panelists. Now it is time for your coffee break. 20 minutes, please, if everyone can be back here at about 11:40 so we can start back up again on our next session, which is on sustainability in coastal areas. Thank you so much to all of you. Have a great break. Welcome back, everyone. If everyone wants to start coming back in and taking a seat, we'll get started with our next session. I don't know if you can hear me back there in the lovely sunshine, but come on back. It's difficult, I know. No, it's all right. I'll call you up. Thanks. Remind me, Stoica? Stoic. Thank you for telling me. Yep. If I can invite everyone in the back to please move forward and take your seats, we'll get started in just a minute. Après, tu m'amènes le tablette. All righty, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. If just the last people in the back can come ahead and take their seats, we'll go ahead and continue. Just before we start, un petit mot pour les francophones si besoin. Il y a l'interprétation avec les casques, si vous avez besoin. I was just saying if we need interpretation, there is interpretation toward French if anyone does need it. So the first part of the morning, of course, we focused on blue carbon, we focused on blue food. We're now going to look at the effect growing human and environmental pressure is having on the world's coasts. This next session is going to be looking at the best ways to build sustainability in coastal areas. For this now, would you please welcome for this panel co-convened by Climate Tech, the lead developer for ocean solutions at Nature Metrics, Nathan Giraldi, the co-founder and CEO of eConcrete, Ido Sella, the co-founder of EcoWave Power, Ina Braverman, the director of international operations at Blue Action Lab, Jeff Stoic, and the moderator for this session, the founding partner of Ocean 14 Capital and co-founder of the Blue Marine Foundation, Chris Gorrell-Barnes. Welcome to you all.
Right. Hello, everybody. It's very nice to be here in Monaco. I'm Chris Gorrell-Barnes. I'm the co-founder of the Blue Marine Foundation. We've been working with Prince Albert and the foundation for about 10 years now on doing a lot of work with the Blue Marine Yacht Club, of which His Serene Highness is their patron. And we also have a bike ride, which if anybody feels like getting fit, you can bike from London to Monaco to help protect the ocean. And that's been a very successful initiative that's raised many £1 million over the year. My latest venture is Ocean 14 Capital. We're a €150 million impact fund. We invest in growth stage businesses that help support innovations within the blue economy. And today we're here to talk about coasts. We've got a great panel. I think, we've heard this morning, a great speech this morning, and we've heard from John Kerry and His Serene Highness about the fact that time for action is now. We've only got 10 years to effectively save the ocean and therefore, 8 years to effectively save the ocean and therefore save humanity. But where is that real pressure going to be? Where is the first line of defense? It's coastal communities. 3/4 of the world's population live within 50 kilometers of the coasts, right? So these are the areas that are going to get eroded from sea level rises. We're already seeing that. We're already seeing mass climate migration in some of the world's poorest countries because of the sea level rise. We're having nature absolutely annihilated in these coasts. I think only 15% of the world's coasts are now in their natural state. So huge building work causing huge problems with runoff, with sea level rises and erosion. And of course, you've got the issue around food and, all of the areas where biodiversity is at its highest is in the coastal areas. So it's absolutely fundamental that we focus innovation, solutions and investments on protecting, maintaining and restoring our coastlines. And we've got some great innovators and oceanpreneurs, maybe we could call you guys, that are here, are looking at solutions here. And we're going to focus this conversation on, how do we look at data solutions? How do we look at adaptation, restoration solutions? How do we look at energy solutions? How do we look at food solutions around the world's coasts? So if I could ask you all just to introduce yourselves, a little bit about your background, why this is such an important area to you, and what your business is actually doing to try and have a positive impact on the coast.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Ido Sella. I'm a marine biologist and co-founder of eConcrete, a company that's specializing in sustainable development of coastal infrastructure, specifically focusing on concrete. As Chris mentioned, 50% of world population resides along coastlines. And if we look at the prediction of how we're gonna armor our coastlines against sea level rise and increased storminess, it doesn't look good. As marine biologists focusing on ecological restoration and the impact of human development on marine biology and marine ecology, it's a very straightforward answer that we need to build a bit differently. And 70% of coastal infrastructure is concrete-based worldwide, and you can look out the window and understand that the materials that meet the water is usually concrete, or let's say mostly concrete, and that's the reason as marine biologists we focused on a solution for the concrete industry, specifically for marine construction.
So hi, my name is Ina Braverman. I'm the founder and the CEO of EcoWave Power.
Our company developed a unique, innovative technology for generation of clean electricity from ocean and sea waves. We have been operating a grid-connected power station in Gibraltar since 2016. We will be opening a power station this year in the port of Los Angeles, also a power station in the port of Jaffa in Israel, and we're developing projects in Portugal, in Spain, and in other locations around the world. I'm very happy to be here today because one of the locations that we really would like to work with is Monaco. You have amazing breakwaters, as you can see, and as Ido pointed out from the window. And these breakwaters, they're built to protect the marinas, they're built to protect the coastal population, but they're not very good for the environment. So if we could take all these breakwaters and turn them into a source of clean electricity, that would be much, much better. Plus our floaters, which connect to the external side of the breakwater, protect them against erosion. So basically they take the destructive effects of the wave and use it to turn it to a source of clean electricity. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathan, and I am the senior ocean scientist at Nature Metrics. And in Nature Metrics, we monitor marine ecosystems through environmental DNA. And that means basically taking a few liters of water, filtering that water, and taking the eDNA out of that and identifying the animals that are present around in that water. And why that's important today, I think most important is we have a lot of solutions, and these solutions are needed. But what we really need is a scalable and standard way of monitoring the environment once we put all these solutions into effect. And I think eDNA is probably one of the best ways to do that. We can put our kits into the hand of anyone and anywhere in the world, and even my 8-year-olds can use it, and they can collect and filter the water, and they can send it back to our labs in the UK, and they sequence that DNA, and we can we return you a list of all the species we have in that water. And so I think it's one of the important foundations to all these solutions that we're talking about today.
Good to be here, you all. Jeff Stoic, Blue Action Lab. And I couldn't agree more that the time is nigh for these solutions. And what the Blue Action Lab is doing in the island of Grand Bahama is facilitating and accelerating precisely the kinds of technologies that you're hearing about here today, the kind of science you're hearing about today. The island of Grand Bahama is really on the front lines of climate change. Low-lying coral atoll in Hurricane Alley. Hurricane Dorian in 2019 covered 70% of the island in ocean water. The aquifer was spoiled. You're still getting salt water out of the taps across the island of Grand Bahama. But on a hopeful note, Grand Bahama has world-class infrastructure, one of the deepest ports on the eastern seaboard of the United States, one of the busiest transshipment hubs in the Western Hemisphere. We have a regulatory environment through the free trade zone that allows us to do precisely this, to expedite the sorts of technologies that we want to see as the foundation of the industries and economies of the 21st century. We have coastal environments that are unparalleled. Coral reefs, seagrass beds, mangroves, Gulf Stream, 260,000 square mile exclusive economic zone in which these technologies can be tested, scaled, further financed, and then deployed around the world. So great to be here.
Thank you. 4 very interesting outlooks and solutions to coastal crisis. I'm a big believer in data being an absolutely key tool to solving the crisis. I think the ocean has been underdated for too long, and if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So I'd really like to focus a little bit on data and why that's so important. I think across all these areas, I'd like to understand how you're using data within your various businesses to be able to sort of explain what needs to be done and actually be able to measure what you are doing to protect the coast. And Nathan, I just wanted to start with you and whether there's, the data you're looking at the sort of the nature solutions we're going to talk about blue carbon a little bit later and where that comes in, but actually how you're utilizing data.
Yeah, I think, diversity and changes in communities and the environment it's a complex problem and it's messy. And, it's very hard even for now. I spent 20 years of my life, surveying fish in the water. And, but we were only looking at fish. And that's just such a small little slice of the tree of life. And we really need to be looking at the whole tree of life to get an idea of what's happening, what change is happening from bacteria to blue whales. And so I think eDNA, is a good first step in doing that and providing kind of that big data that we need. And I guess kind of the analogy I often think about is, I am still amazed when I turn on Google Maps that within a minute it tells me exactly when I arrive, right? How does it do that? Traffic is extremely complex and messy, just like diversity. But that's the kind of data, when you start tracking cars, thousands of cars, tens of thousands of cars, you can put that into big data analytics, and you can predict how long it's going to take you to get there. And it's that big data that we need, to start collecting across the globe and through time. We need to start collecting this diversity data so that can lead into similar models like you have in Google Maps, so we can start predicting where we're going, where that environment's going.
Thank you. And Ina, how are you using data at Wave Power?
So in the wave energy sector, we're lucky enough to have a lot of wave energy data. So we can just use satellite data and get wave information, how much kilowatt per meter there is, what is the wave height, what is the wave period, from these data sources that are already available. However, I think that is kind of missing in the wave energy industry is that I think the industry doesn't have like a one unique kind of, let's call it AI software that would determine the reliability, that could determine reliability of different technologies. Because there's different types of technologies in wave energy. There is offshore technologies, which are like in the middle of the ocean, and there is a technology of eco-wave power, which we can see here on the screen, which connects to breakwaters and piers and jetties. And basically what our company is putting a strong emphasis on, together with, in our collaboration with the Électricité de France, the French national electrical company, is developing a software that can be sold and used by other developers that would tell them exactly how much energy they produced in comparison to the anticipated energy for the site. So everybody knows what is anticipated, and now we need to create kind of the software that would really determine the efficiency. And then the industry will become much more successful, because in wind and solar, companies are already doing it. And when you can forecast accurately, you can also get access to debt financing, and that's key for commercialization of a new sector.
Have you integrated the system with any aquaculture?
Aquaculture?
Yeah.
No, not right now.
Is that possible, that actually you could use this system to be the energy that's needed for aquaculture farming?
We can. So we're looking at a number of possible combinations. So we can combine wave energy with different like fish farms that are out in the ocean that need electricity. We can combine it with desalination, because the movement of our floater actually creates pressure before it turns to electrical energy. We can connect it, like in Greece, we're working on a project to connect it to a waste facility. Like, so the waste facility receives energy directly from the waves. So you can connect it to anything. And luckily, as you said, most of the world population is living on the coastlines. There's a lot of businesses on the coastline. So definitely it will be much cheaper to transmit energy from floaters directly to the location of use.
And eConcrete, how are you looking at data and how are you measuring?
So for us as marine biologists, data is everything, but it's also reflecting on other things, which is timeline. Collecting data on processes that take a long time is a challenge within the industry. And zooming in on understanding how, for example, if we build a new quay wall in a port, it will take 2 years to generate the data that can be publishable and can be usable. So just taking into account, and I heard it also in the last session, the R&D process for our company took 5 years. So it's 5 years of collecting data across different regions in the world and assessing the technology before you can even start to implement it. And what happened is that since then, we have more than 40 projects worldwide using eConcrete technology for coastal infrastructure, which generate data on a yearly basis. And suddenly we started to understand we're sitting on a knowledge gap that was not available in other resources. Nobody actually knew what happened in working waterfronts, in ports, in shipyards. And suddenly we started to get this very, very important ecological information. So it's used internally for redefining our next targets and to work on our R&D, but it's also used by our clients to assess themselves and compare themselves to other, for example, ports that work in the same region or even in other regions.
Could you just say who your main clients are?
We work from a government level to the private entities. We have a project with the state of New York, the Rotterdam Port, the Port of Hamburg, Port of San Diego, New York, New Jersey Port Authority. We work on bridge foundations, Brooklyn Bridge Park in New York. The foundation is based on e-concrete. Now we are going more and more into the offshore industry, specifically on the way that the planned offshore wind turbines are gonna be installed. Think about an industry that in the past, the offshore industry was very restricted to a certain time, okay, until the resource has vanished. So talking about 30 to 50 years of a platform sitting out there, sucking everything out of the ground, and then you need to decommission it. When we're going to offshore wind, the area is probably going to be there for years to come. And the technology might change. So they might change the turbines, they might change the cables, but the area that was decided, that will be the area that will generate the energy for a very long time. So all the issues of how we address the impact that we create on this area is more strict and going through a more thoughtful process. So this is another market we operate now.
And Jeff?
And certainly data collection and application is vitally important, but I think equally important is making that data through analytics, visualization, as was mentioned earlier, making that intelligible to community stakeholders whose buy-in is required, and making that actionable to policymakers and government officials, certainly who play a key role in enabling the kinds of technologies we're discussing today.
Yeah, and we all set these ambitious targets for ocean conservation, 30 by 30. We want to, protect the high seas. What do you think could be restorative targets that we could set for coastlines, Jeff?
There were lots of discussions on Monday about sort of standardized metrics for sustainability in the oceans and coastlines, and it's a very difficult challenge. It's something that I think, and I would look to some of the key scientists here today to help us decide on. But it's not a simple task, certainly.
Come on, you must have some targets that you can set.
Point to the scientist. I think maybe the economist. I'd point the finger in other directions, because there's so many other factors than just science behind that. And it's social and economic, so yeah, that'd be tough. I think 30 by 30 is a good goal.
Yeah. Right now, the world is being very, very ambitious. Everywhere, United Nations, European Union, the US, everybody are saying they're going to go net zero emissions by 2050. Not going to happen unless we incorporate all renewable energy sources, including wave energy and tidal energy and algae energy and any type of new and creative energy, because solar and wind, unfortunately, are not available throughout the day and cannot achieve this capacity. However, a realistic target, I would say, is for countries to make certain policies and legislations, and ports as well, and municipalities, that if you have an unused breakwater, which is not prime real estate, turn it into a source of clean electricity, give back to the environment. Like, you don't have to build anything new to do that. In the future, in my dream, let's call it, I would hope that there would be a legislation saying that every time you want to build a new structure, and even in Israel, where I come from, which is a very small country, they're planning right now to build like hundreds of new breakwaters because of the rise of the water levels, because of climate change. If you could incorporate wave energy already from the design phase, it would save so many years in policy and approval and licensing. So that can be a realistic way of going forward. And setting like realistic goals, not like saying, okay, by 2050, we're going to be carbon neutral, but saying, okay, in 10 years, we're going to have 500 megawatts of this source and 1,000 of this source. Like going a bit smaller and not trying to push the date so far.
There's only one answer. It's biodiversity. That's the only, as I see it, and if you look at all the processes that were discussed,
you
even
answered my next question.
It's only biodiversity. If you look at the solution on the previous session, they addressed different species. They addressed seaweed, and they addressed urchins and sea urchins, and they addressed different species that have the ability to do, for example, carbon sequestration. If you look at coastal protection, if we will restore the biodiversity, we'll bring back those species that are what we call engineering species, we can protect ourselves better. If we can harness our infrastructure to provide us ecosystem services through recruiting different species. If we not gonna keep and put biodiversity almost as the same level, and unfortunately, I think it's behind. I think the focus on carbon neutral need to be shifted a bit because the tools for addressing carbon neutral is going through biodiversity. Then we can actually have something manageable and doable. And also, if we look at the next generations, and we're dealing quite a lot in our technology with the next generation, because the breakwater that you see here outside was designed for 100 years. Okay, that's the new standard in coastal construction, between 60 years to 120 years design life. Everything we put in the water is going to be there either for between 60 to 120 years design life. Think about the impact of those infrastructure on the next generation. So if we're focusing on bringing back biodiversity with that target, we're bringing so many other targets that are going to so many different items and in the industry, and I think this needs to be the main goal.
Chris, very quickly, just to jump in, biodiversity is key. 30 by 30 is a great mark to aim for, but in our conversations with the Bahamian government, and certainly not exclusive there, it's a non-starter in and of itself. The conversation immediately shifts to, you're going to lock up in 30 by 30, what are you doing for GDP? What are you doing for poverty alleviation? How are you going to stimulate the economy? So I think an important part of the conversation is showing that coastal resilience and ocean resilience innovation can be good for biodiversity and can be good for poverty and good for GDP.
So, and I agree, and I think biodiversity is a very good way that we can actually create some targets, and it brings me to nature-based solutions and securitizations, because I think the way that we can actually solve this is actually by putting a value on these solutions, right? At the moment, we talked about mangroves earlier, right? You're putting mangroves in the coastline. This is probably our best form of defense, right? From sea level rising, from protecting juvenile fisheries, from mitigating, coasts against storm surges and sea level rising. But what is the value of that plant to that city or to that town, right? Okay, we're getting there with putting a value on it from a carbon sequestration perspective, how much blue carbon is sequestered in that mangrove. There's still some work to be done. Where is it in the head, the tail, or in the seabed? But we're getting there, and there's going to be a value on that, which is going to be really helpful for local communities. But how do we put a value on that from how it is protecting the coastline? So I guess my next question is, looking at nature-based solutions, I know you're doing some stuff with oysters. I'm a massive fan of oysters and oysters regeneration and restoration. You're doing something in New York. Just looking at how you're looking at nature-based solutions. Are there opportunities with wave power? I know you're looking at that. I know that you're looking at funding some solutions with fisheries. If we could just talk a little bit about nature-based solutions within your spheres.
So I'll start. And I'll start with a fact. If we'll take a bar of concrete and we'll put pressure on it, it will break at a certain point. If we let oyster grow on it, it will break 10 times, it will be 10 times stronger. Okay, so even in terms of resiliency, even in terms of infrastructure performance, we want to have fouling community, chalcidic organisms, oysters, corals, etc., growing on our concrete infrastructure, because it's just a win-win solution. It's affecting the biodiversity, it's affecting the water quality, et cetera, et cetera. If we look specifically at oyster, I can give you an example. We now in the process of a large project happening in New York State. The tip of Staten Island, there's a town there that's called Tottenville that got severely hit during Superstorm Sandy, and basically lost the beachfront and also the first street and also life during that storm. The solution that was designed by the Army Corps of Engineers and by others was a chain of breakwaters. And what came up is that Tottenville was the capital of oyster cultivation, also oyster collection in 120 years ago. That was where all the oyster were running from the northeast of the U.S. inside for human consumption. There's no oyster there anymore, none. And the breakwater were designed with 3 targets: how we promote back target species, including the oysters, how we protect the shoreline and comply with all the requirements for coastal construction and ecological and engineering, and at the same time also supporting the local communities. We started this with a discussion with the clamming industry there, then working hand in hand with the Billion Oyster Project, showing that we can massively grow oysters, local oysters on concrete, even better than other materials out there in like bluestone and other, and incorporating those elements into the breakwater. So basically creating a living breakwater. And I think a lot of recognition was back from the regulator. State of New York was facing mitigation cost for this project. This is a project which is around $110 million in construction, was facing $18 million in mitigation cost for just displacing of water, of U.S. water, what's called U.S. water fill. And the Army Corps actually acknowledged this structures as self-mitigating structure from the mud line up to the mean high water. Which means if you think about a breakwater, most of its volume is underwater. So mitigation costs dropped down to almost 4 or 5 million. This opened a market. This changed the market, because suddenly solutions that need to be proven and backed up scientifically by third parties, universities, academic research, can go and be kind of a currency of building more responsibly in the waterfront.
And who'd believe it? Every time you eat your oysters and you just leave the shell, at the moment, in most countries, those shells are just going into landfill, right? And those are incredibly valuable, that if they're actually taken back, they can be put back in the water, and they act as not only a great line of defense for improving, or giving a better chance of the issues with erosion, but also it enables other biodiversity and species to grow on it, because it acts as a sort of natural habitat for other species to grow. We're putting 1 million oysters in the Solent in the UK at the moment, because they clean the water. So when you do eat oysters, do think about each one filters about 300 litres of water before you eat them. So sometimes question where they come from, but they are amazing line of defence in cleaning the water, but also acting to protect coastal communities. So and you into nature-based solutions, and how would that fit into Wave?
So first of all, we're providing the communities with clean electricity, which will take down the carbon emissions, which are a significant problem.
Even more important today.
Exactly, which are a significant problem of ports. Ports are unfortunately one of the highest polluting entities in the world. Second of all, we're protecting the breakwater against erosion. And here maybe we should collaborate with Eco Concrete. He will make the breakwater 10 times stronger, and I will connect the floaters, and then we have a great
perfect collaboration.
Exactly, we have a great combined solution. We can provide the two most missing things in the world are energy and water. So again, we can use the movement of the floaters to generate pressure and then do desalination for the local communities. Workplaces, for example, a lot of remote islands that don't have access to, national grids, they need electricity, and right now they're burning diesel, which is both very expensive and very polluting. Can you imagine what happens if there's a diesel spill in the Maldives? They're built on tourism, like that's not a good thing for them. Renewable energy can actually protect also their main industries, their main economies, create new industry that didn't exist there before. So I think like really doing wave energy or other projects in proximity to coastal populations, islands, and so on, have many, many benefits.
Great. Nathan, and then just so you guys can start thinking about the next question, it's going to be about funding. I know, Jeff, you look at private-public partnerships, but in all these solutions, they're going to require capital from the private sector and capital from the public sector. So I'm going to ask you the next question about how are you looking at the funding? What are the gaps? What are the opportunities? But first, you want to just talk about the nature-based solutions?
Sure, yeah. And I think, as was mentioned before, it's really about not targeting one nature-based solution like carbon sequestration, but it's about looking at different layers, right? About looking at coastal erosion and about fisheries production. And this goes back to what we're talking about, protection goals, and even that we can link it to GDP. It's about proving to people that it's worth it. Sometimes it's bad, when you want to look at nature for nature's sake, but the reality is we need to incentivize it to protect it. And I think we really need to move that way and think about it that way, and think about standardized ways to try to do that. Because in the end, we're looking at two crises, and we discussed this a little bit about biodiversity and the climate crises, and they're one and the same. We can't go about it in two separate ways. And I think all of that is kind of wrapped up in ecosystem adaptation is the way we're looking at it, because we're not going to be able to recover it the way it was. But what we can do is try to, prevent collapse and look at how we can make those communities more adaptable to what's happening to them. And so I think, nature-based solutions and making sure, because not one single nature-based solution is going to be that silver bullet, and laying those together is really important as we look towards solutions.
Agree.
To answer your first question first, we have two key examples that I'd like to highlight. Our nonprofit arm is planning a 8,000-acre mangrove restoration project on the north shore of Grand Bahama, mangroves that were devastated again by Hurricane Dorian in 2019. We have a workforce development component. We're working with nonprofits across the island. It's a wonderful project, but even more important to highlight is on the coral reef side of things. Breakwater for storm surge, biodiversity, livelihoods, fisheries, etc., aesthetics, tourism. Our entire model at the Blue Action Lab was built around one company initially, our anchor company, Coral Vita, recent winner of the Earthshot Prize.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks to them. They're, I think, a key demonstration of the work that we're trying to do. We ultimately want to build an entire, forgive the pun, ecosystem of companies like Coral Vita working across various verticals in ocean and coastal resilience, renewable energy, decarbonizing the maritime sector, aquaculture, agriculture, on down the line. But at the core of what we do are these two examples of nature-based solutions.
And we need that, how do we put a value on nature? How do we actually put a value on a healthy coral reef from a tourism perspective? How do we put a value on a fish alive as opposed to dead? You look at a country like the Maldives, right? A grouper that's alive that's going to bring, hundreds of thousands of dollars of divers and snorkelers is worth way more than that grouper is on a plate. So actually, how do you work with the local communities, and how do you put a value on these nature-based solutions and on the wonders under the sea?
Valuing them is important. Net present value is important, but I do caution against monetization of nature in the respect that if in an equation the cost-benefit analysis doesn't add up, well then we dispense with that particular resource. So I want to be careful about preserving the intrinsic value of some of these resources that we might not be able to monetize, but also understanding that sustainability or restoration is a moving target. And so that's why for us, and all kudos and respect to the specialists on the stage and in the audience, but that's why as a confessed generalist, we are very much trying to build the enabling conditions to facilitate all of these sorts of technologies to foster, to complement each other, because we don't know what the particular issue and therefore the particular solution will be down the line.
So let's switch to funding. I'm really interested to see what are your funding requirements? How do you look at your fundraising, and what's the sort of split between public, private?
Sure. Before that, I want to point you to your last questions regarding how do we evaluate the performance of nature-based structures. There's a beautiful papers published 6 months ago by Mike Beck on evaluating the benefit, the financial benefit of coral reefs. It's beautiful work, and saying and going back to funding. Well, maybe it's what I mentioned earlier. Environmental technologies take time to develop, and we had the issue of stepping out of the academy and looking for an investor and telling him, oh, we developed this. It was tested very nicely in the lab. Now we need 5 years of funding to do a proof of concept. And think about how long it took us to find an angel investor that was willing to fund a research for a proof of concept. And we managed to do it with a great bunch of people that were supportive on the dream in the beginning. And once you get to a pilot level and once you get to a small project, then the process is much easier. But I think what is missing is that portion that can support environmental technologies in a very, very early age, because this is where they are very, very sensitive. They cannot show ROI. It's not that they can show the code and how the code is working on the software. For them to show results, it's sometimes a matter of years. So there is a gap that need to be kind of a bridge by different entities, and I think it's super important that the industry will know that this is need to happen. Later on, I must say that we're a pure impact company. We're here to change the way coastal waterfronts will look and function. That's the reason we opened the company. And once you get the message out and there is a a lot of impact investment that is focusing. As long as you're showing different factors and you show a good business strategy, then they're willing to believe in you and invest in you. And I think that was that was a more easy process, but only on a later stage.
Do you see an opportunity out here?
Yeah, definitely.
Tell us about it.
So if you think about Monaco, so first of all, specifically in Monaco, it's very unique in the way that they're addressing their resources and natural resources. I wish you can see that in other places in the world. If you look at the work, the land reclamation work that was done, it was done with an extensive scientific work before that. It was the ecological impact of the infrastructure was evaluated and designed before the bidding process. It's a very, very unique, unique situation, not addressing just the caissons that were used to build the new reclamation, but also the general impact about it, and also the monitoring plan. So I think this is a case study for how you address the resource. You need to bridge between sustainability and development. And in order to do that, you need to go into, for example, project like land reclamation in a very thoughtful and designed way. And that's what the process that we saw in Monaco. It's actually also the process that we see now in Hong Kong, finalizing 5 or 6 years of pure data collection and analysis of different technology towards their upcoming land reclamation.
One more question before I jump to Ina. Who's doing it brilliantly at the moment?
There was places to be better, but Port of San Diego is addressing those issues in a beautiful way, and also I must say, like a side note, working with ports, it's not an easy task or a fun process. You can take it everywhere to do it where you want, but it's
except in Grand Bahama.
But it's usually a very long process, and what we see is a change in the port industry. Port of Rotterdam, we're now dealing with key walls. Okay, so Panamax within the Port of Rotterdam, the biggest port in the world, they're building their new key walls in a more sustainable way, thinking about those factors. We see that in the Port of San Diego. The reason that I mentioned the Port of San Diego, that the process was really fast. From the time that the sustainability team recognized the technology until it was implemented, it was a matter of a year. This is super, super fast, but it's a trend. We now work extensively in Spain. We're leading a Horizon 2020 project called Living Ports, where we modifying the infrastructure of the Port of Vigo. Port of Vigo in Spain is the largest fishing port in Europe. And basically replacing seawalls, quay walls, mooring systems, parts of the breakwater, with our technology, and the support of the European Union on that factor is immense, and really if you look now at the calls that are coming from the European Union, they're very focused on applicable technologies that can uplift environmental factors.
Fantastic. Ina, on funding.
Finally. So regarding funding, so on the bright side, we have funding. That's already good news. Our company is publicly traded recently got publicly traded on NASDAQ, stock symbol WAVE, important. So basically, we're currently funding our project through equity investment and also through grants. So we're leveraging on investment by grants that we're receiving, like from the European Green Deal, from Innovate UK. We submitted now with the Alta in the Port of Los Angeles to build back better the Biden program. So that's the good part of that. The bad part, I would say, and what does not enable really fast commercial rollout for wave energy sector, let's say, is the fact that at the moment, because of the novelty of the technology, there is no debt financing available. Equity is the most expensive type of financing that you can get, and sitting and wait, like, we have so many orders, and sitting and waiting for a grant, or each time building one project and then doing an equity round and then building another project, that's not the best way to make an industry like happen big time, you know? So I think this is something that is really important that needs to change. As soon as that financing will become available for wave energy, just like it happened for wind and solar, we will see much more, you know, assets of wave energy being deployed worldwide. So that's, I think, the key.
Great. And
Yeah, so investment for Nature Metrics has actually been not a problem. I think people realize, that we're missing this. That diversity is very important, but we're missing the gap. How do we measure it? It's already come up a few times, and so yeah, we're just going through another raise, and yeah, we just have to be careful we're not growing too quick. I think so. It's a really good situation for us. So yeah,
got to grow quite quick. We've only got 7 years, right?
what's that? Yeah. 7 years. So
You're doing okay. 7 years, enough time.
We started our work, our nonprofit work, 2.5 short years ago with a dozen companies, including Coral Vita, who I should add, if they had tried to apply for permits to touch coral reefs in the United States, they'd still be waiting for them. They're now the largest coral reef restoration company in the world. But we started as a nonprofit, the services that we provided to Coral Vita and companies like them, and we consistently were having conversations about investability. Where's the commercial model for what you do as the Blue Action Lab? And so just last December, we signed a joint venture with Founders Factory based out of London to merge their platform, their architecture, their 15 offices worldwide, their 100 full-time operatives, and our expertise and our on-the-ground resources to start an accelerator. 42 companies will be coming through over the next 3 years. And let's just say that fundraising for that went very, very well. And such that we're looking to start a follow-on fund. So we're moving very, very quickly. Again, money is not the issue. Patient capital, catalytic capital, concessionary capital is needed, but money is not the issue. It's about, I think, accelerating the timeline for these solutions.
Excellent. Right, I was going to open up for any questions that anybody might have. No? Yeah.
That we got in, just wondering, if the foundation gave you all an unlimited budget, what would you do first to save the coasts?
First of all, very nice of the foundation. Thank you. I'll be looking to sign the agreement after we finish here. But basically, just as I said, develop more projects. Instead of building, right now we're building one project at a time. So we built the Gibraltar project, we went and did fundraising to doing the Jaffa Port project. We're finishing the Jaffa Port project, we're going and fundraising for a third project. Like, it's too slow. I opened EcoWave Power when I was 24 years old. I'm 35 now. It's too slow for me. Like, really, wave energy is existent. Our product is working. It's in a very high readiness level. We have orders from all over the world. But really, like, building one after the other is not the most efficient way to do a commercial rollout and to really change the world. So that is something that I would do with the foundation or with any, let's call it a financial partner, is just deciding on building multiple of these assets and showing that the industry can also become profitable. Because many of my colleagues here also spoke about impact. But impact is great, and that's my dream and my vision, of course, doing wave energy, but impact is not enough. We need to create jobs. We need to show that we're competitive with other energy sources, including fossil fuels. If not, you don't have an industry.
The short answer would be to turn the question over to these folks. I mean, Blue Action Lab is in the service of you all, truly. But it's not, while it's not quite as nice as a blank check from the foundation, we're already looking to replicate the model or translate it in the Sea of Cortez in Mexico. We're working with a network of funds out of Mexico City to tailor the services that we provide in our model there. So I think the vision for us would be a global network of these sorts of hubs, of public-private partnerships like what we're doing in Grand Bahama with unique resources there, and tailoring it to site-specific conditions around the world, Latin America, South Pacific, Southeast Asia, and beyond.
So yeah, I think first what we do comes back to my kind of analogy with Google Maps, and that would be to collect data along the coasts of the world. And that's really the first step and the foundation, I think, to collecting enough data to be able to predict and really quantify what's going on in the marine environment. And two is then that data can be fed, more into what does diversity mean, and have a better idea how diversity relates to all these ecosystem services that we talked today, because we really can't, direct relate it, it's so complex. And so that would be one. And the second would be back to a previous comment about, how do we make this complex data simple enough for everybody to understand? And that's really key, and that's kind of what we're moving towards as a company, and really putting a lot of resources into that, because we recognize that that's hard. I think earlier it was brought up as an analogy, was like, break the silo, and that's really important, to be able to bring these complex dynamics and make them comprehensible, and so that everybody can join in and see why they're so important.
So first of all, thanks. and second, we if you look at where we apply our technologies, mostly in places where there is an environmental awareness. But the problem is that not all those places are responsible for the really major impact on nearshore communities and nearshore ecosystems. If we will be able to use other resources and go and make a change in places like Tanzania and Kenya, where we did a lot of studies on the impact of coastal construction, island states that are very limited in their resources. This can create the impact. Even if we look at our beautiful Mediterranean, if you look south of us, environmental awareness is not the first thing that they're addressing. And there's going to be massive construction coming up on ports, on the North African shorelines, just because of different economical trends that are changing. We can see that also on the west coast of Africa. And ecological value, environmental factors are not the major one that are more important there. And those are the area of uplifting. Those are the area of a major fishing industry. The damage that we see, for example, in Eritrea, which is where something like 20% of the fishing fleets in the world are fishing, is horrible. And they don't have a way to tap into new technologies that can uplift the environment.
Anybody else got any other questions? I think one area that we haven't discussed, obviously, which is very, very important with coastal communities, is food and food security and and employment and jobs. A lot of the small fishers are fishing within the coastal communities, within the territorial waters of these countries, and they're the ones that are seeing the huge challenges from overfishing. There's less fish, they're having to go further out in a lot of the developing countries, and I'm wondering if anybody had a point of view. I know that you will, on how do we look at how we're protecting these communities, these small-scale fishers, to be able to continue to do their work. What are the other solutions that we can look at in terms of potentially regenerative aquaculture and all of the other solutions that we should be looking around food security and food solutions within the coastal community?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the Bahamas, Grand Bahama, is a postcard from the future in a lot of ways. Not only low-lying coral atoll, high point on the island is 30 feet, but the coral reefs are suffering severe bleaching. You're seeing fisheries impacted adversely. So food security is a major question on the island. And I was there in February of 2020. COVID was just starting. Supply chains were shutting down. I was literally watching the shelves on the grocery store go bare each successive time I went to the store. And so food security is an imperative on the island, such that we are supporting the construction of a $430 million agri-park, carbon-neutral agri-park on the island. That doesn't answer the question of sustainable fisheries. We're working, engaging with a company that is using CRISPR technology to help grow kale and rice in salinated soils and saltwater. So these are some of the technologies that we're onboarding and in the hopes of answering this critical food security question.
Anybody else want to say anything about food security?
Maybe just in order to create food security, again, a critical thing is to have electricity. And if you're trying to grow, like,
The NASDAQ ticker again?
wave. But nobody needs to know the ticker anymore. I have a blank check from him, so it's okay. We cancelled. I'm joking. So, but basically, you do need the electricity, of course, for the fish farms. You need the electricity for everything. Other than that, it creates really enormous employment opportunities, which is something that you also mentioned. According to a new study by OTIP, basically, they're saying that until the year 2050, 10% of all Europe's electricity will be generated by wave energy, which will create about 400,000 jobs, which is very important.
Just maybe if we take this question and we zoom in at the end, when people are looking for resources specifically for consumption, if they don't have other, it will be near-shore fishing. So it's going to be rod fishing, it's going to be diving fishing, it's going to be near-shore fishing. This is like the low-hanging fruit. And if we build in a better way our waterfronts, so suddenly working waterfronts, and suddenly other resources that in the past was not used by local fishing community can be used, like the example that they gave on the breakwater, or in San Diego, for example, one of we found out that when we look at Google Earth since the project was installed, we can actually see the rod fishermen base there. So they're actually marking with the shadow of the roads where the revetment was replaced with an ecological revetment. So in a way, we need to start to understand that there are near home nature in a lot of urbanized coastal area is basically a waterfront. And if a waterfront will not provide us ecosystem services, and ecosystem services include the resources for consumption, then we're going to lose it permanently.
Yeah, and I think there's some great sort of studies out there of the benefits to the economy on land when the ocean is protected, the ocean is healthy within that area, both from, sort of sustainable fishing, but also recreational fishing, recreational diving, everything. That actually when the ocean is healthy within a coastal community, it benefits the economy on land. So I think it's clear from this panel that, actually supporting and protecting and restoring coastal communities is one of the most important things we need to do to, in mitigating what's happening with the climate crisis. And it's not being focused on enough. So we're going to wrap up now, but if there's anything you want to say to the audience, we've got sort of 30-second wrap up. Go for it now.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for inviting us. Next time, come with questions prepared in advance.
Well, this has been an incredible event so far. Thank you to our hosts. But I invite you all to come down to Grand Bahama, please. We'll do this next year down there.
That's good.
I'll jump and say that it's very unique, and the way that Monaco is treating and becoming a hub for idea exchange, and that we have a discussion here, and we said, oh yeah, we work in U.S. in the same place, and we met those people in New York and those people in the GCC, and it become a hub for knowledge, which I greatly appreciate.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. And I go back to that. It really is. It'll take everybody. There's a lot of great solutions up here, and just the connections that have been made here. Everybody's connected another way and can help each other out. And that collaboration is what it's really going to take. If we're going to make it and make some of these long sustainable goals. So.
And I'll echo that. Thank you very much to the Foundation for putting this on, for being such visionaries within the ocean and the climate. The Prince is an absolute leader in the ocean space, and we're very grateful for all the work that he's doing and the connectivity that he's enabling to try for us to win the next 7 years and to be able to save, restore the ocean, and therefore to protect humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all of you, Chris, to all of our panelists. No, it's okay, you can go. Yes, it is time now for our lunch break. Please enjoy this time now to eat, to relax, to network. But please, everyone, if you could all be back here at 2:20 p.m., we'll kick off again talking a bit more about money with our next session on ocean investing. See you back here at 2:20 p.m. Thanks. Well done. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. If you could all please move forward and take a seat. We're about to begin in just a few minutes. Can I invite everyone who's just finishing up their coffees way in the back, if you can hear me, please everyone move forward so we can get on time. We have a very packed schedule for this afternoon session. Thank you. If everyone could please move on in, we're going to start in 2 minutes, please. So if everyone in the back could please come forward and take your seats, we'll get started with our next session at this Ocean Innovators platform. Please, everyone, come to the front. I see you in the back there. I know it's hard. Come on. Take a seat. You'll get back in the sun later. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the second half of today's Ocean Innovators platform. Welcome to those of you who are just joining us now this afternoon. For those of us who are just joining us, just know that you can get a better look at the program and the speakers just by flashing the QR code on the back of your badges. Welcome to all of you joining us from wherever you are around the world as well. Don't forget, you too can be part of this event by sending in your questions via the Q&A button on your screens. Remember, wherever you are today, whether it's at home or here with us in Monaco, you can always tweet about everything we're talking about today with the hashtag MOW2022. Just another reminder, we have a very exciting keynote speech coming up at the end of the day today. That will be with the founder and chairman of the Solar Impulse Foundation, Bertrand Piccard, in the presence of His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II of Monaco. That's coming up at the end of the day today. Now, we talked a lot about innovation this morning. There are some truly incredible ideas out there, but the number of ocean ventures is growing. Investment, it seems, in all of those ventures seems to not be keeping up. So we're going to hear now from some of the leading ocean investors out there today to see how you all can get more involved in ocean investment. This session is co-convened by Barclays. It'll be moderated by the head of Sustainable and Impact Investing at Barclays, Damien Payatakis. Damien, would you please join me on stage now with your panelists, Jean Castellini, Jonas Skattem-Svedgarden, April Crow, and Mark Schroep. Welcome to all of you.
Thank you for the welcome, and on behalf of Barclays Private Bank, it is both a pleasure and an honor to be able to support Monaco Ocean Week for the second year. Our panel today is unique in its focus. We shift from the natural excitement of the entrepreneurs and the innovations that they're developing to hopefully generate some excitement for you within the audience to think about investing in ocean ventures. It's that often quoted statistic that SDG 14 is the least invested of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. But we're not here today to lament or to observe or to admire the problem or even to tell why we should be investing in the oceans. But really, our panel's ambition is to focus on how you as individuals, families, family offices, and foundations can be investing for financial returns and for positive outcomes for the oceans. With that, let me introduce the panel. First, Minister Castellini is the Minister of Finance and Economy for the Principality of Monaco, having been appointed at the end of 2012. Prior to this, he was the Chief Executive of J. Safra Bank in Monaco. In his current role, the minister has championed efforts to embed more sustainable finance throughout the Principality. Recently, this has ranged from a green fund to support innovation for sustainable and green recovery as part of the National Recovery Plan post the pandemic. 2 years ago, he launched the Monaco Sustainable Finance Initiative to align the Principality's unique roles with His Serene Highness's commitment to sustainable development. And finally, and most relevantly, taking the decision very recently to invest in a basket of ocean-related ventures as part of the National Fund. Next, Mark is the Director of Schmidt Marine Technology Partners, which is a program within the family foundation of former Google CEO Eric Schmidt. Schmidt Marine provides venture philanthropy funding and support to develop technologies and ventures addressing ocean problems around fisheries, plastics, nutrient pollution, habitat health, and ocean research, and has funded more than 60 efforts. Prior to his current role in past consulting, Mark built his career around oceans both as a scientist, studying deep ocean carbon cycling and algal blooms, and as a journalist across a litany of major publications and assignments ranging from seafloor by submersible to remote islands and through the eye of a hurricane by plane. We'll have to save that for a different panel. April joins us as the VP of External Affairs and Investor Relations from Circulate Capital, an investment management firm she helped launch 4 years ago. Now in its second fund, Circulate Capital is incubating and financing companies that prevent the flow of plastic waste into the world's oceans and advancing the circular economy with a particular focus on Southeast Asia. Previously, she provided leadership for the Coca-Cola Company's environmental sustainability and governance platform. And additionally, April has developed and managed programs and collaborative efforts in partnership with government, industry, and NGOs, such as the founding of Ocean Conservatory's Trash for Seas Alliance, and as a founding member of the American Institute for Packaging and the Environment. And finally, Jonas is the CEO of Catapult Ocean and the Chief Investment Officer of Catapult, a global impact investment firm and accelerator based out of Norway. Prior to this, he spent 15 years in the global asset management and investments, having launched one of the best performing and the only eco-labeled hedge fund in Norway in 2015. In 2019, Catapult Ocean was founded with a focus on food, energy, ocean health, transport, and data. And across 4 ocean funds, it has made 42 investments in ocean companies, making it one of the world's most active investors in early-stage ocean impact space. As you can see, we have an extensive range of ocean investment experience, so let's dive into the 3 topics of today's panel. How does a panel source, select, and support ocean investments? My first question, just a quick round for everyone. Start with you, Jonas. In one sentence, why should we, as individuals or family or asset owners, be interested not only to support or donate to oceans, but to invest in ocean ventures?
Yeah, I think I'm going to flip that question to the audience and the investors in the audience. And how would you like to invest for oceans and climate impact and back some of the next unicorn companies out there with a low correlation to the capital markets and receive over 40% net IRR?
Sounds like a good starting point for a financial return argument. April, what's your view?
Yes, I'm going to borrow from a comment that was made in the opening by Olivier this morning around the economic growth opportunity in this space. We have heard a lot about the challenges. We're well aware of the challenges facing our oceans. And when you have challenges to that magnitude, you have solutions. We've heard from some great entrepreneurs, great businesses that are looking to not only demonstrate impact, environmental and social impact, but also show significant economic returns.
Yeah, absolutely. The idea, sadly, that the biggest problems and challenges we have are also the biggest market opportunities. Mark.
So I would look at the starting point for motivation. So I would say, as we're all well aware, there's a great deal of work that needs to be done in the ocean to solve problems here. Some of that work can't really be done effectively at the scales needed and in the time frames needed using conventional philanthropy. But businesses and markets can operate on those scales. So that's our motivation.
Yeah, an interesting one. And Minister.
I would simply say, because it is our duty, and for us in Monaco, it is a very natural thing to do. It is in our DNA. Wherever you look, wherever you set your eyes in Monaco, you see the Mediterranean. I was born here, I grew up here, I went to school on the Rock, and I spent many late afternoons, I was not the only one, watching Cousteau movies. Voila, it's an obvious thing for us to do. That's not only something very dear to the heart of our princes, with, the tribute to Prince Albert I, in this very special year, the centenary of his passing away, but also obviously we'll get back to that, the involvement of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II and his foundation. So we're just following in their footsteps and implementing their vision then and now again.
Fantastic. I think voila is probably the best succinct response we could have as to why we should be doing it. But let's get actually into the three topics. April, let me start with you, right? We've got 5 different thematic panels today: carbon, food, coastal from this morning, and later regenerative and plastic. Not a difficult question, I think, for you as to which one is the most interesting. But why did Circulate Capital focus on plastics specifically?
Yes, I think I'm most excited about the opportunity to hear from the plastics panel this afternoon. But there's so many different challenges. I could talk to any of those. But at Circulate Capital, we started really based on science and data. I think that's another theme that I've heard today is how do we connect really strong data and scientific information to direct investment to really have impact. As you heard, my background, I spent 20 years at Coca-Cola leading a lot of the environmental work related to packaging and recycling. And as you can imagine, Coca-Cola is and continues to be at the face of this issue. So I use this term loosely, but I became the ocean expert for the company, attending my first World Ocean Summit 10 years ago, where the issue of marine debris and plastics was barely on the agenda. Fast forward today, my neighbors know about the issue. Before they would look at me like, what are you talking about? But now there's a real recognition, and that's because of the science and data, and that's what led us to our work at Circulate Capital. There was a study that came out in 2015 in Science that started to talk about the leaking countries and where the greatest flow of plastics were into the ocean, and it pointed to South and Southeast Asia. Following that study in 2017, there was one that looked at how do we put solutions in place that can stop the flow. Yes, we need innovation and we need to look at game-changing solutions, but how do we start now? And that's what led us. We had a number of corporations. Circulate Capital is also unique that the Circulate Capital Ocean Fund is a $100 million fund that is solely funded by large corporations from Coca-Cola and Pepsi, so 2 competitors sitting together, Chanel, Unilever, and others that have come together to put money into this fund to focus on an area that we know if we can stop the flow there, we can reduce and develop the infrastructure that can continue to reduce this issue overall.
Fantastic. Now, Minister, through the basket, which we'll come back to, your team made a decision not to start with focusing on one specific sector, but we've also talked about plastics being of interest and why that might resonate with you personally. And I'm curious about that, but also to what extent do you think, going back to your investment days, do you think sector focus for investors should be driven by personal interest or macro and market trends that we've heard about as well?
Well, let's start with the personal reason why plastic and plastic pollution is something very dear to my heart. I was talking about myself as a child. This is what children today do in Monaco in some of their classes, whether in French or in English sometimes, together with their French teacher and their biology teacher. They look at the damages that plastic pollution contributes to the death of fish, turtles, and other animals. They are keenly interested. This is another example of what I was amazed at working with my son on some of those issues. Maybe for those of you who are keenly involved with this topic, it is not new. To me, it was a discovery of how bad the situation is. They learn about recycling. They learn about cleaning beaches. They learn about what the Oceanographic Museum here in Monaco is doing to help nurture injured turtles. Again, when I said it's in our DNA, beyond the investor aspect of things that I'll go back to, it is something we have come to live with, and our new generations in Monaco, today as students, but tomorrow as investors, are already very well aware of the issues that we professionals will be dealing with later this afternoon.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, absolutely. That connection with the next generation in the more natural and intuitive way that they see connection between environmental and economic and social issues is quite profound. Jonas, as we said, Catapult Ocean has verticals around food, energy, transport, health, and data. You know, if you're talking to investors, at present, where do you see the fastest growing sectors that you're interested in?
I think we're spending a lot of time with our investors being family offices, foundations, corporate ventures, pension funds. A lot of time around those topics that they know. Investors would like to invest in things that are familiar with them. So whether or not it's ocean energy or new future food ways or transportation and shipping in this industry, that's where we see the most activity and their first interest. So I think to activate investors into this blue economy and innovation space, we need to find those intersections. And we do have some very specific investors chasing plastics, chasing reef restoration and marine protected areas. But at Catapult, we're investing quite broadly, as you know, to activate the whole industry.
And Mark, would you agree with that? Are those the sectors that are interesting to Marine Schmidt? But also, is that where you want to be funding?
Well, we're certainly interested in those sectors, but we take a little bit of a different approach because we've always tried to focus as much as possible on the gaps among the things that I think we all agree are important. Because it's easier for us to fund than for a traditional investor because we don't have to have those returns to feed into our model. So we try to find the gaps. We've always done that. We're still, figuring things out. But for us, more recently, it's been more of a process of trying to ask the question of what are the greatest needs of, I would say the more acute ocean issues, and of those, where does our model kind of fit the best? So for us, we've ended up focusing, we still do all those things, that broad range that you talked about, but we have focused in a little more on nutrient pollution, dealing with these issues that are driving so many problems in the coastal waters and fisheries, sustainable fisheries.
Okay, so almost as leading indicators to what Jonas and April's and other might be looking at later on, which is really interesting to think about. I know we can go on, but let's move on, just given time, to the second topic around selection, sort of picking what does good ocean ventures look like. Jonas, let me come back to you. So 42 ocean investments, actually 100 in Catapult, including 4 impact unicorns, as it were. And given that number that is made it into the portfolio, I can only imagine how many have been diligenced sort of through that process. Let's talk about your selection process for a moment. If you were to think about what are the top 3 criteria that greenlight an investment for you, what would those be?
It's team, and team.
Okay.
With a wrap of course, the financial returns and the coachability to the founders and the team.
Let me push you though, because what makes that different from traditional venture? What is unique, do you think, about Oceans relative to other venture that you're either doing in Catapult as such?
Just to take 2 steps back, we're impact investors, so we would like to see we would like to see the founders and team have their minds into it, but also the heart. We believe in that's when you get the beautiful founders team and the next unicorns of this decade. So we're always chasing, and when I'm saying team, it's that we will always find our answers with those teams. That's that's the ones driving this innovation and the change we need to see.
And how much is it technical knowledge relative to business knowledge, relative to passion? Where are you weighting on those? Or even, as we talked about last night, diversity within the team?
We think that we need to see them to be coachable. So the business knowledge, we have a lot of modules that we're working on together with our founders on that. They need to be technical. They need to understand the specific solutions that they're trying to solve, obviously. So that's if I were to choose, that's the most important.
Okay. April, let me come to you. How does picking ventures in a single sector make it both easier and more challenging for Circulate?
Yeah, it's similar that we're looking at this from a catalytic capital perspective. So while our first fund has these corporate partners who maybe have a little bit more patience around the return and tolerance around that, our premise is around solving this problem of ocean plastic. And the million-dollar question, or in this case, the multi-billion-dollar question of how do you get that infrastructure in place, has to bring in institutional investors and investors of much larger sizes than the fund that we have. So that's one of the first lenses that we use, is around looking at what the potential opportunity is, both from an economic perspective to show the return, so the type of team in place, the history, their business plan, but then also clearly combining it with impact. What impact does this potential solution have on the issue overall? And how can we make sure that it's something that we can scale and move to other parts of the world?
Okay. And Mark, does that sound familiar to you? I mean, as you said, you're picking innovations at an earlier stage. So there's less to be developed, there's less traction probably, or commercial model. How do you think about what has potential to succeed when you have less track record and less visibility of the venture and what it's been doing?
Yeah. It is different, but it's a version of the same thing. So we have learned sometimes the hard way that it is the people. I know that's obvious enough, but there were times where we kind of lost sight of that. So the idea, obviously, the potential impact and benefits of the idea, and coachability, openness to working with people. It's not going to be me, but the people that we're going to try to connect you with. And I think a realistic understanding of the challenges and sort of realistic goals, that reflect that understanding, because you don't always find that, especially in the earliest stages. And the other things, I mean, obviously it depends on at what stage they are, but obviously we like to see a business model that's workable if they're at that stage. But those things, people can be helped with those things. You can't fix the people.
Interesting. We're going to come back maybe to the challenges or failures. I think often lessons learned from those postmortems, very interesting. But Minister, let me come to you. The other panel members obviously selecting individual organizations and companies. You and the team made a decision to invest via an investment manager. Can you share a little bit of the thought process there and why that was attractive for the ministry?
But before we come to that, I would say that Monaco is not just geographically blessed, we're also financially blessed, because we're one of the few countries in the world with no debt and no structural budget deficit. And as we manage our public finances well, we come up with budget surpluses, which we invest in a reserve fund in sustainable ways. And so we do not invest ourselves. We're too few people to do that. We select investment professionals around the world we've started investing in sustainable ESG-like strategies 20 years ago. So we were among the pioneers, and we've come even closer to the topic we're addressing today by indeed selecting one specific investment manager for Blue Ocean initiative, and all sectors being represented: energy, fishing, aquaculture, shipping, and we mentioned also plastics. Looking at high growth, high impact companies within the climate change and the sustainable blue economies. And we're focusing on the blue ocean economy investments as they are the ones which most complement Monaco's Blue Ocean initiative. So not only do we do good, but I think we do well by selecting qualified professionals whom we trust and whom we give our surplus to manage, if I may say so.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in terms of that, thinking about sort of the stages, right? And there's a couple of public market ocean economy type funds, but this is in the private markets as well, so earlier stage, which is quite innovative as well for a national fund to be putting money into as well. Can you explain a little bit why you thought that was valuable and worthwhile to do in terms of that earlier stage company idea?
Also because we think it's excellent diversification. So going back to my very, very early years in the industry, I used to work for a Berkeley-based investment management financial software company. And that today is still something very dear to my mind, where we have to figure out, back of those days when only risk and return were the two dimensions we were dealing with, we're now dealing with sustainability and impact as additional dimensions. I read with much interest a quote from your chief impact officer at Circulate Capital. In my days, CIO meant chief investment officer. Now it's good to see that it also means chief impact officer. And that lady said, we know that inclusive investing is smart investing. And so if we can be at the same time smart, looking for investment solutions which provide high double-digit returns like the ones you referred to, portfolio diversification, and at the same time, it benefits the planet and it's aligned with the objectives of His Serene Highness for the preservation of the ocean, I think we're doing the right thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think what we're hearing is it's building a case both from an investment perspective, diversification. We see more and more families going into private markets, using that to avoid some of the volatility that we're obviously seeing in the markets today, as well as the benefits and the directness of the investments that they're making, and the additionality that also generates. I think for many individuals, being able to actually see the companies grow is something that's a real joy to be able to say they put capital into those. And very clearly, from the Notion perspective, you see that substantially because of the underfunding. Let's move on just to the last topic in that idea of support. And Mark, in one of the prep conversations, one statement I noted, amongst others, you said many good quality ocean ventures die that shouldn't. That being said, you also had the contrapositive, which is many bad ocean ventures stay alive longer than they should. But we'll park that one for the moment. Let's focus on the good ones that should be able to continue. Why do you think that don't? Why do you think that's the case? And beyond capital, what else do you think is really needed to support the growth of ocean ventures?
Well, I think in a sense you could trace it to capital. So the starting point, I would say, and this was kind of our starting premise when the program was founded, and I think it's proven out, because there are so few resources, at least traditionally have been so few resources in the oceans, that leads to a different sort of work. So especially if you're talking about like oceanographers who laughingly but accurately say, they deal with baling wire and duct tape. That's the life they've led, so they haven't been able to oftentimes get the funding they need. So a lot of the people that we work with come with that mindset. But also, and they shouldn't be business experts, but they don't have that business expertise. And so they'll have a great idea, and sometimes you have, again, we deal with a range of folks, but I'm kind of thinking about the academics and those. You have a great idea, And they don't have any interest in pursuing it beyond that. They're okay with publishing a paper and creating a thing and hoping that somebody else picks it up and runs with it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but oftentimes no one runs with it. And then the other side that I guess we deal with more often is that you have researchers with a great idea and passion, but they don't know how to, they want to run with it, but they don't know how to run with it. And so that's where we try to come in. And like I say, I can't personally develop a business model for someone, but we try to put them in touch, get them the resources that they need and the help that they need to do that. But I think that's what we think about as far as why they die, I think.
And it's actually really interesting, both April, you and Jonas, in terms of some of the other innovations that you guys are putting around what it is, the traditional investing, right? So Jonas, the accelerator program that you run, April, the community that you referred to, right? The corporates, both as investors and partners. So let me ask you, so how does that support entrepreneurs to be successful? And actually probably what impact does it have on return profile of the investment?
Yeah, I think the partnership piece is key. So we aren't only putting money into these the portfolio, and neither are the corporate partners that we have. We are leveraging their global supply chain knowledge and their technical knowledge to partner with the portfolio companies to understand what it will take to get them to scale. So as an example, if we're looking at a plastic recycling technology, being able to tap into an R&D person and one of the corporations who might ultimately use that in their packaging material helps give them insights into that space. But it also means just basic technical knowledge and business skills with all of these. I think that's the challenge that we found is many companies that we've invested in India and Indonesia already have sound business models, but they just really lack the ability to take it to the next level. And when they've gone to traditional banks, it's not a space that's been invested in before. So we're trying to prove that case with them while we continue to help them through these unique partnership opportunities.
Interesting. And Jonas, yeah, from an accelerator, what do you see? So if an investor was going to go out and not have the benefit of what you do, what are some of the frequent issues that you see with the Ocean Ventures and the accelerator programs?
Yeah. I can just, as a backdrop, our accelerator program, we're impatient by nature. So what we would like to do is to increase the chances of our solutions and our MSDs to make it. If they make it, we will make it. So what we're doing is plugging on our vast network within the ocean economies, whether or not it's corporates, it's potential pilot customers, it's funding options, it's a research institute and other investors. We all need to help them together. So that's a huge part of our accelerator program, where we do have building blocks and tailor-made solutions for each company to see them grow. That's what, in the end, what we would like to deliver to our investors and ourselves.
And do you see similarities, again, back to where Ocean Ventures are distinctive from others in the accelerator program or others that you've seen?
Absolutely. I've never seen a community that pull working together that much as we do in the ocean industries. We wouldn't find the same mentality on land and in other businesses I've been to.
I'll just add to that. I think as he was speaking, just the ecosystem that is being built through these communities. I know we have our portfolio companies all connected, and they are facing some of the same challenges. And in many cases, one solution may be feeding the value chain of another. So helping them kind of work together and build that knowledge and the financial pieces that will then ultimately make them and us successful with the returns.
Yeah, very interesting. We're about to start audience Q&A, so please get ready with some questions. But one final question for you, Minister. So the ocean investment which you've committed is a clear and, as I said, laudable signal from the government to support what is still a nascent investment sector and theme, and clearly the support of the Principality and the Foundation. How else would you like to see more investment in this space, and what role do you see government playing in that wider sense of support?
I think that indeed we can play a role on the non-financial support side beyond what we do on the financial side. And that was very interesting to hear your consensus around the fact that this ecosystem is quite different from on land or inland. That's also what we feel when we mean that we can play a role which goes far beyond our 2 square kilometers and the financing resources we can deploy. There again, the actions of our princes mean we have credibility. Prince Albert II shows commitment. He has a vision. And it is about soft power at the end of the day. And of course, you mentioned also we had this green fund as part of our economy relaunch plan, which went really successful. We also have a blue fund, but it's more about digital economy, but you can also blend ocean research and digital. So at the end of the day, I think it's very much a function of what we stand for, what Monaco as a country stands for, the place to meet. Where else in the world would you be in a yacht club which looks like a ship, looking at 12-year-olds taking a sailing lesson? I said voila in my introduction, I'll say voila again.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, no, I think very clearly you have probably a number of entrepreneurs that are thinking about relocating either pre or post exit to Monaco after the last few days.
I think it has to be post-exit.
Post-exit.
If you look at the
maybe pre as
real
well.
estate.
Maybe pre as well. Let me go to the floor to see what questions we have from the audience around for our panelists.
Hi, Richard Bellaby from the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. I have a comment and question about the climate narrative and its relationship to risk of investment. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to lead one of Europe's largest climate downscaling projects, and we're working with stakeholders with blue solutions, everything from combined wind farms and oysters in the North Sea to lobster fishery off Chile, working with the Great Barrier Reef. And what I've heard is looking for sustainable solutions under the present state. Not really, and looking at the climate feedback, the carbon uptake of that particular solution. What's missing is the discussion around the risk of that investment and the timelines of that investment. It's fine if you have a 3 or 5 year investment, but lobster fishing due to deoxygenation of Peru is not a good investment. Kelp farming in southern Norway is not a good investment because of rapid ocean warming and heat waves. How do you evaluate risk, and where do you get your information from? Because the IPCC scenarios are too broad. So where's your information coming from? It's probably aimed at you.
I guess I'm looking at you a little bit on that one, given some of the conversations.
Thanks, Richard. Maybe I will take it up a notch and not being at the southern part of Norway on that specific note. And our approach to risk. We do have financial risk, technology risk, and we have our impact risk at Catapult. The financial risk is a blended, or it's a mix. It's a big equation of government funding, other types of funding than just ours. So that's it's good to see other types of funding stepping up to the plate. So that part is much more de-risked now than it was 5 years ago. So it's a good environment for investing with regards to the financial risk. Technology risk, more and more things are put into the waters. We have a cost of technology going down. We know how to do more stuff than we did, once again, 5-10 years ago. Again, it's a good time for technology in the waters as well. And lastly, we do have the impact risk. And now with new regulations that I think everybody in the room feeling of the investors, it's what we've been dreaming of in the financial markets, that we will now look at the environmental risk and not only the societal and government or governance risk. Governance being the hot potato before, and only 10 years ago, we didn't even dream about assessing the environmental risks. For us, we're doing our own assessment based on our mentors and partners and that data and our own impact assessments.
Let me try to keep our going with a few hands. Let's try to get maybe 2 questions at the same time.
Yes. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for this. Thank you very much for this exchange. Derek Quest, Stock Alper from the Analytics Impact Platform and president of the Swiss branch of the Foundation of Prince Albert. I wanted to rebound actually on risk and some other discussion this morning regarding data and scientific verified data. So my question is about actually new types of financial instruments or risk mitigating instruments linked to flows of data coming into business models. That first question. And second question, a little bit maybe more technical, but to Jonas, is the concept of impact tokenization, meaning new types of financially driven, technology driven financial instruments. Do you see an opportunity to complement actually your arsenal? Thank you.
Mark, do you want to pick up on the data question? Because that was one area that you guys have looked at as well, specifically. Jonas.
Right. So, I mean, it's an area that we're very interested in. We don't fund, research per se, but we are very interested in sensing that's needed to drive other types of investments, other types of businesses. And, the models there are difficult. I mean, it's not the same thing, but the idea of where you get the profits there, and it's different for each case. But if it's needed that much, we can find other ways to fund it. I'm not sure if I'm really answering your question other than to say it is essential, and there are a lot of cases that we're talking about where we don't have the data we need, and we are going to need some creative models to produce those data. But also, I would just tack on processing data well too, because it's sexy to say get data, get data, get data, but less so to have the back-end processing that allows it to be applied.
Do you want to quickly pick up?
Yeah, very quick. I would love to nerd down in impact instruments and financial instruments, but I think for this room and to move investors into impact investments, just the first hurdle. It's that's what we need to use most of our time and effort, making those impact investments and those venture investments in the blended portfolio much larger than they are now. And yeah, that's my worry, that we're not moving too fast with that.
It's an interesting one. I mean, for what we see and for what I've seen, there is in the broader impact space, a number of different mechanisms and impact ratchets and sort of quasi-revenue-based sort of funding models that are emerging as well. But ultimately, I think a little bit, sometimes it's the getting capital to the entrepreneurs. I think sometimes it's easy to say, oh, well, we don't have the data, we need more data to make decisions. If I look at the leading innovators, the families and those that were at the earliest stage of this impact investing movement, they were not worried about whether or not they had all the data. They were worried about, does the business intuitively make sense as it grows and scales? Not to say, again, at some point that the data is going to be hugely valuable to decide what to invest into. But I think given the timelines that we've all been hearing, it's not going to be a question that we've got 5 years to collect the data to make a decision about which investment we should make, and then make it, and then hopefully it'll scale up. I think to some extent we're at the stage where we need to continue to be bold, and in fact more bold around that. Sorry, took a moderator's prerogative. We've got time for a couple more questions, I think. Oh. Please.
So regarding what you said about the fact that investors need to be a little bit more bold, so we have here a very impressive group of investors that invest a lot in blue economy, Schmidt Marine, which is known, of course, Catapult and Circulate Capital, and of course the minister as well. Did any of your companies ever invest in the past in wave energy, or were looking to invest in wave energy, or it's too scary?
We've been certainly looking at that. We're invested into tidal, offshore wind,
wave,
floating solar.
Wave energy.
Invested yet into wave technologies.
Why? The question is like why? Because the technologies are getting very mature. Like companies like EcoWave Power has power stations working and connected to the grid.
I would love to tell.
Yeah?
It's a case-by-case basis.
No, of course. But like my general question was like why there is such a big fear from the sector? Like we're fully funded. It's important to say we're publicly traded, but like why there's such a big fear from wave energy from all the funds that I've ever seen?
I can only answer for us and say that as part of our narrowing, we had to say that we were going to focus on dealing with the issues in the ocean. Of course, energy and addressing energy issues affects the oceans. So we focus on the ocean, not on the things people do with it. We don't even like people. If we could just... So we focus on the ocean. So that was it for us. The other thing for us is, and of course we've grown over time, but particularly when we were starting, they were much more complicated, much more expensive projects, and they were a little out of our price range for shopping.
Do you want to pick up?
I'll add more from a thematic perspective. Yeah. Just because of the space that we're operating in, we haven't looked at that. But I would say when we are looking at investments right now, we are splitting between incremental improvements and building upon success of technologies that are known. But we've realized to really make a difference, it's got to be transformational technologies as well. So we started a separate fund to really look at those game changers that can have a significant impact. So I think that's part of the space, is finding those investors who are willing to go beyond what is known today.
Thank you.
And I think that's a more general issue, right? And if I'm observing, and quite frankly, when we would be talking to our families and family offices, very clearly everyone has a connection to the ocean. We talked about that. But the idea of thinking about it as an investment, I was laughing, I can't remember who it was that said, if we went and talked about kelp or seaweed, the first question will be, oh, that's the sushi. That I'm expecting after we have this that I'll have a conversation with the family, we'll start talking about ocean and seaweed as a potential opportunity, and that will be the first thing that people think. I think it's still an awareness and an education process around this being investable, whereas other sectors in climate have had more of the visibility as such. Do we have time for one final question, I think?
Yeah, I love that, grabbing the bull by the horns. Love the audacity. So I have a question for April. Obviously, you work in the packaging sector. We are Flexi, and we develop a bio-based packaging made from seaweed. So obviously, when I see you on stage, I can't wait for what you're going to say. And so the question is, what is, based on your experience, the biggest barrier to implementing plastic packaging solutions in a large industry sector? I know that you mentioned Coca-Cola with the fund that you have, as well with Pepsi. But usually when we talk to those bigger, the big guys, basically, they need us to be at a technology level that is much more advanced and have already a pilot ready. So we are seeing a lack of early funding, which I thank you, Mark, for taking care of investing in early stage companies. But other than that, what are the biggest barriers to entering once you have a product? How do you scale up?
Yeah, I think that's what you just said at the end is the challenge, is the scale. Because when you're working with global companies who are looking at their global supply chains, it's being able to understand how you can drop that in so it doesn't require a lot of additional capital to make it work in their system. But as I mentioned, that's why we started to look a lot. So I'm happy to talk offline a little bit more about materials and next generation delivery systems and really moving more into that space to bring those types of technologies to bear.
But before you get to the scale-up stage, you already need the funding, and this is where it tends to be tough for us.
Definitely. Sorry, I'm gonna hold just for a timing perspective because I don't want to cause later panels. Definitely one for the coffee break, and I think a common question for many entrepreneurs. But we've also heard stories of how they have moved beyond. So definitely one to learn from peers as well. Let me go around one final question, one final thought for the audience from each of you. And the Minister, let me start with you first. In terms of what's the best lesson or advice that you have for investors who are interested in ocean opportunities? What has come to mind through this process for you?
Well, maybe two quick answers. The first one, going back to wave technology, we in government, I think, have become experts at wave management. The wave that I may refer to as the health-related issue that we've been dealing for 2 years has not fully disappeared yet. Now we're facing a geopolitical wave. Let's hope we will have time to rest a little bit in between waves, because they tend to get closer and stronger. The other answer goes back also to my years at UC Berkeley, when I try to escape once in a while from a very boring financial statistics class to attend a fantastic music class. And there I discovered a work by a British composer named Ralph Vaughan Williams called A Sea Symphony. Voila again. The lyrics are by Walt Whitman. And so they go at the very end: sail forth, steer for the deep waters only, reckless, O soul, exploring, for we are bound where mariner has not yet dared to go. I think that's what we're here for: innovation, new technologies, challenging times ahead, but as you said, a very strong team spirit within your industry that we're happy to share and support at government level.
Fantastic.
So thank you.
Mark, go around.
So if I was just going to say one thing, I would say if we're going to invest for impact, then we need to avoid focusing on only those things that traditional investors would invest in. So if you're going to, and there's all kinds of caveats to this, and there are realities and everything that different people, but if you have that backing somehow that allows you to be patient, let's invest in the things and focus more on the impact than the traditional side would be able to do.
Fantastic. April, piece of advice or lesson learned for investing in ocean opportunities?
Yeah, I think connecting some of these issues together, I think that's happening today, but particularly in the climate space, to remember circular economy and recycling. There's a lot of environmental benefit and also economic potential with some of the legislation and globally corporate interest in this topic right now.
Fantastic.
I think I always say that it's never been better to invest in ocean innovations. And I hope I'm going to say that the next 5 years and the next 5 years and the next 5 years. But I really think so. I think we have immense opportunities investing into the oceans. We've only seen the beginning of what we're experiencing with the blue economy. And what's I can't think of any other fun thing to do of investing alongside your passions and what you can relate to. So I think as our founders, invest with the head and the heart. And now we're seeing financial risk going down, technology risk going down, corporates waiting to adapt the solutions we've seen today. And we as consumers as well. So I think I'm really looking forward to the launch of this, and hope to see this will accelerate into the future.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jonah. And then thank you to all the panelists for sharing your knowledge, and moreover for joining us here. I'm sure that you'll have a number of personal conversations to follow up on. To conclude, let me just take a moment to say that, at least from my perspective, the urgent challenges that we face around the world are not going to be solved by government or philanthropy alone. In terms of being equipped to solve the problems. And to be clear, that is not to say that those are not necessary, but if we're going to confront the interconnected and the complex problems that we face around ocean issues, and the billions of investment that are needed, we need more innovative models, more innovation around finance, and also commitment from those who are in the position and have the energy and enthusiasm to do it, and that is those of you in the room today. Across the day, we've heard about these solutions, and I certainly hope that our panel has given you some insight and encouraged you to think about them as investing as well as supporting and funding to develop and scale these ocean innovators. So thank you very much for the time today. Thank you.
Damien, thank you so much. Oops, I'll just pop up while you're coming down. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of our panelists today for that discussion on investing in the blue economy. Now, earlier today, we spoke about how ocean farming can be good business. We're now going to really examine how it can be profitable, but also regenerate the health of the ocean and the planet. For this panel, which is convened by the Climate Tech, would you please welcome our panelist, Brent Smith, who should be joining us online. Also with us, can you please come on stage, Caroline Slotweg. Where are you, Caroline? There she is. Karen Schofield-Seal, Thibault Montfort-Michaud, and our moderator today, Rini Wyndham. Welcome.
Let me see. I think you're first, Caroline. Yeah, that's lovely. Hello, everybody. Bonjour, tout le monde. It's been exhilarating to hear so many very constructive ideas for the future today, and we're going to add about 4 more because we're going to concentrate on seaweed in this session, both the farming, the regenerative farming of seaweed and its processing. And earlier on this morning, we heard Brian talking about the fact that we keep talking about sustainability, but we don't take it a stage further and talk about regeneration and renovation. So this is it for you, Brian. We're going to talk more about regeneration this time. I'm Rini Wyndham, former BBC broadcaster and your moderator for this session, based in Saint Raphael, up the road, and in the UK. As you can hear, ocean farming can be a promising business proposition, and also it's good for the planet, so it's a win-win situation. We have a terrific panel with us. You've heard their names. Now you're going to hear a bit more about them. Later you'll hear even more. Bryn Smith, hello. I can see you, Bryn. Are you happy?
Yeah, thank you.
Great to see you. You've got your characteristic hat on. That really fits. Bren's with us virtually from the USA, and he's the co-founder of Greenwave, who regeneratively farm seaweed. Caroline Slotweg, I've been practicing the name here in Dutch, is co-founder of Kelp Blue, and you're also a regenerative seaweed farmer, as well as marketing and rapid upscaling, which we just mentioned in the last session. Hello, Caroline. Karen Schofield-Seal is co-founder and CEO of Oceanium, who create food as well as packaging from seaweed. Hi, Karen. And I have to say, probably our youngest entrepreneur today, although I could be wrong, 22-year-old Thibault Montfort-Michaud, CEO and co-founder of Flexi. Bonjour, Thibault. Right, and you're local as well, from Monaco, so we can be very proud. So most importantly, we look forward to your questions. Think of them now, because we only have a little gap, and we want to get as many in as possible at the end after you've heard from our speakers. Live, of course. So let's turn first to you, Bren. I'll look over there, because anybody online can see the 2 faces. And Bren, you're joining us. You know the sea from top to bottom, because you were a fisherman. And for decades in Newfoundland in Canada, and then you decided that instead of exploiting the ocean, you would actually give something back. Very impressive. So you became a kelp farmer. Bren also co-founded his non-profit organization, Greenwave, in 2014. You could say he's a poacher turned gamekeeper. And he also won the Climate Change Award from the Prince Albert Foundation last November. Some of you might remember that. And he's affectionately known as the father of regenerative ocean farming. So, Bren, tell me about your vision, and also what other fishermen thought of you when you went the other way and went into putting something back into the ocean.
Absolutely, it's a complete honor to be here, and I'm always makes me nervous and humbled to be up on a stage with folks that are so knowledgeable. So I grew up in Newfoundland, Canada, next to a fisherman's co-op, and dropped out of high school when I was 14 to fish. And my heroes were fishermen. And the question now is, for me, what's the hero job that I want to do going forward? Those of us that are in the fishing community. Fishermen have their, self-directed lives. They succeed and fail on their own terms. They have the pride of feeding the country. It's like a soul-filling job. And I think one of the things about climate solutions is it's really important to tap into that blue collar innovation and really create an army of folks that wake up every morning going out onto the water trying to address this issue. So not just on land with financing and policy, but really getting their feet wet. And so, you know, I didn't want to become a kelp farmer. It was very embarrassing to start with because I'm a hunter, right? But I was forced into kelp farming with the collapse of the cod stocks in Newfoundland, which meant that, listen, I'm not going to die on my boat successfully one day if we don't protect the planet. Like, I thought environmentalism was about birds and bears and conservation zones. It's actually a kitchen table issue. There are going to be no jobs on a dead planet. So when I started the sort of petri dish, and I've been farming the same patch of water for 20 years now, I was getting laughed off the docks. But as other fishermen have faced what I fish, which is declining stocks, that shifts views very quickly. And it turns out something like kelp, which is a seasonal crop, is shoulder season. It's off season for many fishermen. And so now we have, you know, we've got a waiting list of 8,000 people at Greenwave for our programming just in the US for training, and many of those are fishermen. So I think ecology has actually shifted culture. But what's important is that the climate transition is really about a cultural shift as well as an economic shift.
When you're doing the training, I don't know how you get through 8,000 because it's going to take you some time, Bren, but what kind of mistakes you said you made quite a few mistakes in the beginning. So what would you pass on to teach the people you're training?
Yeah, I mean, I was a terrible farmer. I ran a death camp. I started with oysters and I just killed millions of oysters because, like, cultivation is such a different thing. Like, I couldn't go to the same bars. I'd get beat up if I talked about seaweed, and then, you know, I had to hang out drinking tea with arugula farmers because it's just like such a different, like, your nervous system has to get. Over time, I grew a blue thumb and really fell in love with the pride of, like, lifting a wall of plants from underneath the water and really living on that 20 acres. But not only did I not have a blue thumb, like, design really matters. I see a lot of seaweed designs coming in, and those of us in the water just really kind of shake our heads because you need to be a willow, not an oak. My farm kept on getting destroyed or torn down in ice and shifting like a mile and a half away when the storms came in. And what I learned was, oh, I don't want like huge buoys that sort of stand strong, but I just want rope and simple floats that bend with the hurricanes and the weather, and then pop back up. Again, that willow versus an oak. And we just really learned that underwater design and principles of sort of flexibility and low overhead really matter. I mean, we were able to increase yields by a factor of 5 last year per acre with only a 10% increase in costs. But you really got to keep your eye on not over-designing underwater.
In April, on April the 19th, you're going to be launching your regenerative hub, which includes farm design, tools, curriculums, and so on as part of the training. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so, you know, we were forced to really think about scale because, like, as an industry, I think, and as a climate movement, we're really stuck between big is necessary and small is beautiful. And small is beautiful doesn't have the impact, and I actually think big as necessary is not going to get the social license and loses this incredible opportunity in the era of climate change to keep economic equality and building justice and reformatting the economy with climate solutions together. And the answer for us is really network production, replication, not a 1,000-acre farm, but 110-acre farms. What you keep your eye on is how much carbon, how much nitrogen, how much biomass do you pull out of the water, and then figure out what kind of economy we need to build around that. It might be less efficient, but it really might build up a future that we really believe in and distributed where the benefits go to many people. So Greenwave's Hub is really an open source system where we have farm design tools you can put in your bottom type, you can put in your acreage, things like that. It spits out 2 farm designs that are normalized, standardized, that we know that work, an interactive budget, interactive gear list. Then we've got a community where farmers can learn from themselves. We've got paid farmer mentors on that support some of the best farmers in the country. Then we have the Kelp Climate Fund, which pays farmers who are mature, that are growing 5,000 pounds or more for the climate benefits of their kelp directly. And they give us data in return. And then we have the seaweed source, which is a forward contracting mechanism. We forward contracted 250,000 pounds of kelp this year through forward contracting, so farmers know how much gear to put in. So that ecosystem, and distributed with a principle of distributed sort of reef models of production is our direction for scale. And I really do think the industry needs to question itself, like, what does scale look like, and make sure we're not doing 20th century concepts of scale. Like, can't we be more creative, interesting? Can't we create something more beautiful and powerful that includes more people than vertically integrated companies where only a few benefit at the top? And this isn't ideological. This is really about, like, if you want your kids to survive this coming disaster, you need armies and armies of people invested and feeling part of this climate solution, like World War II, like a World War II footing. And people need agency and participation to do that.
Well, talking about the future, in case, I mean, kelp is pretty hardy, but if the kelp crop fails, or if market prices go down for kelp in a big way, how do you stop the temptation to not only go for the farmed variety, but to start tearing up crops willy-nilly by people who are less skilled and less knowledgeable than you are?
Yeah, and this keeps me up at night. Like, and we're already facing, we have enough volume, like about 1.5 million pounds coming off the East Coast alone here, where processors and value-added companies are very sort of price conscious, and we need to get the unit economics right? So everybody benefits and everybody succeeds. Policy is going to play a huge, huge role here. And that's what's sort of exciting, is because it's a new industry, we can actually craft and write the legislation. We did that here in my state, did something called the Seaweed Jobs Bill, and at the time I was the only job in the seaweed industry. But we were able to set these guardrails in the industry pretty quickly and effectively. So I think policy is really important. The other thing is, I run a diversified farm, so it's year-round. If one crop fails, you have other crops to rely on. So I grow oysters, clams, mussels, things like that. And so if my kelp fails, then I move into my mussel season to keep that individual farmer alive. I mean, that's the other thing about natural solutions, right? Mother Nature doesn't work on monoculture and attacks it, right? So if you've got thousands and thousands of hectares of just kelp, Mother Nature is not going to participate. Like, natural solutions are about diversity and biodiversity. So we want to farm with that integrated model. Now, there are challenges with that for sure, but we really need to listen to the ocean, ask the ocean, what does it make sense to grow and how do we grow it, and then shape our blue economy around that.
If there isn't enough kelp to feed 8 billion people, which in the end would be your biggest vision, what else will you be looking at then?
Yeah, God, I sure hope I'm not eating only kelp in the future. I mean, there are, 10 to 11,000 different underwater plants. Many of those are vegetables that we can eat. We don't know what many of those are. It's time to really do a Manhattan-style project and catalog and start figuring out the nutritional content and how to grow at volume as many of those species as possible. I also think, I mean, this isn't just about kelp, right? Like, using seaweed in order to augment and to create healthy soils on land. Like, if I could snap my fingers and have the biggest climate effect right now, I would grow our land-based inputs in the ocean. So all those nutrients and things are runoff from land-based activities. Let's collect them with the kelp and get them into the soils, into the bellies of livestock, things like that. So the beautiful thing about kelp is there's a food strategy, but there's also a whole leaf strategy of weaving it into other industries, plastics, things like that, in order to make those more resilient, climate-friendly. And that way, kelp becomes the soy of the sea, but not evil, right? If we do it right, and I think that's really how you scale and impact.
Bren, that was absolutely inspiring as a start. No wonder they call you the father of regenerative farming, because you've seen the whole vision and the way things fit together, and even combining it with looking at the land and what that needs as well. Thank you so much. We'll stay on the line because we'll come back to you later for some questions. So now we turn from Green Wave, wonderful names, to Kelp Blue. Our second speaker is also on the seaweed procurement side, Caroline Slodvig, very nice to see you next to me, co-founded Kelp Blue far more recently than Bren, during COVID, in fact. Her background is in marketing. She worked at WPP and Unilever and in agricultural technology, in startup and in change management. And just one more little interesting fact, Caroline sailed halfway around the world in the Clip Around the World yacht race, and that's a clue to her determination. So, Caroline, you started Kelp Blue during COVID. How did you start it all?
Well, it was actually my founder's idea. He went to a lecture by Tim Flannery, who is originally a mammologist, but Tim had said, we can solve the climate crisis by planting seaweed, and we can solve it by planting enormous amounts of it. And while it's very ambitious, what Daniel then did is he thought, well, why is seaweed farming at scale not happening? What are the barriers? And he comes from a background where thinking big and thinking and in scale is not difficult. He was used to working with projects that were several billions of dollars. So when you think of projects that are millions of dollars, it's not that challenging or daunting. So that's how the idea came about. He had his idea, and because I had been doing a lot in ag tech, and I come from a startup background myself, he showed me his pitch deck, and I said, oh, that's a great pitch deck, but maybe you need to have a revenue model, maybe you need to de-risk it, maybe you need to make it investor ready. So everything that we learn, or at least what investors are looking for, helped craft that. And then I rolled into it, and I wound up becoming his co-founder. And I have to say, I think COVID was actually quite a blessing, and I think it really helped accelerate the world's view on how we need to be making sure that we don't further degrade it. And it gave people a lot of pause to really think about what they were doing. And also, because no one was traveling, that means there's a lot more time left over for people just to focus. And then you could have more personal conversations with each other. And it sounds quite contradictory. How do you have a personal conversation over Zoom? But all of a sudden, you had access to people that you didn't have access to before. If you remember what COVID was like at the beginning, everyone was helping each other. And that helped us enormously. And I think what we've achieved in 2 years is spectacular. There is a groundswell and a big interest in seaweed. But I also do think that COVID helped.
And your big startup really started in Namibia. Why did you choose Namibia? And also, what kind of seaweed do you get there?
Yes. So everyone asks this question, why Namibia? But the type of seaweed we are going to be cultivating is called giant kelp, or macrocystis. And macrocystis is the largest kelp on the planet. And another thing I do have to say for everyone in the audience, not all kelp is the same. So even within kelp, you have the saccharina, you have the macrocystis. Just know that's very different. And also red and brown and green are very different. So know that one is maybe an apple and the other one is a cabbage. So a seaweed is not all the same. So we are cultivating macrocystis. Macrocystis loves cold, clear, nutritious water. And Namibia is perfectly placed. It's right on what's called the Benguela Current, which is an incredibly productive current. And where we are, it's in Luderitz, and it's right near a very strong upwelling. So while a lot of other kelp farmers that cultivate different species, it's very much subjected to seasonality. In Namibia, the growth season is consistent, so we won't have to stop, and hopefully it will be indeed a full growth season throughout the year, 12 months of the year.
And how do you manage to harvest without destroying the surrounding ecosystem?
So we were actually founded because we know that the oceans need help, and the overfishing and the lack of biodiversity. I mean, how do you restore that? As Tim Flannery said, we can draw down CO2 and also restore ocean health by planting seaweed, because it is an enormous attractor of life. I'm sure you've all seen that amazing documentary, My Octopus Teacher, but just the amount of life that is in a kelp forest is amazing. we're going to be planting the kelp, and we're only going to be harvesting the top 20%. So giant kelp is called a canopy-forming kelp. So we just basically, we're going to mow the lawn, and the majority of the biomass stays in the water to become that shelter for the marine life, and then hopefully that will then increase the biodiversity.
This question's been asked quite a lot for the other ideas, but how are you seeking to upscale?
That's a good question. We have a 1.5 hectare pilot at the moment in Namibia. We already have plans to scale up to 800 hectares. Of course, making that leap from 1.5 hectares to 800 is quite a jump. A lot of it comes in how we mechanize and how we make sure that we can process the seaweed. And then it's working out the whole business plan, the case, and how you ramp up. And I'm actually going on Friday to Namibia to have a workshop with the entire team to be able to scale up. I think one of the most important factors is having that right plan, but also realizing that when you're scaling up, you're never going to get it right the first time, and every time you take a step, you need to iterate and you need to build on what has come before, so you're constantly improving, and then before you know it, you have an 800 hectare farm.
Sounds really good. One of the things that's unique about you, the first time I've heard it today really, is that you've got children interested. You had an anchor design competition. What did they have to do?
Yeah, so I think a lot of what we're doing, so it was for biodiversity and CO2, and we obviously have to be profitable, and we want to go at scale because that is the way we can make that really big impact. We also know that we can't do this without the local community if we don't involve them, because the youth, as we all know, they're the future. Mm-hmm. And so what's really important is also to take the community along with us. So what we have done in Luderitz is we have our structure is anchored to the bottom of the sea floor with gravity anchors, and they're concrete. But how do we tell the community about what we're doing? How do we get them involved? And how do we also contribute to ocean sensitization and awareness? So we had an anchor design competition where we went into the schools in Luderitz and we said, this is kelp blue, this is what we're doing. So we're telling them about how great seaweed mariculture is. And we said, well, we have a problem because we have anchors, but we need the creativity to make sure that these anchors team with life. You kids, what do you think we need to do? So they came back after they got the lecture and some instruction from us, they came back with their amazing artworks. And it was fantastic to see what we got back. And then 2 weeks later, we had them come into the office. So they could see where we worked and what we were doing. And they made mini scale models. And then they presented to the judging panel. And it was very sweet because they had to prepare their presentation. And then at the end, we said, well, we call it a judging panel, but at the end, it's Mother Nature who's going to judge. So all 4 of the designs are going to be put into the water, and it's going to be tracked. And that's how we get the kids involved and interested in what the ocean, the wonders of the ocean, and also the positive impact that they can have on the ocean.
That's a great start. Once you've hooked them, that's it, I suspect. But which other countries are you now looking at? Because where do they have similar seaweed that you can develop and look at?
Yeah, well, Macrocystis, like I say, loves the cold, clear waters. So it's found both in the northern and in the southern hemisphere. Absolutely loves New Zealand and the Falkland Islands and Gulf Islands, and Tristan da Cunha has the largest giant kelp forest, and they really are 60, 70 meters tall. So Chile, Argentina, around there. We're also looking in North America where it exists, and then it goes all the way from the Alaska all the way down to Vancouver and also the western part of the United States. So there's just some areas that we're looking at, doing our mapping and looking at the wave heights and the conditions to see where our next spot is.
Well, I wish you a lot of luck with that. I think the name Kelp Blue will resound on all the maps in all the corners. I hope so. Thanks so much, Caroline. That's very inspiring. And we've been looking so far with Bren and with Caroline at the cultivation side, and procurement as well. And now we're going to be looking at processing with our next 2 speakers. Karen Schofield-Seal is co-founder of Oceanium, and her company buys sustainably farmed seaweed from UK seaweed farmers and uses biomass to create food products as well as sustainable biopackaging. Karen has a background in brand building and marketing, and like Caroline, who's traveled all over the world, you also have traveled in various places and worked in New York and London and worked for Comic Relief, and you founded a previous company called Luxa, which was a commerce business, an international one. So you know all about international spreading the word. You're passionate about ensuring that the seaweed industry grows sustainably. So what edible products do you produce, and how do you make sure that the whole system remains sustainable?
Thank you, Renee, and thanks for having us here today. So what Oceanium does is we are seaweed processors. We partner with and purchase sustainably farmed seaweed from seaweed farmers. We bring it into our refinery facility, and using green chemistry and this innovative technology, which was developed by my co-founder. His name is Dr. Charlie Babington. He's a biochemist. He's been working with marine materials for decades. He's really the brains behind the business. And using this technology that Charlie has developed, we extract the valuable food and nutrition products from seaweed. And use the remaining biomass to make biopackaging material. So the food products that we extract we're looking at a fiber material, which is a dietary fiber, so it could be added to foods, and it's like a dietary fiber is helpful, but it also has functionality in that with gelling properties and water retention, so it's very attractive to plant-based food manufacturers. Also the nutraceuticals, which are quite high value, fucoidan and beta-glucan, which you've probably heard of. Fucoidan is more well known in Asia, given their history with seaweed, but it's an immune stimulant. It's good for gut health and anti-inflammatory. It kind of is great for this food as medicine trend that is really taking hold. I think the important part is that we are going for these types of products, whereas the other people that you've been hearing about today, they're talking about biostimulants and fertilizer and things, which is great, but because getting the seaweed farming industry going is expensive. And by developing these products, which are high value, high, medium, and low value, we use as much of the plant as possible, so we extract the maximum value from the plant, and then we're able to pay the price that these farmers need. So I think it's really important that we are able to pay the price that works for the farmers.
How do you actually choose your farmers? Do you just know there's a range and you select, or how do you know you're getting decent farmers?
So right now we talk to all farmers. I mean, I think the seaweed community is really, I think we all know each other or know of each other. Tomorrow there's Seaweed for Europe Day. So I think the seaweed farming community in the Western Hemisphere, I think is a pretty cohesive group. So right now we are actually buying from 5 different countries because we do want to enable the seaweed farming industry in these different areas. So we're trying to spread that around. We're buying from some farmers who have quite experienced, and then we're also buying from a community group it's their first harvest this year. So we really do want to make it as equitable as possible for everybody.
And how do you monitor the fact that the seaweed is produced sustainably from these farmers?
Yeah, so when the farmers get in touch or we get in touch with them, we have a seaweed supplier pack which we put together, which explains what it is that they need to do. We have a questionnaire which talks about environmental impacts and social impacts and best practice. We go and visit the farmers because we are making a food grade product, so we need to do that inspection. So they've got to have HACCP so that we can ensure the safety of it. And we just work very closely with it. We're all about partnerships. I think it's going to be how we're going to grow the industry, and it's also going to be how we grow the business. So we want to work very closely with the farmers and have them get some of the upside. I think what Bren was talking about earlier, we don't want to have these big companies that come in and own the whole industry. So we're looking at different models and how that could work, whether it's like a co-op model or a profit share model at the end. First, we need to get into revenue before we can do that. But we also are have developed a model that when we tell a farmer that we're going to supply them, that we do provide them with the deposit so that they have the money and the assurance that, if they put the lines in the water that, we're going to buy from them, which I think is new. So we're trying to set the standards really high for this new industry and make sure that it works for everybody and also that everyone behaves responsibly. I think it's also the farmers that, in Europe and North America, they have to have licenses and they have to be quite, it's quite stringent as to what they need to do.
And also you send them an information pack. Well, what do you
Yes.
put in the pack?
So it talks about what they'll need to do to supply, so looking at starting to get a HACCP profile and, that we will test for microbiology and heavy metals and things like that, because again, it's a food product. So it just, and just how it works in terms of, what the expectations are so that they know from the get-go. And it also helps them when they're going to fundraise as well, too, so that they know that it's, that their business plans are realistic and such.
Right. You just mentioned Seaweed for Europe Day. What kind of help do you get from Seaweed for Europe?
So Seaweed for Europe is this great organization that started a couple years ago. Them and Save Seaweed Coalition, which is a global organization, I think have really been instrumental in raising awareness. I don't know, it's Adrian Vincent with Seaweed for Europe and Vincent Dujmil with Save Seaweed Coalition, and they're two very dynamic guys that are really pushing forward the agenda. Seaweed for Europe has done a great investment memo for people interested in investing in seaweed and has brought the community together. So tomorrow we're going to all meet up at the Oceanography Institute. And so I think it's an exciting, I was super excited to come to this because there's so many people that we've been talking to, Caroline being one, and others that two of our investors are here, Catapult Ocean and Sustainable Ocean Alliance, who we haven't seen or met in person. So it's a great industry. I think the people are in it for the right reasons. That we're all here because of these environmental and social benefits that we've been talking about. And so they're a great organization.
And it's perfect timing that you happen to be here for the celebration as well.
Yes.
That wasn't deliberate, I'm sure. But you started with just 4 people.
Yeah.
Now you've got 20. How are you gradually building it up? What's your vision?
Yep. So I was actually introduced to Charlie, my co-founder, in 2018, and we got our first investment, which was coupled with grant money in 2019. So we really got started in 2019. The first investment was Sky Ocean Ventures, and it's heavy on R&D. We are a tech business and the processing. So we've been very successful with investment and with grants. So we're about 50-50 with the investment that we've had. We've got great support from Innovate UK and from the European Union as well in terms of grants. So that's how we've been able to fund the research that we've done and to fund the scale-up that we're doing. We've gone from processing 20 tons last year. This year we'll be doing about 130, 140 tons, which is a lot. It's a lot of seaweed. And and we're working hard to get the food safety certifications. We're doing the regulatory work that needs to be done in order to get product to market. And I think the most important thing is, for me and for us, is food security. I think this is going to be hugely important. We are going to be eating seaweed in the future. The palate's not here yet in the Western Hemisphere, but so that's what we're trying to do. We want to jumpstart the industry, get the infrastructure in place, so when there is the tipping point in soil erosion and drought conditions and erratic weather patterns have made food production more difficult. The IPCC report just said that I think 30% of the maize growing area in Africa and 50% of the bean growing area in Africa are soon going to be uninhabitable. So we need seaweed because it doesn't need the land, the water, the fertilizer. And so that's what we want to do is we are creating products which are in demand, packaging, food and plant-based food ingredients that are in demand so that we can jumpstart this industry and get it going so that, and getting people used to the flavors. So example, the fiber ingredient could go into smoothies or it can go into bread. It's good for forming, so it could replace gluten for people who are, can't have gluten. So we've got a food scientist on board. We've got we've got 4 PhDs, and we're really working hard to get the products ready for market and scaling up the processing facility, and with the intention to have our own processing facility next year, because right now we use a rented food processing facility, bring in our equipment stack. We'll finalize our equipment stack this year, and then we can replicate and scale.
And have you got used to eating seaweed yourself? What's your favorite?
Of course, love seaweed.
What dishes what are your favorites?
Oh, it's sushi, of course. Yeah, sushi, of course. But the food scientist has made some nice bread. There's some seaweed crackers, and because it's the ingredient. It's not solid sushi. It's including it as an ingredient. And again, I think that's how we'll get the population people used to eating seaweed.
The future is seaweed. Thank you very much indeed, Karen. That was very rousing. And now our final company is Flexi. We only see half of Flexi today because the other half is in London getting an award, which is rather good, from Imperial College. So we have one of the two CEOs hailing from Monaco, so Monaco can be really proud. And it's Thibault Montfort-Michel. His other half, Cardo Fedeli, is not here. And both of you feel very strongly about the ocean and its value, having grown up somewhere as beautiful as this. Carlo's background is in business and entrepreneurship. You, Thibault, are a materials engineer. What a good combination, the two of you. And you produce seaweed-based films, totally biodegradable for packaging dry items like food, but also non-food products. So, Thibault, you're having to talk for both of you today. How did you actually started again? COVID did a lot of good for these guys. You also started during COVID, didn't you?
Indeed. Mr. Jean Castellini was talking about his past, growing up in Monaco. Everywhere you see is the sea. And I had the same. Grew up in Monaco. I also studied on the rock. And sadly, I was also witnessing the plastic pollution on the beach at the Larvoto, at the beach at La Marque. And this was really the start. There is a problem. I know about the problem. I have seen the problem. Now we need to solve it. So you mentioned Carlo as well. I'm glad you did, because he actually had the idea of Flexi around 2 years ago in March. Not that I am commemorating the first lockdown, but in a way, it really helped us out, because this is where he realized the absolutely aberrant amount of plastic packaging coming home when we were doing groceries online. And so the question was, can we do better? So obviously we can always do better, because the day we can't do better, I feel like it's the end of humanity. We need to keep moving forward. So he had this idea of doing a bioplastic that was more sustainable and that would solve the problems that we are currently facing with recycling, because the yields, especially with plastic films, as you can see here, most of the time, actually in 70% of the case, plastic packaging, especially films, are in contact with foods, which will contaminate the plastic film, and in the end, you can't even recycle it.
Yeah.
So recycling is not an option. How about existing bioplastics? The mostly used bioplastic today is called PLA, polylactic acid for the connoisseurs. And the main issue is that it is claimed to be compostable, but it only is in industrial facilities, which sadly we are mainly lacking as of today. So, bioplastics are not a solution, recycling is not a solution, we need to do something else. And Carlo had the brilliant idea to dive into the sea plants. Basically, PLA is derived from food crops, but food crops, they require pesticides, fertilizer, arable land, fresh water, etc., etc. Seaweed doesn't. I mean, we've been talking about it the whole day, and the reason why we're all here is because we think seaweed is the miracle crop. So he looked into what was being done, if anything was on the market, the answer being no. And so there are already projects working on it, so that means there was traction. It is justified to dive in that sector, and it is not too late because people are now on the market yet. And I'm glad I'm at the end of this panel, because all the three previous panelists, thanks for your talk, said amazing things. You all mentioned kelp and brown seaweeds, and I'm glad you brought back those memories just to refresh everyone's mind, saying that not all kelps are the same, and not all seaweeds are kelp. In fact, You were mentioning that kelp farming is a pretty recent industry, which it is, and this is why people like you are working hard, and thank God you are, to develop kelp farming. But we haven't waited for this, and I'm actually representing the red seaweed side. You mentioned red, green, and brown species. For those who don't really know about seaweed, and this is a great moment to introduce you to it, green species represent 10% of the production, brown around 35–40%. Tell me if I'm wrong.
That's good.
And red seaweed represents the other half. The main big thing with Flexi is that we are harnessing the power of red seaweeds and the polymers that are already in there. So some long molecules that we use to make this, I hope, beautiful plastic, if you agree with me. And indeed, we haven't waited for the seaweed sector to grow with us. Because red seaweeds have been cultivated for now nearly 50 years, thanks to the great work of people like Max Doty, who was one of the pioneers in the seaweed industry, who managed to domesticate 2 or 3 main species, main red species, which are cultivated as of today mainly in the Southeastern Asian seas. So you were talking about fresh and cold water, and whatever is not fresh nor cold is the tropical warm waters, and this is what we are dealing with red seaweed. So I'm glad we have this complementary aspect on the panel, because you've seen from kelp, and now I'll try to be the porte-parole of the red seaweeds.
Well, so far you've talked about the wrapping, which is probably using about 20% of the availability of the seaweed. So what happens to the other 80%?
So that's a great question. It's about, as you mentioned, between 20 and 40%, depends on the species. Seaweed as a sector, in order to become profitable and to boom the way we all want it to boom, this will only happen if we have a completely circular and a complete exhaustive approach. I think the word that Brent was looking for earlier in the talk was multi-trophic. When you talk about seaweed, we're talking about the essence of the whole ocean farming, and this is why we have more and more people talking about multi-trophic farming with the sea urchins, but also the sea cucumbers, aquaculture feed, etc., etc. Everything originates from the seaweeds, and this is where it needs to start. Once you have put in place a complete aquaculture and cultivation systems to produce that seaweed and everything else around it, you are left with your seaweed. So what happens? With you, I know, Karen, that you are doing a great job at making sure that you use most of the seaweed, and that's great, because this links to what I'm going to say is the only way seaweed plastic will become profitable and viable, because I know the investors in the room are going to ask me, is your plastic cheap? I've thought about you, don't worry. You made me think about you, even at night. And the way we're going to do this is by harnessing the complete crop. So you're mentioning we're using 20 to 40%, and we need to use much more than that. So right now we're using the polysaccharides, but the aim is to work with partnerships. Both of you mentioned partnerships and the importance of those, and I completely agree with you, because this is what we want to do. Right now, it's just the two of us, Carlo and I, and a pretty competent...
How are you funding all this? Because you've only just started.
How are we doing this? How are we doing this? Right now, it's just the two of us, but we need to grow. And this is where I'm coming. We need to hire people. There is, I doubt you would have been able to continue with just the 4 of you. That's why you had to grow to 20. And hopefully we can do the same thing. We have a good team of advisors, even in the crowd here. And on top of that, we need more technological knowledge. So we have the chance of having Carlo as the business background and myself as the technology leads. So I've done my studies in materials engineering, but we want to have experts in the polymer science, people who know more about seaweeds, because I am just a novice in that field. And this is why we are doing the fundraising round. So obviously the main advantage of being here in person is doing the whole networking.
And what's your plan for marketing? You've started marketing it already?
Yes, so we are trying to take not that bad looking pictures, I hope. But on top of that, obviously, there is much more to do, to the extent that we have locked around 25 to 30% of our budget in our £1 million seed raise just for marketing. We, if anyone works with seaweed here, you probably know about the biggest competitor. I don't know if I can cite them or if that is too much. No, I'm talking about Notpla. You probably know about them. They're amazing in terms of media. Thanks to them, the whole seaweed scene has become pretty famous, and we have to take inspiration and to do great things, and we have to become viral. And we know about this. We try to work on the website. Actually, for those who have visited it, it's being rebuilt at the moment, so stay tuned. And we're communicating via LinkedIn. We will put stuff up on Twitter. We will have an Instagram very soon, but the image is just as important as the product. We can't be just a plastic producer. If we want to have an impact, we need to raise awareness, we need to educate, and this can only go through having a bigger following base and addressing people like you who will, in your turn, and I hope, share this with people around you and your own network.
Thank you very much indeed. That's so inspiring, all of you, in fact. And I think you're very brave to start up so soon, and long may you flourish. I'll be interesting to hear all the names, Kelp, Blue, Green Wave, Oceanium, and Flexi in the future, and I shall watch it carefully. And now I'm sure there are a lot of audience questions, because that is always the lifeblood of the discussions. So do put your hand up and grab a microphone that's walking around. Yes, over there.
Hi, you've talked about science. Sorry, Douglas from Future Planet Capital. You've talked about science as being very important to some of the work that you do, and clearly the IP link. So how much do you think seaweed is an IP play, and how much do you think it's a scale play? And if it's a scale, is it about finding the right places to harvest that seaweed, the right seashores? If it's science, how do you protect that IP, whether it's in Newfoundland or in Britain or the Falklands or in Monaco?
I'd like to start answering that question. I think it's definitely science, but then I would add to that, it's science around proving what we claim about seaweed. And we've heard this before, and it's just very important that we have those facts and the data to prove biodiversity, CO2, because that's going to help unlock the entire industry. And so we've set up a foundation to actually do this research. I do think it's also a question of the seaweed as itself is not IP-able. And I think right now, if you look at defensive strategy for IP, okay, but you can put a patent in to protect it, but do we really want that when we want the entire industry to grow? I think there is something defensible when it comes to processing of the seaweed, because at a certain point, we do have to be realistic. If we are going to grow, a company has to be profitable. Therefore, you have to protect it somehow. And if it's your proprietary way of harnessing the power of what the seaweed is so you can survive and finance your growth, then I do think that it needs to be there.
Isn't it possible?
Just to jump in real quickly.
Yeah, go for it, Brent.
Jump in real quickly. It's funny, when I first started, a lot of investors came asking me to franchise the farming model, and my response was actually, the power of this, of seaweed farming, is it's so simple that it's replicable, right? If you can grow 250,000 pounds on 10 acres, and for very cheap, and keep the overhead low, which makes it replicable, and that's how you go to scale. Hatcheries, you want to keep simple and replicable, it's same thing. And then, like you said, when you move into processing and other things, then there is, I think, IP to be had, and it's important to protect some of that so that there's enough investment and money to be made to really scale and pull the industry along. But you have to look at the whole ecosystem and ask what parts of it are going to stop this scale or slow it down. Since we are on a clock of 10 years before the planet ends, we don't want to IP the wrong things and slow us down.
That is very true. Go on, Tim.
I think we have the two sides of the coin here. It's great that it's so simple to grow seaweed, because usually you think about it's important to have a patent. It's important to have a patent on whatever you're doing. But here, in terms of the seaweed farming, it's better that you don't, or at least maybe have on the machinery that you produce to mechanize the whole system. But thank God it's so easy and so replicable. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have the scale on the raw material. However, when you talk about the end product, this is where we need the IP. We have a patent pending, and it's so dear to the investors and to us as well. Otherwise, how could we differentiate ourselves from the competitors? But without those two aspects, then we wouldn't be able to have the scalability whilst having the commercial competitiveness.
Right. Go on.
I just want to, before, sorry, Karen, I know that, did you want to answer that one? No, but I just want to say, Thibault, and I'm fantastic, kudos to you. I just want to make everyone aware, and some of the language that's used, certainly in the seaweed or in the ocean industry, I hear the word, and people ask us, and our investors ask, who's your competition? But I'd like to just highlight, competition implies scarcity. And in the seaweed industry, at the moment, there really isn't, and there is no scarcity in the ocean or of the space to grow seaweed. So just wanted to say that, and Karen said it, the seaweed industry is really small. We all know each other. And I think we are all here to help each other. Rising tide floats all boats. And I think sometimes the language might need a little bit of a change. But we can't change it because our investors demand us to speak in what's your defensible IP? How are you going to earn money? How are you going to give me my returns?
I'm going to sound awfully cynical despite my young age. I think competition are the governments. No, it's getting the authorization for a concession and to have a coastal area to grow your seaweed. But hopefully, thanks to the work we're doing here and everyone here in the panels and in the public, the seaweed sector is getting more and more popular, which will incentivize the governments to not be as tough when giving away the concessions to grow seaweed.
It's actually very refreshing to hear an industry where you're not being protective and saying, gosh, we don't want other people to come on board because you're saying we want more and more people to come. It's fantastic. More questions, please. Yes, back at the back there.
Hi, this is so cool hearing everything you're talking about and all of your excitement. I've been in Monaco from Paris for 15, 16 years now, so I've been following a lot of what the foundation has been doing throughout this time. And so when you're speaking about Flexi, about the plastic and how the farming would require other resources, I can recall at one point I must have seen something about plastic made with bamboo, and it seemed like that was going to be the seaweed or kelp of that moment. So that was just one little minor point I wanted to bring up. And the second one was about when you're talking about the recipes for algae and eating kelp. I wanted to point out that in France and Brittany, you may know, I saw a documentary one Saturday afternoon when they went over these amazing gastronomical seaweed recipes, and they showed all these Britons, people from Brittany, loving their seaweed. So I guess there's already that. I know that in Monton, where I live, we had a grocery store like party for seaweed products and things, and I unfortunately missed it. Then when I bought the product on my own, it was kind of like you say, it was like, yeah, I should have been at the party. Like, this tastes a little seaweedy. So just those 2 points.
Thank you for your points. Karen, you can answer on the second one.
I do. There are. I think Bren could talk about some seaweed that goes straight to plate, and I think there is a market for the straight to plate seaweed, but we want things to go faster. We want the farmers that are farming to be able to sell all their product, and I just don't think the palette's there. But so that's why we're working on the food ingredients and to work it into different things that can work for the plant-based food market, because they are also looking for sourceable ingredients, soy, So it could be a nice alternative. And seaweeds do have protein. The kelps are very, very low protein, but the others, greens and reds have, greens in particular, so we're looking at that as well as a new source of protein. So we're actually just going to be getting started on that soon. And there's been some red research done in the States on that as well. But Bren, I don't know if you have comments on the food?
Bren, you may want to comment on that as well, yeah.
Sure. I mean, changing food taste is slow, and we have a problem that can't move slow. So it's like a part of the solution. That's why like the whole leaf strategy is key, taking a part of the plant and moving it into like, we've got like a kelp Dijon mustard, things like that, right? Which are great boutique products, but you're not going to scale based on that. And then, I think the kelp burgers out of a company like Akua is really breaking into the plant-based sector in a really powerful. A lot of our kelp is going to that, as well as like bread products. So like that food piece is key, but I just like, it's hard to be bullish on food, quite honestly. And but I believe in it because the climate winds are at our back. Anybody who's producing zero input food, no fresh water, no fertilizer, no feed, as the prices on land go up, right? So once the corn I'm buying is 150% more expensive, it's pushing seaweed to the center of the plate, both as an ingredient and as a main product. So we don't know how fast that's going to happen, but this is why it's such a good bet. We can do multiple strategies and at once, and we're at this culinary moment that's just brilliant, and people doing amazing things. So it's not like going to be, right now it's not like being forced cod liver oil. It's actually a climate cuisine that can be delicious and beautiful, which is such an important message and representative of climate solutions, where we're all in this defensive, scared crouch, where it's going to be a doom and gloom future. Well, this can be, beautiful, hopeful, holistic, big tent, and delicious. And so the chefs have really played an amazing role in that.
Thank you, Bren. Well, I must say that seaweed crisps are delicious. If you haven't had any, we had some last week and they were really good. Anyway, we're coming close to the end of our session, but I'd love a final word from each one of you. Oh, you wanted to answer that. Sorry, have a quick answer.
I just wanted to reply to your question very quickly. Thanks for the support, obviously. I'll go talk to you afterwards to talk about that bamboo plastic. I think that the main thing that we have right now is that in the European and Occidental market in general, we're not used to the umami taste, which is known to be the fifth taste, I think.
Yes, correct.
And that's something that is really already popular in Asia. But if you're looking for entry-level seaweed products, I'll recommend you the startup Seatrans and Texlo. They're both trying to implement seaweed as occidentally as possible, if I can say so. I was actually surprised there was no seaweed at lunch here. But if you're really looking to eat seaweed, then you can eat some flexi. It is edible. Doesn't have a great taste, but yeah, it's. I think the eating seaweed will come in different steps, and we won't just straight eat seaweed. And implementing like Texlo is doing with salt and other condiments will probably be the easiest way of doing it.
Thank you, Diego. I'll take that as your end summary and go to Karen next. Thank you.
I think, again, as I said earlier, the most important thing for me is food security. I think it's going to be really important for us going forward. And so, yeah, that's why. Well, we do it for all the environmental and economic job creation as well, and responsible coastal management. But food security, I think, is really important. So, thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
And I think for me, it's we are just in the children's shoes of a very nascent industry. And if you look at how industries and sectors develop, you have to have a lot of ideas and a lot of startups and a lot of entrepreneurs, because in the end, it's a numbers game. And I just encourage everyone and all you investors as well to seriously look at it and just take a leap of faith. It might not get you the 10x returns that I often hear from people that they want. Well, no, it's still a lot of innovation, but I would say invest, because the more companies that you invest in, the more chances there are that one of them is going to be a runaway success, and we really need that at the moment.
Thank you. And finally, to Bren.
Yeah, I mean, it's having been this just in a while, it's been amazing to see it grow and just exciting to see the community of passion get so large around this, and hundreds of millions of dollars rush in, and it's just like such an exciting space. It's really important we move to this community of practice, like the hard granular problems of processing, of like specs out of this. Oceania has just done an incredible job of like, this is the exact seaweed we need, and this is how much we need, and what price. Like that gets to the point where the farmer and the processor are really working together. So climate solutions are hard. It's hard to grow. You know, you got to grow on. It's probably just as hard to grow food underwater than it is on Mars, right? It's such a dynamic, volatile environment. And it's time to take all the energy and get very, very serious about it. And I think that sort of collaborative capitalism that's emerging out of this industry can be really a model. We need a hive mind for fast learning together in order to be successful. And I think that's been sort of forming naturally, and it's exciting.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to cheat and get Thibault to have the last word, because you recently received yet another award, which is the Solar Impulse Award. Can you say in one sentence why you got it, what it is?
Because we deserve it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I hope, otherwise they wouldn't be doing their job correctly. No, it's part of the 1,000 Solutions label, where the Solar Impulse Foundation is reviewing and assessing thousands and thousands of submissions for what they believe will be the solutions of the future. And we are glad to have this label, because it's, again, more motivation, more support for Flexi, and it keeps us moving forward. All in all, in the end, we were trying to do the right thing, and this is pushing us in the right direction.
Thank you all very, very much indeed. I've really thoroughly enjoyed this session. And I'd like to thank Bren, Caroline, Karen, and Thibault for so much passion, as Bren said, absolute passion. Incidentally, if you don't want to eat any products of kelp, I can recommend Bladderwrack seaweed baths in the west of Ireland. Wonderful, just lion seaweed. It's blissful. Anyway, our next session will be at 5 o'clock after the coffee break, which Ginny will be telling you about and telling you what it's about. But thanks to all of you, plus, and of course, Climatech, which is our co-convener, also to Romain and Olivier, who've done so much work to set this up, and also the Prince Albert II Monaco Foundation, the Yacht Club de Monaco, and especially the technicians who haven't yet had a single glitch, amazingly. So it's been a great pleasure to be with all of you. From me, Rini Wyndham, I now hand you back to Jeannie. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tarini. Thanks to all of you. Not much to say. It's time for your coffee break. Everyone, please take about 20 to 25 minutes. We'll meet back here just before 5. We have coming up another session on the plastic issue and, of course, that keynote speech from Bertrand Piccard. So see you back here, 20 to 25 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And everyone, please come in and take your seats for our final sessions of the day. Please come forward, have a seat, and we'll get the next session underway. Thank you.
Well, very, very. I'll take a few more photos. Thank you.
If everyone could please take your seats, we'll get started in just a minute. I see a few more people out enjoying those last rays of sunshine. Come on in, take a seat, and we will head into our final sessions of the day. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, I know you all know as well as I do if there's one mot qui fâche, as we say in French, or a word that makes everyone crazy when it comes to these kinds of discussions, It's plastics. More than 8 million tons of plastic go into the world's oceans every year. But there are some incredible innovators out there who are committed to tackling this issue, moving from pollution to innovation. Some of these great entrepreneurs are here with us today for our final panel on the plastic issue, co-convened by the Solar Impulse Foundation. Would you please welcome with me now our panelists, Catherine Schuen. Also with us, we have Tato Biggio. Tato, where are you? We have Patrick Casey, Laurent Villemain, and to moderate this session again, let's welcome back Aminda Lee.
Round here. Thank you very much indeed, Jeannie, and hello everyone. I've probably already seen most of you, but for those of you who weren't here this morning, just let me introduce myself. I'm Aminda Lee. Everyone comfortable? I'm Aminda Lee, I'm a journalist, and I specialize in environmental topics, and I'm based in Rome. And it's a real honor to have this final panel of the most incredible day. We've heard some really amazing innovations today, and you're going to be hearing some more now as well. My microphone seems to be going on and off. Is that irritating to everyone? No? Okay, fine. It's just irritating to me, then I can cope with that. Okay, this session is being co-convened by the Solar Impulse Foundation, whose founder, Bernard Picard, will be shortly giving a keynote speech to round off this Ocean Innovation Platform Day. Before then, in the next hour, we're going to be hearing 4 innovative projects to tackle the problem of plastic pollution, not from the point of view of removing it from the ocean, but actually from the point of view of stopping it get there in the first place, which is, I think, a pretty smart solution in itself. We're going to have questions after the speakers, not a lot of time for questions, so if you have something really urgent, make sure that you catch my eye, because we want to make sure that all our timings are correct. And for those of you watching online, welcome, and if you do have any questions, please do send them in. We'll probably have time for maybe one from online. And those of you, I notice we don't have a lot of social media tweeters in the room. I've not seen much going on Twitter, but in case anyone gets inspired at the end of the day, the hashtag we'd like you to use is MOW, so it's Monaco Ocean Week 2022. That's quite easy to remember. Now, we all know about the plastic problem in the oceans, and we're all familiar with the projects to remove the plastic. And today we're going to look at how we actually stop it getting there in the first place. The projects that we're going to showcase are part of those more than 1,000 clean and profitable solutions to address the environmental crisis identified by Solar Impulse Foundation that we actually heard about, and we saw a winner earlier on in the previous session. So this panel, I'm not going to again give long biogs because I want to really hear from the people themselves. So we have next to me, I have Catherine Schuen, who is founder and CEO of Wasser 3.0. Then next to her, we have Tato Biggio, who is co-founder and co-CEO of UBQ Materials. And then we have Patrick Casey, who is a financials operation manager at ArcLight. And last but not least, we have Laurent Villemain, who is co-founder of Local 3 and Replace. So I'm going to have a little chat with them all, and then we can go to your questions after that. So I'm going to start with a very wide approach, and then we're going to start to get narrower and narrower as we go through our speakers. And who I'm going to start with is I'm going to start with you, Tato. Because you're from UBQ Materials. Can you tell us what your company does and how long it's been operating? Just give us some background on it.
Okay. Does it work? Yeah. UBQ has developed a remarkable tool technology that enables us to take household waste, the entire streams of material that compose our household waste, and convert all of them into one material. And that material has thermoplastic properties. So in a way, we have created a new plastic that never existed before, or a new material that never existed before, being the outcome of converting all the waste streams that typically will end up in landfill. So what is the difference between UBQ and other technologies? Typically, when you talk about alternative plastics or thermoplastics, you will be seeing companies that are recycling or combining plastics. You will be seeing companies that are recycling paper and cardboard differently, and then metals and minerals. There's no company yet that is taking the whole thing, meaning the food residues, the mixed cardboard and paper, and the diapers, and the mixed plastics, those that are recyclable and non-recyclable, all of them together, without the need of separation, before they end up in a landfill, and converting all of them, again, together, into one material that is homogeneous and that is consistent and can be used in the existing industry to replace conventional plastic resins that are made out of oil. So that is the solution of UBQ, and what we basically end up doing is saving all these valuable materials that are regrettably called waste, because nobody knows what to do with them, into a new natural resource that comes back to the economy to replace pollutant and energy-intense materials like conventional plastics. That is UBQ.
I mean, the thing that I find remarkable is that I mean, I've never heard of anyone putting it all together and then turning. Why did you decide to take that approach?
Well, if you think about it, if you see waste, household waste, you will find that about 80 to 85% is not plastics. It's food residues, it's some carton trimmings, a lot of cardboard, a lot of paper, some diapers, depending on the country, and plastics, mixed plastics, which are about 15%, as I said. So the problem is bigger than that slice, okay? And all those materials that end up in landfills or are incinerated in some places will slip into oceans or into rivers or into lakes because nature does what it does, and there are floods, and things move from one place to the other. So the problem is bigger than the plastics, okay? It's 100%. And not too many people know, but when organic matter goes into a landfill, okay, it decomposes anaerobically, and it creates methane. Methane is a gas that is 84 times more powerful than CO2. So landfills today are one of the biggest pollutants of the environment. And people don't know it because we all feel, okay, landfills are like the cemetery of materials, they stink, there are floods of landfills and underwater leaching. You don't see the gases of landfills. But landfills are responsible for about 10% of emissions. So by saving all these materials getting into landfill, the 100%, we are saving the methane, we're saving the materials, we're creating a circular solution that is viable and sustainable.
Now, you've kind of sort of answered part of the question that I want to ask you now, but why did you decide to tackle the ocean pollution, plastic pollution problem from this point of view? Exactly.
Look, there are amazing companies trying to clean the environment and the ocean, but the true problem is that it's like you are in a shower and with a towel you are trying to dry yourself. You have to close the shower. So in a way we are that company that is trying to close the shiver, right? And to avoid that, so that then other companies can do the beautiful things they are doing. And by the way, helping all these amazing entrepreneurs and companies enjoy the ocean, okay, for the marvelous ideas that we are presenting today. We're coming from outside the ocean to protect the ocean, and that is the aim of UBQ. And I thought that maybe it will be interesting for you to see what we're doing visually. This is a tray of McDonald's, actually McDonald's, okay, who is a very polluting company. They and us as consumers, of course, of McDonald's products. This tray is made with UBQ material. It looks like plastic, and this is not plastic. This is chicken bones, banana peels, hamburger leftovers, the pizza with the box, with the oregano and the mozzarella, everything in it.
And the diapers.
And the diapers. And the good thing is that because companies now want to, in a way, present themselves are more conscious and more ecological, they ask us if they can stamp our name next to the McDonald's. So we have here UBQ, which is a great thing, by the way, because in a way the world is really trying to support this kind of technologies to be part of the change. And we need rapid change if we want to get to, in the next 10 years to save the planet, as we'll say.
That's actually quite remarkable that you're allowed to put your name on that.
But they asked. We didn't ask. It's from them. Right?
Okay. Right. This seems very enlightened in a way, in a good way, good publicity for you, nice and free. And so that's one of the kinds of things you're making. What kind of other stuff do you do?
So basically, we do the material. Okay, we will supply the material to the industry. Companies that are working with us that are known are, for example, AB InBev, the beer company. Maineti, who is the biggest fashion retail packaging company in the world. Pepsi. PepsiCo is doing crates and showrooms, everything with UBQ. Maybe the most, for me, the most, the pearl in the group is Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz is now doing 26 different car parts with UBQ. It's quite remarkable, really, because the auto industry is tremendously difficult to penetrate. You need to have a very strong product, a very strong validation, all the certifications. Your value chain has to be clean and perfect. So being part of the value chain of Mercedes is unique. And this has opened up enormous frontiers for UBQ. Those are the companies you know, but then there are the companies that you less know, which are the manufacturers, the compounders, and the resin suppliers that are starting to integrate UBQ. And UBQ is one solution. We need many more because the plastic problem, the waste problem is 2 billion tons of household waste. 2 billion tons is the weight of 10 million jumbo jets full of people. 10 million jumbo jets full of people every year. 8 million tons of that, 400 will go to the ocean, regrettably, right? But the problem is huge. So as we were saying with Ekel, there is enormous potential for many other companies to come into the space, and we obviously will welcome. And by the way, I personally will give any advice to anyone who is thinking about it on the long way we went through, 10 years developing this technology, and the place where today I believe many of you would really like to be, and I will be glad to help in any way.
And in fact, we're going to be hearing some more solutions because not everybody has taken the same approach that you have. But just before I start talking to the other panelists, I believe that you're setting up something in the Netherlands. Could you just tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, very briefly. We developed this technology in Israel, in the south of Israel, actually in the desert. We wanted to also create some employment in that area. When we succeeded in completing the development, we started looking at the best ecosystem we can find, and the north part of Europe was decided to be the right place to begin. So we're building now a plant. Actually, the plant is built. We're hopefully going to operate it at the end of this year. We're going to be supplying 80,000 tons of UBQ material made with Belgium, German, and Netherlands waste, okay? The idea would be then to expand the company and to create UBQ material in different countries with their own waste. So basically it's closing the loop of waste and materials in every country to have Argentinian UBQ, Singapore UBQ, et cetera, That's the aim of the company.
And of course, you don't want to be shipping waste around the
Exactly,
world.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Absolutely fascinating. Now we're going to, I said we'd start broad, and we're going to start going a little bit narrower with our next speaker. Has got a slightly more selective approach to stop plastic getting into the ocean. Patrick Casey from ArcLight, been getting to grips with another tricky problem, which is non-recyclable plastics. We've also touched on those a little bit before. So, Patrick, can you tell us what your company does and what makes it stand out?
Yeah, absolutely. So ArcLight, its entire vision is to take unrecycled plastic waste and convert it into materials for the built environment. So what we've done is taken stuff just like this, which under traditional infrastructure, current infrastructure, is completely unrecyclable. It's typically made up of multiple resin types, and it's very complicated to separate and put into different streams. So what ArcLight does is take it all, mix it, and we develop aggregates. So we have
a few different sizes. We have a small size, which is great for concrete, and a larger size, which is great for drainage projects. It can be even used in gardening and hydroponics. And so essentially what we've done over the past 7 years is developed it from a kitchen concept all the way to a large-scale facility in Southern California. The core concept being taking local waste and providing that to local industry. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we've developed a commodity, and the commodity has a lot of applications. So we can service many different markets. So think construction, infrastructure, roadways, precast concrete, lightweight concrete, all the way to drainage filler, to hydroponics, to a wide assortment of projects. And it's really endless, because at the end of the day, if you're using mineral gravel, expanded clay, expanded shale as your normal substrate or filler, you can use our product, either as a full or partial replacement. And with that, every ton that we produce at the facility is 1 ton less going to landfills. And stuff that I showed you here is ripped off of brand new, unpackaged or unused, rolls. I didn't want to bring the material from material recycling facilities as post-consumer waste that we have in our facility. I don't think that would travel so well, but at the end of the day, we're taking plastic waste and giving it new life. And our first focus was single-use plastics, primarily because that's the one that goes immediately to landfills. But we can process everything from nylon fishing nets all the way to pieces of plastic that were collected on beaches. The only thing we don't touch is PVC, but I think many of my colleagues here will share that there's a rational reason for that.
Can you tell me how long did it take you to get to this stage? Because again, it's interesting to hear how long the business takes to start up.
So it, like I stated, it started 7 years ago. So it started in 2015, and it has taken a significant amount of development, R&D, workshopping ideas, building out a prototype. And in 2018, we launched a prototype facility, which has a capability of doing 150 tons per month in Argentina. And then launching it, in 2020, we launched a large-scale facility, which can do up to 1,500 tons a month. So it has been a very long journey. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears poured into it. Working with plastics isn't always the easiest. They don't like to bond together. They don't like to work together. So you're constantly working recipes, working the material to get the end result. And at the end of the day, we have plenty of plastic available for everybody here on the panel, and many more innovations to to come part of and tackle.
Now, your company made a conscious decision not to create a new polymer or a new kind of plastic. Why did you decide to go down that route?
It's a great question. We really wanted to focus on the built environment, mainly in terms of scalability. So the company was first designed for concrete. If you think about concrete, it's one of the most largely used materials in the world. It's practically everything's built from it. And for that, if we can replace aggregate even at a small percentage of base, you're taking a massive impact. So we didn't think it was necessary to go down trying to make a new polymer or homogeneous blend that would, compete with other virgin plastics. It's far too complicated. We built a simple rock that, is smarter than dumb rocks at the end of the day.
Now, you mentioned hydroponics a couple of times. For people who don't quite know what that is, can you say what it is and how your product is used for that?
Yeah, absolutely. So hydroponics is essentially indoor farming. You'll have large trays set up with typically either water or some type of cultivation, and there's a growing medium that the roots adhere to. So our product is a full replacement for expanded clay and expanded shale, which are, for the most part, are pretty standard industry options. The issue with those options that they are, environmentally really, really bad. And individuals working with the material, they typically have to clean it before they install it, and they have to work it so many times, and that at the end of the crop, they throw everything out. With our product, it's from the bag right into the tray. You can wash it with a hydroperoxide, some enzyme wash, and you can reinstall it. So you can reuse it over and over again, which is which is key in creating the full circularity. And especially with hydroponics, you're growing plants, either food or in California, it's cannabis. And those two angles are pretty phenomenal if you're having the right control, and using our product as a growing medium is perfect for it. And we kind of fell into that. Some person called us up one day in Argentina, was like, can I use this in hydroponics? And we're like, yeah, sure, you should give it a shot. Let us know how it goes. And it's kind of expanded from there.
That's great, very, very interesting. The thing that sort of strikes me is the fact that it's reusable, recyclable. And once the I'm sure at some point it has to be replaced. But is that material then, can you recycle that and then turn it into other things, or more rocks?
So if we're just looking at our footprint, we've designed our entire production line to be circular in nature. If we have a product at the end that doesn't fit our desire, we just toss it right back in the machine. If someone has the product and they want to recycle it, they just drive it right back to our facility, or we'll set up an arrangement to pick it up and then simply rinse and repeat. So as we scale, the solution then becomes more viable across the regions that we deploy in. So for right now, we're in Argentina, we're in the US. We plan on expanding and growing our business through a licensing and also cell phone facilities. So if we're looking at the long-term picture here, as we scale, so does a solution to the problem. If there's a facility nearby, it can process it. And the issue is, unfortunately, current infrastructure, as many of here will attest to, it doesn't have the capability. It's great at collecting, but what do we do once we collect it? That's the next hurdle in the problem that we need to solve.
Okay, and you were talking about expansion plans in the US. Can you just give us a little bit more details about that?
I can. For right now, we are focused on strictly getting up our SoCal operation plant completely up and running. So we've done that over the past 2 years. We're growing the market in the Southern California region, and we're kind of seeing where the demand takes us. Most likely, the next facility will be in the Northeast, and then we'll start positioning them around. We do have a licensing opportunity that will go out to Paris for CMEX in the next couple of years. So that's something that's been interested, and licensing will probably be the biggest expansion part of our strategy, working with these players, because they already have, significant stake in the communities that they're in. And it helps companies like us, which are more experts in the plastics and generating and transforming it versus trying to do the full workup.
Okay, thank you. So we're now going to move even narrower, kind of, with Laurent Villemin, who knows firsthand all about complex packaging. In fact, very complex packaging, because he was once at a firm and worked for many years in making complex packaging for makeup, which has various particular challenges. So you know all about complex packaging, and now you are the founder of 2 companies, one called Local3 and one called Replace. So can you tell me what those companies do and what you do with the complex packaging?
Thank you. And as my colleagues explaining how it's complex, effectively, to sorting the plastic, etc. We effectively follow the same approach, saying if you start to sort, if you start to clean, if you start to put a lot of complex operation, it will create a lot of impact of carbon, it will create a lot of cost, and at the end, we'll have a product, but nobody will buy it. So the point was how we can effectively solve this global issue means that transform directly this complex packaging with no operations before, directly on the product which can be sold at a very low price where we can compete existing other product. This is for Replace, where we patented a process with our partner ISA, which is a machine maker, effectively to create something really new in terms of this possibility to transform the plastic. And the local cube is to complete the approach. We say, if you want to have a very impacting footprint in terms of life cycle analysis, you have to do everything locally. So catch the plastic locally, transform it locally, and identify market where you can sell locally the product. So means today what we are already succeed to do, so we have the first plant located in Champagne, in France, where we mix a lot of different plastics, so it will be after a quiz to give you how to identify the different plastics. So what we are doing differently is that we mix everything. So we don't separate it. We take everything, we mix on one step, and directly we produce. I just take the small one because the small one is the only one I can put in my bag and not to be stopped at some areas.
I hope it wasn't in your hand luggage. That could be a bit of a...
And for example, in this product, for example, we have headdresses of champagne bottle, which are coming from the activities, transformed directly on one step on this stamp, which is used in the champagne industry. For the post.
Talk about a circular model.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And in this case, with this product, first we are able to reach the current price of existing other product, first. Second, the workers are effectively happy with this because sustainability, in this case. The worst things becomes a quality, and we can use it without gloves or other protection because the quality is very high. And what we have measured too, which is quite surprising in the result, is that when we compare the life cycle analysis of this product versus the equivalent in wood, it's 4 to 5 times less because you do this everything locally. So we consider that the both together are one of the solutions, because as you said, it's a so large topic that every new ideas and development will help. So imagine a world where we will have a small plant of replace everywhere in close to the beach, and when immediately the plastic will be transformed on useful product with endless product, so means it will have a value. So nobody will put in the sea. You will keep it to do something good.
It's just very inspiring. All of this is just incredibly inspiring. Now, the other thing that is very interesting about your company is the machine that does this. Can you tell us why this machine is so special?
Well, it's so special because first we identify how we can do what I just showed you, and we identify several ways to do it, and we test it. I will not show you the first pictures of the first test. As you say, it was wow, very strange, and very, very quickly, when we consider that we have this good approach, we contacted the company ISA, where I worked in the past when I was in the packaging industry, to say, okay, now we have a principle, how we can transform it on a very industrial machine, where we can work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, with a very sustainable approach and a very competitive approach. And I gave some input. First, just electricity, nothing more as energy, no water, nothing, just electricity. A size which allow to have a competitive and economical potential, but not so big, because I don't want to be above a certain level of electricity, for example. I don't want to enter in the complexity to declare the activity, etc., where we know how it can be complex in some countries, and where we can spread everywhere in the world. And last point, it was the machine has to be enough intelligent to adapt the setup, whatever the product we put inside. And this will allow to have a low competencies people, because you know how it's difficult to have good people on the plants today, especially when you want to run 7 days a week. It's much more than complex. And where we can effectively be sure that wherever you will put the line, you will be able to manage it. And voilà. So we build this, and to succeed in this approach, it was effectively to simply put the different product inside, and to use the polluant as additive to accelerate the process. And so now with this approach, which is somewhere a molding approach, but quite different, we are able to have a cost of production which is, I will say, for this type of items, 4 to 5 times less expensive than whatever other technology in plastic. But it will be not very technical pieces, of course, because otherwise I will be not here. With this type of product, effectively, we are able to reach this level of productivity. And believe me, to reach the level of price we can have with other material, it's open massive market.
And you've got quite a, I mean, you touched on the social approach that you have. Because this machine is so easy to use, the machine does all the work, and so it's very simple to use. You're able to open up job markets for people with disabilities. That's already happening in France.
Exactly what we have done is that in order to be sure and to show to everybody that it works, we did an agreement with a company which hire disabled people, and all the workers working on the line are coming from this company. And after just, I will say, 5 days of training, they are able to manage fully the line. Bon, sometimes they call me the night, okay, but globally it works.
Okay, well, that's again, and I mean, we're hearing multiple win solutions here, and that's like incredibly exciting, I must say. And there's one more thing that you're aiming to do, which is not just help companies be carbon neutral, but be plastic neutral.
Effectively, so the point is that following the tendency of carbon neutral is to say, imagine a world where wherever you have a plant, an industry, which put on the market plastic, and if we stick just close to them a replace plant or one of your plants, where we can transform and fix the same amount of plastic coming from the collectivity and the industry to say, okay, on this area, we are able to show that, okay, we sell plastic on the world, but at the same time, we stick and we transform the equivalent of very complex waste on the real useful product.
Okay, well, I think there'll be a lot of business for that in coming up. So definitely something, an opportunity there, a business opportunity. Thank you. We're going to have time for questions after we've heard from our last speaker. So if you do have some, get them at the ready, also because we don't have a lot of time, so we want to come to them quickly. Now we're going to zoom in right to the microplastics level. Now, we all have heard about microplastics, and we've heard how terrible they are and how they, basically what they are they're categorized as small pieces of degraded plastic, less than 5 millimeters, more or less, and they can travel thousands of miles into the open sea, and depending on their degradation, they remain at various depths in the ocean. And it's the plastic we don't see, and it's the plastic that ends up on our plate and ends up in our bodies. We've all heard that we eat half a credit card's worth of plastic every year. And this is where you come in to help us stop doing that. This is Catherine Schoen, founder and CEO of Wasser 3.0. For those of you who don't speak German, I think it's pretty obvious, but we're talking about water here. And I'd like you to tell us a little bit about your company, what it is, how did you start it, and why?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Thanks a lot for all the great panelists before. Now we're talking about the unseen. So the microplastic pollution is the unseen pollution where microplastics are released into the environment. And I'm the founder and CEO of Wasser 3.0, and we tackle this problem with a vision: waters without microplastics and micropollutants. This means that we have detection methods, removal technologies, and circular economy approach to tackle the pollution scenarios in our waters and not the pollution scenarios in our oceans. We start at the very first beginning. So when microplastics are released into the environment, in industries, and in wastewater treatment plants, because if we stop the pollution there, it will not be there. So the ocean pollution will be decreased. And what we do at Wasser 3.0 is quite simple. We make the unseen scene with a simple technology, clump and skim. So we clump microplastic particles, no matter which polymer type, no matter of size. So we talk about size smaller than 5 millimeters, as Amanda said before. And we clump them together using a secret chemical compound, more or less like this, because this is silicium dioxide, and our compound is based on hybrid silica gel, so silicium dioxide is part of this compound. And we use this hybrid silica gel, which clumps the particles together. And what we need from the technology side is only a reactor with a stirrer, and nothing more. So the water comes into the reactor, the stirrer turns on, a vortex is formed. This means localization of the particles, and then we add the hybrid silica gel. And then the magic happens. The clump and skim technology brings the larger agglomerates on the surface. They're popped up like popcorn and can be easily skimmed off. Turns out waters without microplastics, turns out waters without micropollutants, because this agglomerates can also absorb the micropollutants, and with a significant choice of hybrid silica gels, it's not just an adsorption, it's a fixation reaction, and finally you get what everybody wants: clean water.
Okay, so a very interesting technology, and thank you for explaining that. Your company, I mean, it doesn't just do that, because you start, I mean, you've got to detect it first, and then you've got to remove it. And then, of course, what happens after that with the material that you found?
So first of all, the detection is absolutely necessary, because if you know the amount of pollutants in your water, you can tailor your technologies. And if you can tailor, you can scale, you can grow, you can adapt to various scenarios. This is one major point where we start with the detection of microplastics, because then we have a process control system. The removal, you already know how it functions, brings up the agglomerates. The agglomerates are silicon and carbon-based materials, and these particles, 2 millimeters up to 2.0 centimeters, so larger agglomerates, they are reused. So then we are coming into this area of panelists, because then we're talking about the scene plastic agglomeration pollutions, and we can reuse our materials in subsequent steps. So for concrete, so as a filler for road construction, and in the next step, we want to try to build some B2B products that everybody knows how microplastic removal can save not only the water quality, but being in a sustainable circular economy structure.
So I can imagine, if we're talking about microplastics, you need an awful lot of these to be able to produce something that... so how much do you have to collect?
This depends. I mean, everybody knows that most of the industries use polymers to produce, manufacture, and recycle the plastic. So there are lots of polymers in the surrounding, and this stop the pollution at this point means that you do not need that much time to collect the microplastics, because there's enough in the process. And if you use the process water and bring the microplastics out of this water, then you have larger amounts, and then it becomes more and more impactful.
And you're currently working on a project in Germany. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how far you've got with it?
So we are currently running a continuous operation in paper industry. This is our first continuous operation plant where we directly attack on the process water, and the other large project is a long-term study at the wastewater treatment plant, because we already know that at the wastewater treatment plants all the pollutants are at one time and one place, and there it makes sense to stop the pollution as well.
Now, the unique thing, or one of the unique things about your company, is that it has an eco-social model. Can you explain what that means?
So we are, from the bottom of our heart, a non-profit company, which means that we have a hybrid capital model. For most of the investors now, the eyes are closed and this is not relevant for us, but this hybrid capital model brings independency and transparency. And this is what is most important when you talk about microplastics, which is not regulated and where you do not have laws, because then you create the impact by setting the solutions. And the hybrid capital model means that we invest our profits directly to 100% in research and development, education and awareness raising. And this is very important because it's a really, really complex issue, and going through all this in deep and wide, so digging deeper and having the widescreen takes lots of time. And I'm a former polymer chemist, so I come from the evil side. Some people say it's the evil side. I don't think so. You have to know lots of things about polymers to set up a solution which is sustainable and makes sense in the end. And where the industries and the wastewater treatment plants, people want to start doing something without regulations and laws. And that's the point. So bringing everything together, bringing a solution on the market without these points, without regulations, laws, means doing something completely different. And this is why we choose the hybrid capital model in a non-profit company structure, because this makes for us most sense, because we act for planet and people first. And this is our way we want to follow the overall mission.
But of course, doesn't this put investors off because they want profits?
No, we are completely open for investors, but they have to go a slightly different way, like the discussion on return on invests and exit strategy, because we do work now for the future of our planet, and this needs a little bit longer timeline for return on invest, and return on investment could also be cleaner water, beating water scarcity, and so on and so on. So there are lots of other topics where we generate return on invest, not only on the economic side.
Okay, that's good to know. Now, what are your plans for expansion?
So we are going with the industries, the early adopters, who really want to change their processes. Because what we see is that not only microplastics is a driver, sustainability processing is the driver. So if we, and this is what we do in the paper industry, if we set up completely new process design, sustainable process design, by reusing the water, saving energy, saving costs, by reducing the waste with a circular economy approach, and by removing microplastics, we have the crown on, because then the process has a return on invest for the company who set up the solution, because they have a little invest, they have less operational costs, and finally, and in some, they get something out on the SDG side and the ESG side.
Another kind of win-win solution. Okay, well, thank you. In fact, it's been really interesting to see all the panelists' faces as they're watching the others, going, "Wow, that's amazing!" It's really interesting because you're all in similar fields but doing such different things. Really, really interesting. So now it's time for your questions. We have about 5 minutes. We have one over here. If we could. Oh, thank you, Jeannie.
Thank you. Very interesting. I'm curious if any of your solutions can handle disregarded or lost fishing gear, things that are sort of traditionally hard to recycle and dirty to clean. I'm wondering if your innovative solutions can tackle that big challenge.
The answer is yes. The issue a lot of times with this fishing gear or say like a shipping line is that it's typically thicker in gauge, so you need certain machinery. Now, once that machinery is procured, absolutely we can, like our system can process nylon netting, fishing netteries, everything up and down the chain.
Thank you.
And I will add, it will be a good material.
Okay, there's a question right at the back there. Right at the back. Thank you. It was a little bit hard to see you. Thank you for waving so much.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we'll take into cognizance that sometimes, even if we take care of our own immediate environment, things can be shipped from elsewhere. I'm from Lagos in Nigeria. It's a coastal city of about 20 million people. And I can tell you plastic is a major pollution. And my question is, what are you doing for technology transfer to low and medium income country? Because even though you could clean up Europe, you could clean up wherever, but transportation with shipping, some of this will still come back.
Look, all these technologies that we're developing need to scale and reach every point of the. You start from somewhere, right? The plastic pollution problem is one of the big polluters, but as we said before, plastics is not the only polluter. And there are technologies that address plastics, there are technologies that address other things like in our case. But once you scale all these technologies, you become much more competitive. Remember that, since the day of the Industrial Revolution, we're living in a linear economy, very used to the same thing time and time again. In the last years, we want to revolutionize this world. It takes a little time, and this is why we're talking about time. But for these technologies to reach every corner of the planet, we need really to scale it, and that means that we need to be successful, we need to be profitable in every way possible, but we need to be able to expand. For that, we have here the commonality of the elements that you need to put together, including financing. In the case, for example, of our company, we're already developing modules for third world countries where we want to really take waste that is about to be landfills and creating all these methane emissions and other problems, and bring it back to the economy to create alternative products and not to use polymers like polypropylene, polyethylene, the ones that end up in your environment. There are timing issues, there are scale issues here, there are economic issues. All these technologies need to be, at the end, competitive because, again, plastics, the common plastics, exist for the last 100 years. These are monsters that have created enormous economies of scale and very competitive materials. So imagine creating a new technology that can really compete with polypropylene, let's say, or polyethylene. This is very difficult. To reach that level, you need scalability, and that's what we're trying to do, all of us here, so that in the coming years, you will start seeing new products made with alternative materials, that old economy disappearing to let room for the good guys to come in.
And to follow exactly the same approach, when I started this project with Christian Horn, the co-founder of Replace, we discussed together and to say when we will consider that the project is a success. And we agreed to say when we will be able to install the machine in Africa, we'll consider it will be a success because it will show it can work everywhere. So ready to install in Nigeria if we effectively, after the scale up, because effectively it's the step we need effectively to be able to spread our system everywhere in the world.
Patrick, I saw you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so kind of scaling is, echoing both of their comments. As we scale, our technologies will continue to improve. As we continue going down the road of developing and optimizing, we'll be able to utilize that knowledge base to develop better solutions for the third world, which make even better sense. For us, we have an Argentina facility that we think could be a model that could be deployed not only in Africa, but in the Philippines, in areas that have high pollution rates of plastics. You don't have to look too far from even our backyard, all the way down to Latin America, at least from Southern California standpoint. And I think what the full circularity is taking the waste and putting it into something that's simple and easy to use. And that's kind of why we generated a rock at the end of the day. Its applicability to so many different things really helps regions when we do deploy it, just to build off of what we've already done.
Katrin, do you want to?
as we are sustainability entrepreneurs, we have the open access approach. So we share our knowledge about how to remove microplastics and micropollutants from any kind of water, and we build the solutions with the companies in the countries where we deploy. So for us, it's not like we send the technology in a container to a country with large logistics. We put our knowledge to the country. We help to improve the education and the overall understanding of how to build sustainability in the countries with our approach of social and sustainability entrepreneurship.
Thank you. We've got time for one more question. Oh, okay. The lady on just in the aisle here, please. There she is.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's really great to see all kinds of new technologies to make plastics from a whole range of different materials. So the one question I had is any of these materials also biodegradable or only compostable or recyclable?
Ours isn't, unfortunately. It's made from plastic waste, so it at end source is not biodegradable, for at least ours.
But what I can say on this is that, as we heard before, there is a plastic based on seaweed, biodegradable plastic. So there is a large scale of potential to create new plastic. But when you will have to collect and sort this all new plastic, it will become even much more complex to separate them. So all this technology, which no need to have separation, will, at the reverse, can accept whatever kind of plastic. And this will bring the solution to other innovators, which will deploy new plastic.
I want to add something here. The UBQ is not biodegradable. UBQ is highly recyclable, more than plastics. So many times without losing capabilities, because it's not a polymer, it's a thermoplastic composite. But biodegradable is very nice to hear, right? But sometimes, please remember, the cost to the environment to create some of these biodegradable products, not all of them, by the way, but some of them, is higher than the benefit that you get to the environment from its biodegradation. And yet again, on that side, you also have a problem, because for something to biodegrade, it has to have the conditions to biodegrade. Most of the plastics end up in landfills. Landfills are anaerobic systems where you cannot biodegrade. You turn into methane. So I hear the view of the LCA, of the complete value chain of emissions from A to Z is extremely important. And the fact that we are able to collect all those, their biodegradables, non-biodegradables, and put them together and bring them back to the economy are solutions that do make sense. So I will give you one example. PLA, which is the very well-known biodegradable plastic, costs the environment 4 times more than 1 ton of polypropylene. So 1 ton of PLA is much costly to the environment. So yes, you feel you're consuming a good product, but it costs a lot to create it, okay? So you have to see the full value chain: use of water, use of energy, use of resources, and those elements are incredible. And today the economy is looking at those things. So just like you see calories in your product, you will end up seeing what is the LCA value of your product, what is the carbon footprint impact of your product, and that will help you make the best choices to be able to access these new materials that are a good alternative to the conventional ones.
The point is, we keep the plastics in the loop. We do not create something new. And by keeping it in the loop, it becomes circular. And this means more than just replacing it with a biodegradable material, which needs more energy, more water to produce.
Make it easy.
There was another gentleman who had his hand up near the lady.
I'll make it very quick.
Thank you.
Three of the solutions are born out of, as far as I can understand, a waste segmentation problem. If you were able to segment accurately, would you still be competitive in terms of the end product?
So in other words, if it was easy to separate out, your materials wouldn't exist anymore because you put everything in. I think that was the kind of what you were saying.
Yeah, exactly.
In a perfect world where everything is really easy to separate.
Can you extract more value from accurate segmentation than the benefits of your end product?
Yeah. In a perfect world that doesn't exist, regrettably, possibly, but countries that do recycle a lot, Europe, which is a model of recycling, you will see that 40 to 50% will end up either incinerated or in landfills, because that separation is extremely difficult. And then after you separate, you will find plastics and materials, paper, cardboard, that are contaminated with foodstuff. You cannot recycle those things. So until those technologies will arrive, you will always have at least 50% of the waste going somewhere, typically landfills. That is in Europe. Consider Brazil, consider Indonesia, consider any place. Peru, I come from Peru, by the way. It's an enormous problem. So hopefully someone will address that in the future. In the meantime, the better we can connect all these materials and create alternatives to those that are being mined in a world that is being depleted, is keeping materials in the circle. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here.
And if you consider, for example, the PET or recyclability, the bottle, so the separation, you separate the polypropylene, the PET, but at the end, you have the rest of the labels and polluted by other things. This is this material we put in our process. So means we bring even a solution for all the existing recycling companies which have waste. And this waste can be transformed by our processes.
Okay, we have time for maybe one more question, if we have any more questions from the audience. Everyone's looking impatient and they're waiting for the keynote speech, which is coming shortly. We have one last question here.
Hi, is it working? Okay. Thanks for the note on bioplastics and on offering an alternative once our flexi has to go somewhere, because it's true. It's one of the big questions we get asked about the landfills. I just had a quick quantitative question. What is the yield with a UBQ in terms of waste mass into UBQ material? And what is the shrinkage in terms of density? And if you have time, is it batch independent? Like, what is the repeatability between the batches?
Okay. We will have a cocktail together.
Obviously, yes. Maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah, but it's 100% conversion. What comes in goes out. The only difference is water, which is basically goes into vapor. Waste is very humid. I don't know if you know, but about 40% of it is water. Consider a piece of apple or a potato, right? Or a banana, a lot of water. Everything that is not water is 100% converted. Luckily, because of that humidity, we don't use any water in the process, except for the showers for the employees. But in the process, we don't use any water. Yes. And the density is 1. So we are basically almost like polypropylene, and much better than PVC, of course. So we are in the realm of plastics. And the other stuff we'll talk later.
I saw you wanted to jump in, even though the question wasn't for you, Laurent. You were like, ooh, no, okay. Right, well, we're coming to the end of this panel, but just to conclude, what I would like to do is, I'd like to, since this is the last panel of the day, and you've actually heard everybody, I was just thinking of, the kind of messages that you think have come out of here that you think people should be taking home, from your point of view, but also in generally on the Ocean Innovators platform and where we go from here. And I'm going to start with you, Laurent.
So first, it was really interesting to see so many ideas and potential to do the things. My message is that it's highlight how it's impressive all solution we can deploy. And I think there is not a good solution versus bad solution. I think every solution has some interest. We speak about PET, recyclability, and other stuff. And I think everything has to be worked on to be sure we can develop all solutions. So it was really instructive and very positive for my side.
Okay, I was going to go to everybody else, but I'm afraid we're going to have to now wrap up. I'm sorry that you're not able to add your conclusions as well, but I think that was a good one to take home, and I think it's one everybody on the panel can share. So that's all we have time for. Thank you to our wonderful speakers, Laurent, Patrick, Tato, and Catherine. And thank you to everyone who's been involved in this session. Thanks to the session's co-convener, the Solar Impulse Foundation, the organisers from the Prince Albert II Foundation, also the interpreters who are upstairs doing a hard job, and the technicians as well. Everything's gone very smoothly. And my final thank you goes to you, the audience here. Thank you for your attention. You've been very good with some excellent questions. And now I'm going to hand back and say thank you to everyone. And I'm now going to hand back to Jeannie.
Thank you, Aminda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aminda, thank you so much. Thank you again to all of those panelists for that session on plastic innovation. Thank you very much. As they're taking their seats, I'd ask you all now to please stay in your seats just for a few minutes. His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco will be with us here shortly to hear the keynote speech from the chairman and founder of the Solar Impulse Foundation, Bertrand Piccard, who's gone to welcome the Prince now. I'd just like to remind you all, when the Prince comes into the room, if you would all please stand. Thank you so much. He should be here momentarily. Thank you. Gentlemen, Prince Albert II of Monaco. Ouais. Monseigneur, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the keynote speech of this Ocean Innovators platform with a man who's made history not once but 2 times. He was the first person to go around the world non-stop in a balloon and then again in a solar plane without fuel. He has been tirelessly promoting renewable energies and clean technology for over 20 years, and he is now working on more than 1,000 solutions to protect the environment in a profitable way. But before he comes up on stage, let's now take a look at Bertrand Piccard in pictures.
Every dream in history was considered impossible until it had been accomplished. Behind each achievement, explorers have invented the future by going beyond the frontiers of certainties. They have broken the rules, challenging common assumptions to discover new solutions. Today, solving the environmental crisis seems out of reach. We need the same pioneering spirit that has in the past allowed mankind to achieve the impossible. This is how we will find the solutions to change the world. Bertrand Piccard, the visionary behind Solar Impulse, wanted to demonstrate the incredible potential of renewable energies and clean technologies. Solar Impulse was built to carry this message around the world.
Hello, Solar Pulse. Hello, Captain Piccard. I am inspired by your pioneering spirit.
You know, Mr. Secretary General, if an airplane like Solar Impulse can fly day and night without fuel, the world, of course, can be much cleaner.
Hotel India Bravo, turning final, 02 right.
More than an achievement in the history of aviation, Solar Impulse has made an achievement in the history of energy. Let's take it further.
What can be done in the sky can be done on the ground. Replacing old and polluting infrastructure by modern and efficient technologies is logical as much as ecological. Convinced that protection of the environment will become a reality only if it's economically viable, Bertrand Piccard has launched the second phase of his action, committing the Solar Impulse Foundation to identify 1,000 solutions that can protect the environment in a profitable way. Developed by startups and corporates, these solutions reduce pollution and improve efficiency in the fields of water, energy, construction, mobility, industry, and agriculture for a better quality of life. Assessed by independent experts and labeled by the Solar Impulse Foundation, they represent the market opportunity of the century, generating jobs and clean growth. In the near future, Bertrand Piccard will travel around the world again to present this unique selection of solutions with one goal: encourage governments, businesses, and institutions to go beyond compromise and set more ambitious environmental targets and energy policies. Here again, the spirit of exploration has a role to play in achieving what many people still consider impossible. And you can be a part of it.
Please welcome the chairman and founder of the Solar Impulse Foundation, Bertrand Piccard.
Monseigneur, mon cher Albert, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. There has been so many things done with the Principality of Monaco at the time of the Solar Impulse aeroplane that I'm really elated to have now a common event for solutions between Prince Albert II Foundation and the Solar Impulse Foundation. And I have a lot of things to tell you. But first, I would like to explain you where my passion for the environment comes from. In 1960, it's not far away. Can you imagine that the governments of this world wanted to dump their radioactive and toxic waste in the deepest trenches in the oceans because they thought it was empty? And maybe the story that inspired me the most in my life, the story of my father making the dive with the bathyscaphe to 11 kilometers down in the Marina Trench, telling me I saw a fish and 3 shrimps, showing that there was oxygen. And oxygen is only made at the surface. So it was the proof that if oxygen was down there 11 kilometers deep, there were currents, vertical currents going up and down, and that all the pollution you would put down there, one day or another, would pollute the entire world. And from that moment on, it was officially prohibited in the world to dump radioactive waste in the deepest trenches. So for me, it was a big lesson because it shows how scientific exploration can bring knowledge, can attract the awareness of the people. But it would be nothing if there was not political decisions to change the behavior of the people. So today we need to keep on this pioneering spirit, this spirit of exploration, but not necessarily to explore new territories because we know all the world and we've even gone to the moon. But we need to explore new ways of doing and new ways of thinking. And this is why we're here together speaking about solutions. And solutions really do exist. And this was, for me, the main message of the Solar Impulse adventure. Can you imagine what it is? You have the Mission Control Center with 60 flight engineers in the Régnier 3 auditorium next to here in Monaco, and the plane flying above oceans. And when you fly above oceans, it's very long flights, crossing the Pacific, crossing the Atlantic. And there was only one source of energy, it was the sun. And big propellers turning left and right of my cockpit, no noise, no pollution, no fuel, I could fly forever. And I promise you, once I pinched myself, I thought I would wake up in my bed because it would be a dream. But not. I did not wake up, I was not sleeping. I was not in the future. I was not in a science fiction movie. I was in the present with what the technologies of today allow us to do today. And that was, for me, like a revelation. Because if I was not in the future, it meant that the rest of the world was in the past. And think about that. The technologies we use today, almost all of them, were invented in 1920 at the beginning of the oil era. Thermal engines, completely inefficient. At the most, it's 27% of efficiency. My electric engines had 97% of efficiency. We have badly insulated buildings, inefficient heating, cooling, and lighting systems, old industrial processes and dirty ways to burn fossil fuels to have movement, heat, or electricity. Are we proud of that? So we bravely wave our latest smartphone to make believe that we are modern, but everything else is inefficient and outdated. And this has to change. But the word change frightens everybody. And here maybe I speak to you more as the psychiatrist than the explorer. But people hate to change. People want to keep their habits, keep their benchmarks. So I think we should avoid the word changing and put the word modernization. Can you imagine? We have to modernize all our infrastructures, and then people can be excited. We modernize everything. Okay, but then you have the finance people who say it's going to be expensive. And it's true that if it's expensive to modernize all the infrastructures of mobility, construction, agriculture, industry, everything, nobody will do it. But imagine that it's profitable. And this is the test that we made at the Solar Impulse Foundation in the last 6 years now. This is the story you have seen in the film. Launching the target of reaching more than 1,000 solutions that would protect the environment, but at the same time create jobs and make money. And fortunately, everybody told me at the beginning that it was impossible. And I like that, because when something is impossible, the people you meet, the people you attract, the people who support you are fantastic people. This is why I was so much supported, of course, by Prince Albert and by Monaco from the beginning, and from experts, and from my team. And today, we have reached almost 1,400 of these solutions. So you see, the impossible doesn't exist in the reality. The impossible exists only in the mindset of the people who are prisoners of the past, instead of being open to the future. So today, what does it mean to have so many solutions that are profitable, that create jobs and protect the environment? It shows that we can finally reconcile ecology and economy and change the narrative. We cannot continue to say that protection of the environment is expensive, boring, and sacrificial. We need to show that it is profitable, job-creating, and exciting, and that it's a fantastic business opportunity for the industry. It's a fantastic opportunity for investment. And like this, we can attract a lot of key decision makers who have as only target to create jobs, otherwise they are not re-elected, or to make profit, otherwise they are kicked out of their company. So we can come and say, okay, you want to create jobs, you want to make money, you want to be famous, you want to be re-elected, whatever. You can do it much better with the new solutions that protect the environment than with the old solutions that destroy the environment. Which means that we don't need to go into the degrowth theory of the activist, because I believe that this will lead to a social chaos. You cannot redistribute money if you have no money. You need to create wealth. And if you have nothing for social security or for the pension funds, it doesn't work. But at the other hand, it's absolutely clear that if we continue to do what we do today, we destroy the future of the planet, or let's say the future of humankind, yeah, because the planet will be even better without us. But at least the future of humankind will destroy. So we need to refuse both. We need to refuse degrowth, and we need to refuse this so-called illimited growth that leads to ecological disaster. And in the middle of these two impossible choices, there is what I like to call qualitative growth, where you make money, you create jobs by replacing what is polluting by what is protecting the environment. In other words, you link the GDP not anymore with the quantity of the consumption and the waste, but you link the GDP with the quality of the efficiency. And because you have less waste, you need less resources to reach the same target. You have more profit that allows you to pay for the upfront investment. So in theory, it's perfect. The world of investors is happy. The world of business is happy. The world of industry is happy. Why don't we have it everywhere? Why don't we have everywhere all these solutions? You've seen, for the one who were in the previous panel, and also the panel this morning, these fantastic entrepreneurs, innovators, who have solutions to sort out all the plastic waste, to produce electricity with waves, to have new type of concrete that reconstitutes the biodiversity in the ocean. Each time you build something, all the offshore wind turbines can be built with e-concrete, which is better for the biodiversity than not using this new type of concrete. We have all these solutions, all these innovators. And what happens? Laziness, stupidity, inertia, but no decisions. Imagine that all these governments would just make it mandatory to be efficient, just make it mandatory to be modern. That would change the world. So today we are in a completely other situation than we were before. Before it was the ecologists, the activists, who were pushing the governments to act. And the governments could not act because it was too expensive and the solutions did not exist. Today, who is starting to push? The innovators, the investors, the industry. They push because they know that they will make better business. But they have to push more. And they have to make it known officially that they are pushing and asking for new regulations. And I'm sorry to end up with regulations after speaking of flying around the world with the spirit of exploration. But you know, it's exactly the same thing. We need exploration in politics, exploration in the way to put new legislation in place. Because if you look at the reality today, the regulations, the legal framework, let's say, is as outdated as the systems that we still use. So when you have a company who is accused of polluting the ocean with plastic, they answer, what we do is legal. There is no regulation that restrains us from doing it. So although the solutions exist, they are not used. So today it's a question of modernizing the regulations. And when we speak in a normal audience, everybody says, okay, yes, but there is maybe no leverage. Here in Monaco, there is a head of state who knows that the regulation has to be modernized, who speaks about it officially at the Tribune of the United Nations, speaks about it to other heads of state, and this is a big advantage. This is why it's very important to be in places like Monaco. Now, of course, we will end up this Ocean Week with what type of knowledge? The knowledge that solutions exist. You have met the people who are producing these innovations. But we need to end up this Monaco Ocean Week with more than that. It needs to be really action. And we need to go to the media. We need to go to local authorities at the level of regions, cities, because not everybody can speak to heads of state. The one who can have to continue doing it, of course, and spread this message. But everywhere, it is so positive. You know, everybody today knows that we need to bring enthusiasm in ecology. And if you come and you say, oh, there are so many problems, nobody will listen to you. If you say there are so many solutions and they are profitable, people will listen to you. So you have to speak, otherwise nobody will hear you. So the Ocean Week doesn't start the last day of the Ocean Week. I would say it starts on the last day, when you will leave Monaco and when you will be the ambassadors to have a much more active future, to bring this spirit of exploration everywhere. So it's a responsibility. We should not just wait for others to do it. We have to do it at our level each time we can. And we have, of course, the ambassadors who are the providers of solutions, who are here. You have the one that you have not known because they're not here, and you can look on the website of the Solar Impulse Foundation, look on the website of the Albert II Foundation, all the ones that exist, and invest in them, use them, promote them, speak about them, and you know, there is not just one of them who's going to change the world, but all of them will. It's like the piranha theory. You know, the piranha, these little fish in the rivers of South America, if one of them bites you, you don't feel it because it's a little fish. But if 1,400 of them bites you at the same time, you're a skeleton in 3 minutes. And this is what we have to do with 1,400 solutions. Each one bites a little bit of CO2, a little bit of plastic, a little bit of inefficiency, a little bit of waste, a little bit of pollution. And all together, they save the world, or they change the world. They modernize the world, and they offer a better quality of life. And it's not a better quality of life only for the future generations, because that's not a big incentive. No, it's a better quality of life for our current generation already. It's not for the future, it's for the present. It's not only for the environment, it's for humankind. That means it's for us. So we have to do it in our own interest. And it's possible because solutions exist and they are profitable. So I repeated that several times for you to really remember it and be the ambassadors of this fantastic week where we were not speaking just about theory, but about very, very concrete systems, technologies, product, materials, sources of energy that exist today. So we're at the beginning of something that can be a huge success or a failure. Depends how much energy, human values we put in it. Good luck.
Thank you so much again to Bertrand Piccard. That was so inspiring. I don't know about you, but I'm never going to think about piranhas in the same way. All right, we are going to wrap up now today's Ocean Innovator platform with a summary of the key points from the different sessions today. To help us do that, can I please ask on stage the representatives of the co-conveners of the different panels? Can I please have Ben Lesage, Global Coordinator for the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Stephen Murphy, Lead at Climate Tech, Ron Tardif, Marine Ecologist and Pillar Lead for Uplink Ocean, Damien Payatakis, Damien, where are you, Head of Sustainable and Impact Investing at Barclays, and Olivier Venden from the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. Please, everyone, take a seat. There you go. So welcome to those we haven't seen before. Welcome back to you. We just have a short amount of time before a wonderful cocktail awaits us. I'm going to give you each 2 minutes to answer a question. Stephen, let me start with you. Climate Tech was the co-convener of 2 sessions today, regenerative ocean farming and on building sustainability in coastal areas. What are your main takeaways from those 2 sessions? And is it possible to move toward this modernization instead of this idea of change, as Bertrand Piccard was just saying?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you very much. And I should say at the start, the offset, I'm not a scientist or an engineer, so in that context, I just want to thank Roma for the most amazing content they put together today, and we've been delighted to be part of that as Climate Tech. So somewhat overwhelming, I guess, is my first takeaway, trying to understand from the amazing innovators in the room, but totally inspiring. And my second key takeaway is to come out very optimistic. There's a lot of eco-anxiety around these days, so to come out hearing from these amazing innovators. Obviously, everybody from, I've met with founders from 20 years old to 60 years old, and, by definition, we can't expect corporates to innovate. And typically governments don't innovate, although I suspect the Monaco government and the Prince are exceptions to that rule. So it's amazing to hear the work being done here. So yeah, the innovation is amazing. The third thing I want to take away is on the funding side of things. So I work with climate technology founders and investors every day. And often when we talk about infrastructure and hardware, there seems to be a funding gap. So it's awesome to hear from some founders today that they're not having that problem. Maybe they're post-revenue or growth. But I guess part of the reason for being here in Monaco is to tick off the finance box and encourage more investment into, especially on the hardware side. And very quickly, my fourth takeaway, because we join these amazing annual conferences, and I think it's important to come together more often, potentially. So part of my job is that I chair the Climate Tech Council, which is where we have 20 founders globally who represent industries from nuclear fusion to cell-based food, storage technology, and we bring them together on a council to discuss better ways of collaborating. So I'd like to announce the launch of the Climate Tech Oceans Council, where we're going to identify 12 to 15 founders, some of whom are in this room today, to come together on a more regular basis to discuss with a small number of oceans investors and some thought leaders. And maybe we'd like to invite people like Bertrand along to give us keynotes. And then maybe we can come back next year with some solid outcomes.
Fantastic.
So, thank you.
Stephen, thank you. Ben, let me turn to you now. The Sustainable Ocean Alliance sponsored our very first session this morning on blue carbon. We saw so many different approaches in that panel, from seaweed to whales to how to link blue carbon with businesses. It seems like it was really emblematic, this session, of the crossroads between technology and business. Would you agree?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I would like to thank Ines and Romain Olivier for this first successful edition of the Monaco Innovators platform. Not easy to summarize the blue carbon topics in 2 minutes, but I think we all agree this morning that in the face of the climate emergency that we are all in, we are in a race to basically go to carbon neutrality by 2050. It's a race we must win. And yeah, thanks to recent scientific discoveries and new technologies and innovations, we have realized that blue ecosystems have an amazing opportunity to capture carbon. Sometimes from 5 to 1,000 times versus what is existing inland. If we compare a tree to a whale, you say we cannot compare them, but still. And yeah, as you said, we saw amazing solutions this morning. They are amazing, yes, because they come from the Sustainable Ocean Alliance network. And yeah, we all agree to say that we are only at the beginning. We repeated several times that we are entering a new sphere when it regards to blue carbon. There is still a lot to achieve, many things to develop when it regards to carbon measurements, put a carbon price, reaching the carbon market as well for all these blue carbon opportunities. And finally, there is one thing you may take from this morning session, is that modern blue carbon is mostly about regeneration. Voilà. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Ron Tardif, you moderated our session on blue food that was co-convened with Uplink. What are your takeaways? Can new technologies help renew and promote blue food?
Thank you, and thank you to the organizers, His Royal Highness, and everyone here, and to the Foundation for this opportunity. I actually want to go back to the very earliest days of our species coming out of Africa. And actually, we've lost a lot of this evidence, and we've kind of ignored it because we have a terrestrial bias, because we live on land. But some theories in my field would tell you that actually some of our earliest and most important food sources came from the sea. We've lost that evidence because sea level has risen so dramatically in the last 100,000 years or even a few million years. But at the same time, I think as our earliest days as a species depended on the sea for our sustenance and perhaps even the evolution of our brains, so too our future is returning and looking at the sea for the producing wonderful food products like urchins and uni for sushi, but also for even producing biostimulants to improve our food systems here on land. So I think that the future of food really is blue, and that there are so many innovative technologies and solutions that exist today to make that process regenerative, to make that process less dependent on make our food systems less dependent on fresh water, less dependent on land, especially as we reach 8, 9, 10 billion people. It's going to be impossible to feed everyone with our dependence on really land and water intensive technologies in agriculture. But the sea offers another opportunity.
Ron, I'm going to keep you a quick question on Uplink. What's the next Ocean Challenge?
So next month, we will be launching with Marriott Hotels, Iberostar, Dynamic Planet, and a few other interesting partners, a new challenge on regenerative and resilient coastal tourism. So we'll be looking for solutions that can, perhaps even from Monaco, countries that are very dependent on tourism, how can we make those communities more resilient? We've seen a complete collapse of tourism. So the solution isn't only tourism, so it's better tourism, regenerative tourism, but what other alternatives are there? And we've seen some of them, such as eco-wave power or others. What else is there for tourism-dependent communities? So I'm looking forward to the next batch of solutions on Uplink.
Ron Tardif, thank you very much. Damien, you moderated our session on investing in the ocean. That was co-convened with Barclays. Now, we saw several different categories of investors in that panel, from governments to venture capital, investment funds. Are there any parallels to be drawn between all of these different styles when it comes to investing in the ocean?
Yes, absolutely. While I think we saw different approaches to how they would think about investing, I think the underlying and shared common belief is that investing in the ocean economy has both attractive financial potential as well as a responsibility or an existential need for us. And it's actually interesting because across all of those groups, and even the conversations that we have with clients, within the private bank, I'm privileged to speak with our families and family members and their officers around how do we invest sustainably, that conversation of how do we move forward, not just about the financial return, but actually the idea that more and more families want to not just invest for their financial future, but actually to influence it, or perhaps to modernize it, would be a better way to say it. And I think that when we think about the parallels from all of those investors, if we want to influence the future, we need the capital as well as the solutions to be able to scale existing solutions, to be able to take novel solutions and actually develop them further, or even create new solutions. And so if we think about that aspect of how we serve clients, and Barclays has been in Monaco for 100 years at this point, and the conversation we're having is actually how do we invest for them for the next 100 years? What is the future that we want to create, and what do they want to create, and how do we help them to do that? Which I think is a really exciting way of thinking about the capital and the wealth. But if I was going to make one other parallel, I guess, to the wider climate movement, in some ways, when we look at ocean economy, it's that the longer we wait to act, and actually the longer we wait to deploy capital, the more damage, the more difficult it is to address, and actually the more likely that we have breakdown around ocean or even broader climate issues. And so I think in some ways the pioneering spirit also needs to come from investors. So for those of you who are investors in the room, I think we and I would certainly encourage you to think about how does your capital catalyze the future that you'd like to see, and how can you do that to create value both for your portfolios, obviously, in terms of financial or economic return, but also for our planet and our oceans.
Damien, thank you so much. Damien Payatakis. Well, we are almost at the end of today's Ocean Innovators platform. We'll wrap up now with some words in closing from you, Olivier Venden. We really saw today how important it is to use innovation, to use new technology, to come up with answers for some of the biggest challenges that are facing the oceans today. I guess my question is are we on the right path?
I will tell you that I think we are, and we should remain all optimistic. Otherwise, we can just all go back home and wait until the doom and gloom situation just take us over. If you allow me to, I would like to pick up a sentence from you, Bertrand, from your book, and it was in the video, but let's be logical and ecological. I think it all starts there. It seems so easy. The solutions are on the table. We have dynamic business. We have dynamic investors. I'm pretty sure we have a goodwill in general. Human beings and decision makers are good people. And I meet you there, Bertrand. I think there's a lot of ignorance still now. And I'm afraid Sylvia Earle yesterday told us, now we know. In this room we know. But the general public, I'm not sure. And I think there's still a lot to do to make people convinced that there is a problem and that the solutions exist. So my point here is, again, to thank all our partners and co-conveners, because it was probably an excellent and good intuition that we had last year with our friends from Barclays, but unfortunately with COVID we had to postpone this initiative. And then we met Bertrand Piccard again at COP26, And yes, it was central in all debates that we must push as hard as possible at every single level the solutions existing for the planet. What I will take away from today's meeting is that we have good news. And a lot of business that came up on stage refuse the status quo that Your Highness you praised on Monday and that John Kerry asked us to break the mold. And instead of talking about adaptation, we talked more about rejuvenation, resilience. And I think that's a good sense of optimism as well. Before getting to adaptation and building walls to prevent from sea level rise, we can rejuvenate our biodiversity in the ocean. To conclude, I would say that, and that was, Your Highness, the main objective when you launched the Monaco Blue Initiative already 13 years ago, but we need to bridge so many gaps. And you succeeded, Your Highness, with the Blue Initiative, with the Ocean Week now, because we need more platforms. That's clear. We need more good science, we need more good governance, and we need more good solutions and businesses. And at the end of the day, it's connecting all these dots that matter, and that's something the Foundation is proud to also bring to the table, and we will for sure continue thanks to your support, active advice, and generous participation today, as well as our moderators, panelists. This intuition will probably become a new initiative, and will do all that is required, Bertrand, to push these solutions so that they can become a reality, and a profitable one.
Thank you so much, Olivier Venden. Well, that does wrap it up for today. Thank you again, Olivier, to you, your whole team, to Olivier and Romain. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Excellent. Thank you again so much to all of the co-conveners. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Monaco Ocean Week. We're now going to finish the day with what we call in French a cocktail dînatoire. Very nice if you've never done it. Lots of drinks, lots of food. So go enjoy, go talk, go network, maybe make some great deals, some great investments. Enjoy the time. One final reminder, please. On your way out, please drop off your badges so we can, of course, get them recycled. Thanks so much, everyone. Have a great night.